Minecraft has always been like my main sort of game. Originally it was UHC. I got pretty good at that. I started making YouTube videos. I definitely felt like UHC was like a competitive game, but I didn't think of it ever as an esport. I really wanted to, in life, I really wanted to get really good at something. I was like, what do I get good at? And then I was like thinking about it and I was just like, pro Minecraft player. How do I do that? And speedrunning was like also something that I was interested in, and then I kind of just went down that route, and it was like I could be really good at speedrunning. I remember specifically when I played, I was super amazed by all of the tech that was coming out, because my first ever completion was classic. That was it. It was all bastions after that. I was super amazed with all the tech, and I guess that was like the biggest barrier though for me, is like I felt like as a UHC player, I had good mechanics. I was like, yeah, I'm good at this. For back then, I was good, but for now, I was really bad. Like everything has been rethought. I don't do anything the same as back then. That was like the biggest kind of hurdle, I guess, to overcome, was not just the strats, but like how to use the strats, how to apply them effectively, just the general decision making of the game, taking all of this crazy tech and then applying it properly. I specifically remember myself being very confident in my bastions. I think the thing that actually just took me like the longest to just fully get down, it was definitely endgames. Being snap on directly on the chords. Nabbing Stronghold was like this whole just insane world like of understanding all of it. It was mostly just eye measurement to second portal to Stronghold nav. That combination of those things was very difficult for me to actually get like truly down. It took so much time. I have thousands of attempts at endgame practice. I've hit Stronghold twice doing endgame practice.
Yo, good morning, guys, gals, and gamers. Welcome to day 2 of 3 of the MCSR Ranked Playoffs Season 2. Nerdy, how are we feeling? Chat, how
Oh,
are we
I'm
feeling?
excited. I'm excited. Last weekend was pretty fun. We had a lot of games. Today we have, obviously less people in the tournament, but hopefully, ideally, these are gonna be, higher quality games now, keep getting better and better throughout the tournament is the idea, right? So I'm excited. We had a lot of matches to get through, and I think they're gonna be good.
Yeah, we have 4 matches today instead of 8. It is the full quarterfinals bracket. So we are going down from 8 people to 4. And then tomorrow we will go from 4 to 1. So we have 4 best of 5s for you today. We have Quiz versus Duo first, and then 3 others coming after. Up to 5 games. Could be as little as 3 if there's a 3-0, but as many as 5 if we get to a game 5. And so, yeah, like you said, hopefully we have better match quality today. I mean, it is kind of how brackets are supposed to work. The better players will move forward, and we will get hopefully some game 4, some game 5, some tight games, some good Minecraft. That's what I'm looking forward to today.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of room for I don't know. I always love, building up the narratives, and I think that there's a lot of narratives here that are kind of being built. A lot of new names, I would say, not new names entirely, but a lot of names that it's a very different set of 8 people than it was last time, which is
Yes.
very cool to me. I really like that because I don't know. I guess it shows uh, maybe the skill of the community that there's so many people competing constantly. It's not just like a few people at the top. I really enjoy that.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. It's nice that we have a lot of different people, but again, some similar faces that we can even build storylines from last season and bring those in. And these players have had a week, to look at their matches, look at the other players' matches, get some practice in. And this weekend is crunch time. They win today. There's no week break again until tomorrow. It's just tomorrow. So this is crunch time. If you win today, you have the potential to be in the money tomorrow with our $5,000 prize pool, sponsored by Creo, CreoCards.com. Shoutouts to the sponsor of the MCSR Ranked Season 2 playoffs, Creo.
Let's
Behind my
go.
face cam. I have to move out of the way, but I don't know the way to move out of the way. I hung them all
Oh,
up. I kind of messed up. I don't have anything to hold. Nerdy's gonna have the posters to hold, but I hung them up, and the quality
sorry.
isn't
Yeah, right
amazing.
here.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
It's
and
they're metal prints. It's called dye sublimation, and we'll have the finished new art for you guys to show on stream in just a bit. But if you want to get an early look at the
yeah, I
3
was gonna say.
finished art pieces
Oh, so
from
good.
last week that we voted on. Our artists went through, they put the finishing touches. If you go to creocards.com, go to the metal prints section of the website. If you buy 2 metal prints, you get 25% off. And if you buy 3, you get 35% off. You don't have to buy one of each for the 3. You can buy some of the Speedrunner pack prints. You can buy 3 of the same one in 3 different sizes. If you really, really like one of them, you could stagger the 3 sizes. Put one in your bedroom, put one in your kitchen, put one in your bathroom. I don't know. Maybe I'll buy 9. Maybe I'll buy one size of all 3. I have no idea. But the finished art pieces are on the website, available to buy right now. Again, buy 3, 35% off, free shipping over $100. Should ship to basically anywhere. And I mean, they look amazing.
They
I
do
should have
really look
I
good.
should have bought them. Now I have to wait 6 hours for the stream to end to go buy them. I should have bought them this morning, but what can you do?
Yeah, I think Rads looks like really, really good, specifically like compared to last time. The other two look definitely like polished, completed, whatever. But Rads, I feel like I really now see the line. Like I liked the previous one from Rad, but I feel like this one is very, very good. Like it looks so. It's a big improvement over the draft from last time, and
Yeah, it
Rad
was
did
it
an
was the
amazing
most
job on that.
drafty one. Nerdy,
Yeah.
I'm sad that your piece isn't on the website with them.
Okay,
But
well, listen. Here's what I'm trying to say. Okay, sometimes my art. I still have it right here. So I mean, it still exists. You guys still your vote still mattered. And I think it's okay that it's not on a website. It's okay that it's not on
it's
Creo.
memorialized in our hearts. Anyways, enough waffling. Um, We actually have player interviews from almost every player today, as opposed to only 4 from last week. And the players that we don't have an interview for, we have some other nice, fun content for you. So without further ado, we're going to get into our player interviews for the Quiz vs. Duo match. So stick with us. This will be blast.
Hi, I'm Duo. You can call me Duo, or whatever else that works. And I'm a 17-year-old Korean Minecraft speedrunner. So the first time I actually remember playing Minecraft was on my cousin's computer. I think this was back in like 2012 or 2013. I didn't really get into it until I think 2018 when I started playing Bed Wars with my friends. So I started watching speedruns in June 2020 when 1.16 came out, but I only started running in late 2021. I think the reason that I started was just because I was getting bored of Bed Wars and other games in general, and I also had a lot of free time back then. I'm really excited to have made it this far, but it feels very weird. I just genuinely didn't consider myself a top runner. I've actually felt that way for a very long time. Even until like a few months ago, I didn't even consider myself a top runner. Obviously, I'm scared of silver,
I'm pretty sure I forgot a fork in the microwave once.
but I think right now I'm more worried about my upcoming matches, like against Quist and maybe against Dougal or Loki in the semifinals. I just want to make it as far as I can. No real expectations at this point. I actually don't do anything else though. I just study and speedrun Minecraft when I have the free time. That's literally all I do. I'm gonna try to study in Australia. I was looking into like pharmacy, and I'm a huge LA Dodgers fan.
Yo, my name is Nikos and I'm a 16-year-old Minecraft speedrunner from Russia. I started playing Minecraft 9 years ago on minigame servers. Every day when I came home, I sat down at my old laptop to play Bed Wars and other games. In 2019, one popular Minecraft Russian streamer started speedrunning Minecraft. His streams got me into it. Also, I'm interested in PvP games, that's why I always play UHC with other Russian streamers.
Просто расстреливает. Чисто с дробовичком.
Those were sick. Shout outs to Bendo for editing Duo's video, and Quist actually did the editing on his own video. So shout outs. We have a lot more people helping us behind the scenes for this week. Those are so sick to watch. I'm hyped. We're watching them for the first time, as well as you guys watching them for the first time. So that was sick.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah,
They were both like
excited for this match.
adorable. It gives us like info. And again, like you said, just the storylines, right? Like Duo not even expecting that he would get this far, right? And just looking, I liked his mental though, like hyper analyzing the interview, like taking it one match at a time, like when I was like, who is he scared of, right? Like thinking in order of the bracket. And I think that's a good way to pace yourself, right? Like it's just one match at a time. If you look too far ahead, you could not focus on the game that you have to play to win to get there.
Absolutely.
So I don't know, man. I mean, he said he was scared of Quist. I'd imagine Quist is scared of Duo, but I mean, we'll have to see. And before we get into our seed selection for this match, we actually have game recaps as well for every game here. So we're going to throw it over to Fulham with last week's recaps of Quist and Duo's play, how they got to the top 8, how they're here with us today. Oh my god, it's muted again. They can hear me on the stream too. Is Algida?
That's good. That's good.
Do 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 do. Oh, wait, can you guys hear me now? Is this are we getting it through? Oh, okay, we get it. Okay. All right, okay, you guys can hear. Okay. As it seems to be every week, for some reason it's always my section that gets scuffed. I don't know why that is. I think Oliver might have something against me. But either way, we are going to go through some of this recap. I can only apologize for the slight scuffness. Just to prevent any delay and stuff, I'm actually streaming myself this entire setup, so if there's a problem, it's probably on my end, and I can only apologize. And including the text that I've got on my own screen, because obviously it's not Danny versus Dugile, so that one's entirely my fault. But can we just pretend that that never happened, chat? If I just do this and wait, okay. Fine, we're having no one versus Quist, seemingly. Anyway, let's actually come on to the segment that you're meant to be watching me for, anyway. The analysis. So, we're going to go through Dewo's match from last week, first and foremost, because he was meant to be the first person in the bracket down there, but just pretend like he's there. And, of course, he was able to take game number 1. Obviously, there's a few games that we weren't actually able to analyze afterwards. We agreed to analyze after every game that went to 1 match apiece. And we're going to quickly run through Dewo's game. His match did go to 1 game each against Priffin. Firstly, we're going to see that Priffin was ahead at the initial start point, but sadly, because of his Pearl Hang, he went to grab this Blaze Rod here and then lost a lot of time having to run back to the spawner, allowing Dewo to go for a little bit of an extensive play and gain some lead. Sadly, though, Dewo went for an audacious attempt at a one-eye, and as we can see here, when he does actually preemptive this portal room, we notice the fact that it is, in fact, a zero-eye, which is, you know, arguably a good reason for Priffin to be able to come back, hits this 0, or at least attempts this 0 cycle, and sadly, after the end of this 0 cycle, it allows Dewo to have an attempt to come back and make up for his prior mistake, due to the fact that he dies after getting knocked off of the 1 in 8. Does try for the boat clutch, but doesn't quite get there. Dewo plays safe and goes for the 1 cycle, and is able to take Seed 1. The fact that he was only able to take this due to a mistake was a little bit of a worry going into game number 2, and we see very early on that his mental may have started to be crumbling due to this lava incident 30 seconds into the match. Digging down on a tree for some stone, and unfortunately, getting a little, getting a little caught up there. Priffin again messing up a Pearl Hang, but Dewo gets into the stronghold, but sadly, Priffin was able to take it. Played very clean. Priffin was on top the entire time. Dewo does lose a lot of time on this seed, and although it wasn't shown, Priffin here messes up the 0 Pearl, and we have the side-by-side view, which is something new. Thank you very much to B for pulling this up for us. We can see that Dewo is, in fact, still in the stronghold at this point, after Priffin messes up that Pearl for 0. However, as many of you guys remember, Dewo did, in fact, get the perch before Priffin in this match, meaning that Dewo was able to take the victory 2 games to 1. Slight underdog, I would say, getting a little bit of a luckier victory here, but graciously was able to take it through. And now we're going to go over to his opponent for today, which is Quist. So, we're going to see this matchup right here, hopefully, as soon as it loads. Fantastic. Quist made an early mistake with this portal while playing 7 Raul, and was had a little bit of a mess up early on, but was still able to clutch it out due to this missed portal by Raul. We can see here that Quist was able to hit the stronghold, but Raul actually built his portal incorrectly on, I believe this was -6 on the nether rather than the correct 6, than the correct coordinates on +6, meaning that he missed the stronghold in its entirety, had to go and dig through, took a while, and Chris was able to finish out the 1 cycle much, much earlier on. Got the perch much, much easier. However, in game 2, we were able to see that Raul was able to take a lot of his good points from game 1 and convert it into a victory. Chris lost a minute after leaving the Bastion and going the wrong direction for the fortress, was traveling in the positive Z direction away from spawn, whereas we noted that the fortress was actually visible on spawn. So this was a mistake that he made, causing him to lose quite a bit of time. And we see here that he actually uses the pie chart to find where that fortress is, finds the location, and we see once again Christ makes a second mistake on back-to-back seeds, misplacing an obsidian. However, this one was a lot more important because it was placed inside the location of that second portal. Christ made an amazing comeback in the fortress, but lost all of that time back to forcibly having to remove this obsidian. Was really, really unlucky, and Raul was able to zero cycle to take home the victory while Quist was in the stronghold. Game number 3 rolls round. We see that it's basically... it was even up until the Bastion leave. However, Raul played the Fortress a lot stronger. You can see here that Raul is around about 50 seconds ahead in the... while entering this stronghold. Raul enters the stronghold roughly a minute faster, but uses the preemptive here and sadly locates a mine shaft, getting a spider spawner. However, if you look on the left-hand side here, Kvist one-shots this nav straight to the spawner and is able to enter the end faster than Raul. So not only does that instant nav help him out, but the instant perch prevents Raul from being able to come back in this game, meaning that arguably two of the underdogs are really facing off against each other in this matchup. Kvist versus Diwo. An amazingly exciting match. I'm going to assume this one's going to go to the wire. We may see some mistakes here, as we did in their previous round of 16 matchups. But personally, I do think that out of anyone, I do think that Diwo made slightly fewer mistakes. And I think he may be able to clutch this game out if he plays consistently. But if we see that Kvist doesn't make as many mistakes as last time, it could go either way. So I'm going to throw this one back over to Nerdy and Feinberg, who are going to take you into game number 1. So best of luck to both of these runners, and I will see you for the halftime analysis.
Feinberg's muted. It's funny. You guys can laugh at him.
Dude,
For that
I
one.
said in Discord too that I gotta remember to unmute, and I didn't remember.
I just want to
That's
say
all good though.
that one's his fault, right? Anyways, but yeah, so some exciting match. This is an exciting match. I mean, it's kind of a sad match, I would say, in my humble opinion, because these are two underdogs. We saw last week two pretty big upsets, I would say, as far as the the round of 16. Raul losing and also Priffin losing was pretty surprising, I would say. I think that was a big upset. And so now we have sort of two lesser known or sort of, lower ranked runners up in this round of 8, and it's exciting, but unfortunately one of them has to go.
Yeah, sad in the sense that we're gonna lose an underdog story. Not sad in the sense that the players playing or whatever. The storylines there,
Yes,
and I mean you're right. Like both of these players, and the film recaps too, showing that they won a little bit in part due to the mistakes of their opponents in some matches because we saw them making mistakes themselves. So I think today, especially with 5 seeds instead of 3, it's going to maybe come down to who can iron out those mistakes from last week, have those not happen again this week. Because if you don't make mistakes and your opponent makes mistakes, you're probably just going to win the seed. Even if you're a little slower overall, if you put an obsidian in your portal, that's like 20, 30 seconds. If you die, that's potentially 5 minutes. If you go the wrong way, that's like a minute or 2. So if you can just play consistent, then that could be it. So we're going to see who can iron out their mistakes better. We're going to throw it over to our seed selection right before we get into our first match of our quarterfinals day. Nerdy, the curse continues. We're never going to see the Shipwreck seeds played. There was no point in even seed finding for them or running the filter. No one's going to play a Shipwreck. It's not going to happen. That's my cold take for the entire day. Is we will just never play a Shipwreck.
I
Same.
think this is interesting, and I'm wondering if here's the issue, right? Is that not only is it that one of the two players not only do both players not necessarily like shipwrecks on average, right? But if either one of them dislikes shipwrecks a lot, then they can get rid of them. So even if one player of the two is comfortable on shipwrecks and is willing to, maybe go a little bit more risky with their play style, then it still doesn't matter because the other player can just ban it. And so I think that's the problem. In order to get a shipwreck, we need to have both players be somewhat comfortable on shipwrecks. That's what needs to happen.
Yeah, it's like because each player gets the one ban right away. I mean, I'd have to look at who banned them in the matches last time, but a surprising fact from yesterday or from last week's matches as well is Shipwreck was banned every single time. And Nerdy, if you had to think of a seed type that was picked and played in every single match last week, all 8 matches, what seed type do you think was played all 8 times? Obviously not going to be Desert Temple. Was it Village, Ruin Portal, or BT? What do you think was played in every single
I think
match?
it's Ruined Portal. That's my guess.
Yeah, how weird is that? How weird that
It is weird,
it's
yeah.
not Buried Treasure, it's Ruin Portal that every single best of 3 saw. No one banned it, and it was always played. Even in the 2-0s, it was always played. So there's something there to everyone's mental together. Like, if you lose the first seed, they were picking Ruin Portal instead of picking the other like seed that was left over. And even here, Ruin Portal's the first seed to be played, instead of Buried Treasure, where you think everyone would be more comfortable on. Because I don't know.
Well, I'm wondering if maybe it has something to do with the fact that a lot of these players are ranked players at the end of the day. I mean, some of them are RSG as well, and a lot of them, of course, play. But if you primarily play ranked, then I mean, it's kind of nice to have a Ruin Portal. Like you can get really fast uh, at Shipwreck, you can get really fast at Desert Temple, you can get really fast at Buried Treasure. But in RSG, you play Buried Treasure. You can like exclusively play Buried Treasure and be totally fine. And so I think that, some players that maybe play more ranked than they do RSG, it's possible I could find that they would find Ruin Portals to be more sort of even, I guess, because they're not competing against these RSG players that only play BT. And maybe that's the mindset. But I don't know. At the same time, Ruin Portal, I think, is just very fast, very like low sort of. There are not too many decisions. I mean, the main one is just whether you need food or not. But I think it's really just about just kind of having it be very simple, straightforward, and let's make the real battle in the nether kind of thing.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, we've said all we can say. Throwing it over to our game. Our first game, reminder chat today, this is all 4 quarterfinal matches. It's going to be a best of 5 every time. So you have to win 3 seeds to win the match. Here's our Ruin Portal seed for the day. And I mean, it is what you said, right? Like it's very linear. So there's not much time to gain or lose if you're doing the same thing. Again, there are some decisions, maybe more than a BTC, like what food you're getting, how much blocks, especially if it's a little weird, what you have to craft and stuff. Like in this seed, these runners aren't going to be having an iron pick entering the nether. So we'll have to see how they're going to get the iron in the bastion. It can open up, that would never happen in a Buried Treasure overworld, but they're going to probably be entering it around the exact same time. So you're right. I mean, there's something. If every single player wanted to play it last weekend, people must be more comfortable with it in some capacity. Yeah. Right. Looks like Debo messed up his portal a little bit there, so there's going to be a slight separation here on our nether enter, but nothing crazy. And yeah.
I think I've seen some nerves already, some little misclicks from both sides. Mainly in the inventory, this, misgrabbing the axe, for example, exiting the inventory, or exiting the chest before having grabbed the axe to mine out the chest. I think that just comes down to nerves, really. Like, I don't think it's anything too deep. Hopefully those nerves will be ironed out throughout the match.
Exactly.
But yeah, something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it's the only thing I noticed here too is that Quist has 1 cooked chicken and Dewo's got 3 and also 1 raw chicken, which it's not a great food source, but if you need to sprint or need to heal in a pinch, it is better than nothing. assuming I don't even know the odds because raw chicken can give you like hunger, right? But I don't even know.
And we have a death from Quist, a reset.
Wow. Did he fall in the lava
Yeah.
in the manhunt
Yeah,
in the web part? Okay.
he just moved wrongly and fell right into the lava at the bottom of this.
Damn.
Damn.
I
Yeah, that's
mean,
unfortunate. This happened.
it's not terrible
Yeah. True.
on the scale of deaths, right? Like we've seen people die 5-6 minutes into a seed. This is 2 minutes in, and he's got a little bit of info on the seed, so he doesn't have to do as much thinking in the overworld. Not like there was really much thinking to begin with.
Yes.
But yeah, it's still not great, especially because if Duo just plays to the best of his ability, is it even comebackable? Can you claw back 2 minutes? If you look at our player info on the bottom, Duo's got a better ranked average time than Quist does. So if he just plays his game for the rest of the seed, no mistakes, it might already be over. But again, like we saw in the recaps just 5-10 minutes ago, both these players made a very non-zero amount of mistakes last week. So
Yes.
it's possible. I mean, we see one big mistake already 3 minutes into the seed. So could they be throwing mistakes back and forth? Is it, like I said, going to be who makes the least amount of mistakes? We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think that this match could be very decisive of the entire set. I think that if Quist can claw this game back, that's going to be really, really good for his mental. The fact that he died and still came back and won, I think would be really, really decisive. Like, okay, I can do this, I got this, and the confidence will really help ease the nerves moving forward. But I think, unfortunately, on the flip side, I think if he can't make this work, I think if this goes south and he can't come back from that mistake early on, I don't know. I feel like that could spiral. Like I feel like it'd be very, very easy to have that snowball effect that we've talked about in the past. Even going into next matches, like I instantly made a mistake, like really getting in your head. So I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully, Quist can not take it, not let it get to him too much. But I think it's going to be hard.
Oh my God, Duo almost taking a death there. It was
Wow.
doing Pyre, dug out one block on the housing, and there's just no terrain. So just like the like 5%, 1%, just totally random, like stuff will just happen, and you just gotta be on your A game always. But I think you're right. I think it's not as bad for Quist as maybe we're making it out to sound, because at least in my personal experience, if there's a death like this, it's pretty easy to kind of shrug it off and just be like, I know I'm better than that. Like I just slipped, It wasn't
True.
like insane RNG that I can kind of get tilted at the game. Like it's very like I can kind of internalize that myself and just be like, all right, we're good. I'm chilling. Just gonna not do that again. Whereas if you make it back fully, I think it'd be really bad for Duo if like I knew that Quist died. I would feel.
Do you
like,
think is it? I mean, yeah, I guess just because you're behind, but
Well, I mean, you don't know now. I mean, you could obviously check in between the matches, right? Like, if we
right,
have
sure,
time
sure,
to
sure.
deliberate there. But yeah, it's like it would be. I think it's more involving Quist's mental right now, because Duo obviously has no idea. It's not like it says that.
Yeah.
Oh, Quist died. Oh, he's still in the Bastion looting stuff right now as Duo's entering our fort, and this looks like really good SSV, which I both like and I both dislike, because again, he's got one raw chicken.
Yeah.
4.5 hearts, one Wither Skelly hit, you're dead. He's got the 2 anchors and the 2 glowstone in his hotbar. So
Yeah,
the
you
dude
gotta-
is ready, like
Let's expedite
which is a
that,
good position to be in. But I mean, does it even matter? There's no strays. He might just play the spawner. I don't know if it's a lack of lowering render early or just some RNG, because I mean there's no mobs at all. So must have just been a lack of early render lowering. And got all the strays and the zombie pigs beforehand. And Quist has made up some time. He's definitely not 2 minutes behind.
Yeah.
And I mean,
very impressive stuff.
He has no food. He hasn't hunger reset. But Debo has no food, and he's burned an anchor. So like, oh my, like 1.5. Like I mean, he's gonna burn another anchor here. It's too risky, I think, to sit in the spawner at 1.5. And is Quist even ahead now? Like I don't know. It's definitely not 2 minutes behind. I can tell you that for 100% certainty. that these players have. Quist has closed the gap, whether it be to Duo playing like safer, took a lot of that damage and had to hunger reset before even getting to the fort. So Quist could have managed his health better, and I think he did. But how much did it matter in catching up this time? I don't know.
Yeah, Quist here. Blaze betting out a different spawner. On very similar levels of food, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean he's gonna lose sprint and half a bar. Like that's how well he's managed his food. He's played the entire seed, 0 food in the room portal because he was trying to claw back the time, or 0 food in the overworld from the chickens. He can't sprint anymore. Quist needs to hunger reset if he wants to move faster than a couple blocks a second. And I mean, being on that soul sand helps, but he's not sprinting, which is crazy. Definitely has to hunger reset before second portal. Maybe we'll hunger reset in the overworld to save a bed. I know Duo says he's got 8 beds and 1 anchor, so that's very zeroable. Looks like Quist can craft 2 anchors and 6 beds. So burning 1 explosive, even 2, even 3 isn't the end of the world for these players. They could still 0. So it really doesn't matter if he uses an anchor or a bed to hunger reset, but it will have to come out at some point. Unless there's food in the overworld. It is sometimes faster to kill like pigs, cows in the overworld for food. Definitely not when you're at 3 hunger and 5 hearts. Not in this situation. But maybe if you hunger reset and see the mobs, you can kill them and just save that food for later. You won't have to hunger reset in the portal room. Well, you can throw some more aggressive pearls. Could save some time, but I mean, while we've been talking nerdy, these players have 1 rod.
Yeah, I mean, it's just brutal. No food, terrible rates. I mean, this is brutal. And to be honest, like, this is why, I mean, we talked at the beginning, like, being a bit surprised of the Rune Portal. And for me, this is exactly what I think of when I think of Rune Portal. It's seeds like this, where you have to, like, really manage your food. That, yes, they are easier in the overworld, but a lot of times, if you don't have food, it's, like, much harder. Which is why I prefer,
Oh, this is good. Yeah, the glowstone there. It looks like he's trying to farm for anchors. Again, I don't think he needs to, because he'll have 8 explosives like now. Yeah, he's got 5 beds, because he used 1 for blaze betting, 6 beds. Yeah, like definitely more than enough. So not entirely sure why he's grabbing the glowstone there, but half a heart. I mean,
wow.
You're hunger resetting now for sure. I'm so scared. Get in the anchor.
Terrified.
Oh my god. He's good. He's good. But yeah, I mean, especially when the rates are this brutal too, like it's not a huge deal because they have the anchors, but you can't even like head to the overworld early to do anything. And I mean, there's ocean here, so it'll be a weird hunger reset. Anyways, let's see how far the stronghold is. With no food, traveling to the nether can get dicey. Duo right now can throw 1 pearl. And if you throw 1 pearl, you're at 2.5, very risky. It's 250 blocks away. Potentially. And Quist is doing home portal? Interesting. Quist I didn't notice this at all, actually. Could be part of the reason why he caught up some time.
Right.
Left the Bastion earlier. And Debo, it wasn't the 200 that we thought. It was a second offset. It's going to be the 700, but it's going to speed up Debo's travel to second portal a lot. I don't even know if they're heading to the same stronghold. It looks like it potentially, but it's hard to read those Nimbot numbers. I don't know. It's not. I don't think it's the same stronghold. That might be negative on Quist's end screen, and it looks like it's double positive for Dewo. So it's going to be different strongholds. Dewo's already out. Quist found some mushrooms here. That's nice, but I mean, this terrain looks beautiful for Dewo and Quiz and Basalt. So I think Dewo's going to pull ahead here, but they are different strongholds. It literally could go anyone's way. One of them could not even have a portal room. I don't know.
Well, how about that one? Oh, I guess you mean one of them could have like a ruined portal. They could keep it the theme.
I don't think it's checked for. Yeah, it is technically possible. Like I was trolling, but it is technically possible that one of these strongholds is broken. But yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. So it's gonna come down more to who gets the better nav here.
Right.
Duo has a little bit of a lead, but again, this is not 2 minutes, and he missed. Is it a mismeasure? I'm looking at the eye measurements. Maybe it looks like 0.36 desync maybe on the first eye. I don't know. And Quist is in, so he's in the lead now. And Duo digging down, he built it at 34. So unless the Strong's at Y14, he must have mismeasured and has to go up. This looks like a Crow situation. Maybe the Crow was above the Stronghold, so I don't know. And is that light? Is it the portal room for Quist? Oh my god, it is. And this 2-minute death, I mean, did it matter?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think that's, like we said earlier, that's going to really boost the confidence as he enters the end here. And and Diwo is just digging.
Yeah, and is this 0 hittable? Oh, very easy, 95. Doesn't have a ton of health, but he's got a stew to eat it. But that bet is late. Doesn't break. Wow. So he's got enough explosives, I think, especially with the 2. They should be still fine. Yeah, 2 beds, 2 anchors as well. Even without the pre-placed anchors, you definitely get it done with 2 here. Not the cleanest 0, but he gets it done. And that's seed 1. Wow.
There we go.
I mean, the death didn't matter at all. I mean, this is still an impressive rank time, not even considering the death. Like 13 minutes on a seed.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good way to
Not
think about it.
terrible. I mean, it is the playoffs. We're expecting a high level of play, but wow, like. And Duo again was ahead until the miss on the second portal. Was it due to some eye measurements or something? But Quist brought the time back.
Wow.
The 2-minute death just didn't matter.
That was shocking. I mean, I think that goes to show why it's so important to just, keep your head high, keep going when you die. Like it's he did everything he could. And I think that's just like the way you have to play. I think that this should be a big confidence boost for Quist. You took a death and you still won. I feel like that's like as good as it gets, right? Like, I mean, that it was a silly mistake, and you can easily not do that if you just focus a little harder during maybe the parts that you think are more sort of muscle memory or whatever. And that you can keep not only keep up, but you can catch up and get ahead. Like I think that's a really big confidence booster for Quiz, or it should be at least.
And especially too that your opponent didn't die. Or I mean, you don't know for sure unless you watch, but you were behind always, but slowly bringing it back. I don't know if we can throw it over to the splits here for a second if we have those up for today, but we can maybe see the storyline in those splits if we have them. Just being able to slowly claw back that pace. Perfect, amazing. And so yeah, I mean, it doesn't really showcase it in the first 2 splits because Quist died like right as he touched the bastion. He entered the fort. Okay, so the colors are a little flipped, it looks like, in a couple of these splits. But he entered the fort 44 seconds slower. Stronghold 12 seconds slower. Maybe these splits are a little off, but that's okay. New week, new tech issues. Some of you guys in chat were saying that our commentary was a little behind as well. Yeah, that's our fault. It's fixed for next match, so we are good. We were a couple seconds behind, so a little smart of you guys to figure that out, but we've got it settled. And before we get into our seed 2, I'd like to remind all of our new viewers that we are sponsored by Creo, and if we want to throw it over to our finished art scene, beautiful. Again, these are higher quality on the website. These are 3 finished art pieces from last week that we voted on that our artists fully finished up their concept designs. I mean, I'm getting all 3 for 35% off at creocards.com. These are on the website now. If you purchase 2 at once, you get 25% off. If you purchase 3 at once, you get 35% off. There's 3 different sizes. Free shipping if your order is over $100. And I mean, these look amazing. Like, especially comparing to the drafts that we saw last week, like from every single artist here, like the detail that was added, the fish in the overworld, the piglins on the bastion in the nether, and the lighting and the tower details. There's a cage on one of the towers there in the end, and just everything is just beautiful. Like, it's so cool.
The coral in the rad was out, and I think there's a little axolotl and pufferfish Like those little details in the shipwreck look so good. Then I don't know, as well as I just like look at the. I just feel like the everything just looks so polished. I mean, last week was amazing. Like I was blown away. But then this week is like just taking it to that next level. You know, bringing it up to 11.
Yeah, I mean, they're great. The artists blew ourselves away with just the drafts, and then upgraded it, like you said. It's just amazing. And with that, I think we have our seed pick band for seed 2 of our first best of 5 here between Quiz and Devo. So we'll throw it over to that, and then we'll be ready to show you guys game 2. See if Devo can bounce back from seemingly just being slower in almost every split. Again, maybe a little bit of food mismanagement and did miss the stronghold, so could have easily still won that seed, but going to be playing a village here for seed 2 instead of the BT. That's interesting, Nerdy. Neither of these runners banned buried treasure, but they don't want to play it either.
Yeah,
What do
that's
you think about
interesting.
that?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I think buried treasure is one of those things where it's a skill. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously every seed is a skill, but I feel like buried treasure is a very, very particular skill. It's not like routing. It's not like, I mean, there is that, but it's specifically using your pie chart, which the other 4 options don't. And I think if you feel confident in that skill, then you're going to be more inclined to do it. And I think if you feel maybe you're not quite on the same level as other runners, or maybe you might lose a second or two just to, you know, second guessing your pie chart. Maybe you don't pick it for that reason. I mean, it's hard to say entirely, but I think at the end of the day, it's probably a thing of, you know, how confident are you in your pie chart?
Exactly. I mean, we saw a seed last week in our best of 3s just almost be completely decided due to just a false positive spike
Right,
and
exactly.
Onyx losing a minute and a minute and a half. But it is interesting too, in these best of 5s, you have to play the first 3 seeds. Like it is just
Yes.
required. So it doesn't really matter the order that you pick them in. So we'll see. But I think with that, we might be ready to get into our game. And yeah, I mean, again, see if Dewo can bounce back from this just little mini time losses here and there, or can Quist carry that mental momentum. I think what you said was really important. Just seeing him, like knowing that you clawed that time back, being completely behind, entering the Nether again, especially with no food, like yeah, and getting to the fort still on 5 hearts, and I think the only damage he took was from the 2 pearls that he threw.
Right?
Oh, this is there's a new village house dropped. Oh man. I
Wow.
mean, there's a blacksmith here too. This could be really fast if this is a 10 on blacksmith. And there enters right here. And I mean,
That is
okay, like,
amazing.
it is
Holy.
like obviously more common because it's a part of a ranked like filter, but that is crazy, no? Like,
Wow. I mean, hey, I would gladly play this
oh
seed.
my god,
I
nerdy.
would like
Someone
this
just
one.
reminded me in chat. This is our shipwreck seed.
True.
They're talking to us.
Actually true.
This is our shipwreck seed. Not in the conventional way, but this is our shipwreck seed for the day. Oh
You know
my
what?
god, it's
We
beautiful.
we we won. We won. This is how we get
We
them.
d- we did it. We did it. We did it. And the only thing that is weird is Quist has a TNT. Duo made a pressure plate for Flint, maybe. But Quist can TNT for blocks in the Nether. And he found a better Flint patch.
Nice.
Of definitely visible for both players. Quist struggling for the gravel, found a very similar one, and it was first try Flint, so that TNT didn't even matter. I mean, these runners within 2 seconds they're craft the FNS at the same time. Duo entering the Nether second because of the FNS craft. Wow. I think he had the obby down first, but not the FNS craft, and they're in the Nether within a couple seconds. And right now, these couple of seconds don't matter, but if you're entering the end a couple seconds faster and it's zeroable, that could matter. So could spiral. But obviously, there's still so much seed left to play. It's a good storyline though. Good script writers there, getting them in at about the same time, even though the overall
Yeah.
are pretty different. Good. Shout outs to
I,
the seed builders on this one as well for a beaching match right for us. It's an interesting food situation for both runners too. I'm not entirely sure what's in Quist's inventory food wise, but Dewo's got some carrots, some apples, and some bread, so it should be all good. And this does look like bridge, so you have the gold to make those golden carrots for sure.
Oh.
I just look at Quist and I only see 3 bread. Oh, Dewo's got
a
a
lot.
oh
Yep, I saw that one
wow.
coming.
And
Yeah.
wow.
So sort of like a flip situation here. Can Dewo bring it back?
I mean, it's a little rough on Quist's screen. He didn't have 2 mega hoglins. And I don't really hate the decision there to push through the KB on both of them.
Oh my god.
No, what's happening? What's happening?
Chris just died.
I know. What's happening?
I think he got killed by a zombified piglin, so he must have aggroed.
I think he FNS'd the TNT and then he.
Oh no.
Well, it's even. They don't know it, but it's even. And if they're smart enough, they will know it because both of them got in the bastion. And it's going to be like 3 minutes before the other person gets war pigs. They're going to know it. So
that is crazy.
We'll see. I mean, yeah, wow. Like and it was like for 5 seconds there looking like Quist was just going to easily take the 2-0 because he clawed back all this time in seed 1, has 2 minutes back in seed 2. Couple people in chat correcting me that Quist got war pigs. So who knows, right? Like there is a lot of metagaming that you get with the advancements that show up. I don't think they're gonna get the crying obby advancement for a while. Maybe that's one that neither of them will get. But I mean, they're both bouncing back pretty well. I mean, it looks like similar overworld speeds. Quist did die a few seconds later, and again, they do get to speed through this overworld when you're not trying to gather all the info around you. Like they know where the flint is. They know that there's just a random shipwreck. They know it's Tanabe, stuff like that. Chat, we're fixing the audio. Give us a second. Not a big deal at all. No big dealio, but of course building with mossy cobble. I thought it was like it looked over for a second. It looked like jungle temple, but he blew up a house there. Dewo's back. Has 2 big hoglins again.
God.
Rematch.
Oh my god.
Rematch.
Oh my god.
He won the rematch. 1-1. Surely we have another bridge. We'll get to see a third match between Dewo and the Piglins. I mean, maybe a better storyline here than even the seed itself. I mean, was able to push through there and got low, but got the job done. Like, and that's what matters, right? He's alive. And is this our best of 3 rematch right now? The run back, and it's handled. I think Dewo takes a clean 2-1 there.
I agree that. I would agree with that. You know, Dewo, I mean, we'll have to see if there's any more hoglins to be had in these next few seeds, but at the end of the day, I mean, there have been 3 battles, and Dewo's won 2.
Oh
my god.
Where's the Piglin battle? Oh for 2, potentially, but it looks like he's good.
He's okay.
Wow, man, what a bridge. I mean, what a storyline too on this seed, like just in general, like how both of these runners just throwing back the time save and time loss, and they're just in the same spot. They're just together. I mean, man, like it's good content that they're close. It's like it's interesting in its own right to watch a blowout because the person ahead can obviously always still mess up, but it's definitely more interesting when they're throwing the time loss back and forth, time save back and forth. And it looks like they have to Pyre here. And it's kind of in a wall. Maybe you just leave the Bastion the same way you get in. Ranked is supposed to check for terrain in between the structures, and these seeds were manually checked as well. Yeah, it looks like this terrain's just right here. Is Dewo just leaving? What's the pearl count looking like? 11 only. Does he know? That's a very aggressive multi-distance pearl hang. I'm not sure if I completely like the idea, but if he's got low pigs, it's not the worst case scenario, especially when you have to trade as much gold in the bridge bastion. Like bridge is the bastion. I mean, there's literally Miracle Route was developed as like the most insane pearl hang for the bridge
Right.
bastion. Like it's just in its design. There's so much gold, and sometimes there's so little pigs. And so I don't know if that was necessarily the right or wrong decision. Might not have mattered that much, but it maybe was right because he's still sitting on 10 pearls
Oh,
after doing all of that. So these trades are slow.
right.
Still 10 pearls. And they're running out of gold to trade. I mean,
Well, he
ranked
just crafted a golden apple. I don't know if I agree with that decision. Maybe
it's like your
if there's more
16th
gold.
gold block.
There
Oh my
we
god,
go.
there's like
Okay. Well, still
plus
only 19 obby though.
16. Is it 19? You can
Yep.
get backups, you can get double backups, you can get triple backups. But again, if the backup doesn't hit, and I mean it could be that literal 1 gold difference. And Dewo, I think, also might have made another pressure plate in the overworld. Is that going to be his 20th? 19 still. I think Dewo maybe. Oh, there's the 20th. Okay, so it's savable. Not gonna hurt him this time, but it was close. It was very, very close. And I think he's got a better pearl hang than Quist does. I have to imagine. I didn't see Quist run for some multi-disc, right? Like he's got a pearl hung, but I think it's just in the soul sand. Yeah, so Dewo's play actually worked out in some weird twist of events. That was like a very nice situation for the multi-disc pearl hang. And he's found better terrain to the fort somehow. It looks like Quist. I mean, he's on some like Quake Pro Soul Speed FOV. Very relatable, at least from my point of view, playing on Quake Pro. But Dewo, just it looked like the terrain was very open, and maybe Quist is going the wrong way. Again, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, we saw it happen last week, and hopefully not again. Is part of it the mental too from dying? But you know you're not behind that much because Dewo just got into the fort, and yeah, he's pyring again. I think he just went way too far left, and it was just a little bit straight to the right. And again, chat, Quist is lagging for us too. He told us earlier that it's an internet thing, internet provider thing. The stream is still watchable. So hopefully it just gets better. But we are aware there's nothing we can do. Big internet conspiring against us. Big Hoglin conspiring against us.
I don't know. I feel like Duo eliminated the Hoglin. I think it's no
It's
longer there's no more conspiracy left.
until we get another bridge in C3.
True.
Surely. But Quest did find the fort, so not insanely behind. Maybe a minute. Got to the spawner pretty quickly. Duo was in the fort for a little bit before getting to the spawner.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Let's look at the explosive situation here. 6 beds for Dewo. I can't tell if there's anchors. It is zeroable off 6 beds. Could also have a yellow bed from the village house. It's very possible that it's zeroable and definitely has the pearls. A little low on food, which is interesting. I mean, he's got a gap. He's got 1 more golden carrot, and there's some rotten flesh. So you can eat the gap before you have to zero, and it's usually just fine.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. 3 rods. Again, they're playing the same spawner. New rank change as of... Oh my god, he's getting beat.
Okay.
And that's not great for the food situation, especially when you open your inventory and both the fire res are like drinkable. So you can't even just like insta throw it down. You just have to sit there. But it is what it is. 4 rods. And like I was saying before Duo almost died, spawners are now completely standardized in the sense that if you have the same blocks cleared out and the same light level as the other player, like no fire anywhere or lava anywhere or anything like that, you will get the same exact spawns at the same exact time. So assuming Duo blaze it correctly, which I mean it looked like he did, and put out the fire and everything, Quist won't be able to make any time back from better blaze spawns. It has to be all mechanical. It has to be measuring these eyes, getting to second portal, hitting that preemptive, hitting that 0. There's no time to be made back in the stronghold, and that's like 200 blocks for Duo. It looks like. And quality again is not amazing, and he's throwing a 3rd eye.
Is this a
Maybe
third
some
or a
desync.
fourth?
I think it's his 4th because one like went into the tree.
Yeah.
but like third measured eye.
Yeah.
But I don't think his offset changed, right? He had 100% last time and he missed because of a mismeasure. That's the only way you can miss off a 100% Nimbot measure. And classic no mic mouse shake. Not happy about throwing 4 eyes. But
Meanwhile, it
what
looks
can
like
you
Quiz is
do?
just gonna go with 1.
Yeah, says 100%. It looks like it's. I mean, look, they blinded at the same spot. Looks like it's probably the same offset. But again, I
That's
can't
crazy.
entirely tell.
So much time made up there for Quist right
And
there.
is he just going? Does he have 8 plus 2 rods? He has 8 plus 2 rods. He's made up all the time.
Yeah,
Duo's getting a pearl hangout and Quist is going.
crazy stuff.
And
That was
the
just
one eye didn't break. It must have been the second or the third or the fourth.
right.
So
Yeah.
a little bit of an advantage there. I mean, not only the fact that you don't have to throw 3 eyes, but or 4 eyes. You're saving on 3 eye throws, but you're also saving on the eye break. And Dewo's got 11 eyes right now. He could leave, but he can't because apparently in chat people are saying the third eye broke. So it was an entire just even throwing 2 eyes. It was the misplay, and Quist is in the stronghold. This is looking like potentially a 2-0.
Wow. I mean, not good, I think, for Dewo as far as the mental. I worry. And obviously, I don't know Dewo personally. I don't know what they're thinking, but what I can say is that if I was in this situation, it would be frustrating because not only did you lose the first match to a miss, but now you're dying in the second match. I don't know. I feel like this whole match, Dewo.
It's in the stronghold though.
Okay, well, here,
He's even
here I am.
talking. I mean,
guess
and
commentator's curse.
Quist has been in here for a while, but he's back at starter. And it looks like Duo's making the same nav decisions that Quist was. If you've been in the stronghold for a while, you obviously have just seen more of it. So you know where you don't have to go. But if the other person just one-shots it, you're behind. And Quist is not doing a lot of that one-shotting. So I mean, neither is Duo. It really isn't anyone's game, and he's found it through the ravine. It looks like maybe. I wasn't 100% watching, but I saw he was in a ravine. I saw he was in a ravine, and then I looked over, and then he was in the portal room. So he's found it. True. Shows a Pharaoh for Pharaoh's Law. And are we going to see the 0? Very open. Front looks incredibly doable. 1 and 8 though. And he's not. Oh, he is. Okay. Say maybe throw 3 pearls there sometimes. At Y77, and he's not going for it. Dewo, have heart. Skeleton in the lava. Oh my god. Holy. Oh my god. Bed. Is he gonna put him in the hole? It's all good though. Okay. Oh my god. Skeleton lava. Oh my god. Dewo. You left the bed. Is it gonna matter? I don't even know. You just don't die. Oh my god. Quist getting a perch? We get the stream and then we get 3 seconds of lag. He's not getting the perch. Again, winnable from Dewo, but he's got to find the portal room. It doesn't look like an impossible 0. Is he getting food? 3 bread? That's actually not bad. Lost a bed. I don't know the anchor situation either, and especially on a 1 and 8, it's a little weird sometimes on the heights. No perch from Quist, and no half bow. So we could be here for 3 minutes. Dewo does have to find the portal room eventually, but preemptive gets so hard when you have so many mobs. Maybe he heard it? I don't know.
Oh, yep, there we go.
He heard
right
it.
up into it. Now,
what's the anchor situation looking like? I know. I mean, you kind of have to, but there's no prep. Is it it is no prep 0? Okay. He's got 4 anchors. Hittable. You have to go for it. 81, 82, 88 potentially. 6, 7, 8, 92. 5, 4, 3, 2, go. 2 out, 1 up. Gets there. Bed. Gets there. Gets there. Good damage. He's got the anchors. Does he even need the anchors? Is this just
my
a 5-man?
God.
Did he bring it back? Oh, he needs 1 anchor, but it's like 1 HP.
Wow.
Pearl clutch. Smart too. Maybe watch Priffin's game.
Yeah.
Like,
Wow.
what happened to Priffin? What a comeback. I mean, that was a very textbook 1 and 8. And dude, what a match. I mean, it's a game technically. What a game, what a match. Wow. 17 minutes. I mean, it's pretty apparent they both did die.
Yes.
And Duo was in the stronghold for
What a
3 to 4
comeback.
minutes,
Holy
but
shit.
fought through the mental and brought it back. And like game 1, we said was very good for Quist's mental, but I think game 2 could not have possibly been worse for the mental.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if you died
Yeah.
5 times in a row to like Thunder in the overworld and getting
Yeah.
struck by lightning or something. I don't know. But like you die, you come back, you're in the lead for the rest of the seed.
Yep.
You're in the end a minute faster, almost 2 minutes, and then it's over because you whiffed the 0. Just like, and it, I think like, I don't know if it was just he didn't want to go for it or whatever, but it didn't look terrible to me. Like Dewo threw a similar low pearl and staircased up enough. You have a lot of time. Maybe Quist didn't like the blocks he had, but he like prepped his hotbar also. Like Dewo sent that setup bliss, prepped the hotbar in between the pearls. And especially on front 1-8, you don't have a lot of time to do that. You basically have 1 pearl because you're block clutching pretty quickly on the second one. Like it's a great comeback, especially hitting that like mechanically hard. It's 1-8, it's setup list. It's not like insanely hard as kind of what we thought it was maybe last year. There's a ton of practice tools out, but it's definitely harder to do a setup list 1-8 0 than it is to like front cage or like do a 2x1 or do a bastion route. Like it's still a very hard part of the speed run. And so being able to clutch from behind like that gets your mental in a good spot. Again, you were behind. They both did die. So I don't know. What do you think, Nerdy? What do you think for this game 3? I think if we throw it over to our seed selection, we can talk while we're there and maybe I think it's going to be Buried Treasure, which is exciting. But
Right. Yeah. I mean,
what do
I
you
don't know.
think about this game 3?
I've been going back and forth. I feel like that game, there's just a lot of mistakes, to be honest. Like just to put it bluntly, there's just a lot of mistakes from both sides. I mean, obviously 2 deaths right at the beginning, but you know, Dewo, mismeasuring eyes, Quist. Well, I guess now that I'm thinking about it, Quist didn't make too many mistakes, but it's I guess like not going for the 0, I feel like is just a really or missing the 0. It's not ideal. It's not ideal, like you said. It's bad for the mental. Even though he did do well throughout the seed, he didn't mismeasure eyes and he caught up and all that good stuff. I still feel like there's just a lot of mistakes overall throughout both, and it's not easy for me to point to a single thing and say this is what made the match end this way. There's a lot of things adding up, and I think that all those mistakes adding up, I want to see these mistakes ironed out is what I'm trying to get at, and I'm hoping that both runners can iron them out, and hopefully we'll see sort of a more clean game 3 and 4 and 5.
Yeah, I mean, we'll sit here again, like we said, it was Buried Treasure. I think what you said is basically just right. Like, we haven't really seen either runner play a perfect game, right, yet. And I don't know, again, is it nerves? You're the first match of the quarterfinals day. I know both of these runners are on, like, very different time zones, so maybe the time that they're playing the match is a little bit awkward. I mean, maybe you just slept wrong or you ate like the wrong food or something. There's a lot of minuscule things that can add up, but I know both of these players can play lights out, can play perfectly. I've seen it in tournaments. I've seen it playing against both of these
Yes.
players on the ranked ladder. And I know they can play perfectly, and I hope we get to see that from both players. We do have a little bit of a break before our match 3, trying to figure out some technical stuff for just a minute. I think it'll be quick enough that we can just stall here.
Yeah,
What?
I mean, I'm excited. I think these players both show a lot of skill. I think, like I said, I think Quist ignoring the death and ignoring the choice not to go, like, I guess before entering the end, that was a pretty clean seed played. Um, so there's obviously my point is there's skill there. There is skill there, and I feel like just ironing out the mistakes is very, very doable. Duo, of course, as well, hitting the 0, going for all these, like, Duo also showing a lot of promise. So to me, both runners are definitely talented and clearly are very, very practiced. I think it's just turning nerves. I really do. Maybe I'm wrong, but it was like the first frame we saw in the Ruined Portal Seed, or not the first frame, but the first inventory open. I saw nerves. Like I instantly saw people clicking out of chests uh, too early, and I guess what I'm trying to say is I think it's really challenging, even if you are a good player, um, to try and manage those nerves in these higher settings, higher stake settings than normal. Most ranks matches are just much less. It's much less going on. It's just elo on the line, whereas this is your sort of entire season on the line, if you will.
Yeah, I think, and before we get into our seed 3, match 3, gonna put one of these runners up 2-1 on match point. A couple people in chat are wondering what happens for seed 4 and 5, because we are getting a seed 4, right? What seeds are they playing? The way it works is once we use the entire seed pool, so to speak, so all 5 seed types have been played, the loser still gets to pick, and they get to pick from any of the 5 seed types again. It's kind of like it just refreshes. So they can pick any of the 3 that they've played already, or one of the 2 banned seeds, but they can't pick the same seed for game 4 and game 5. It kind of like refreshes the pool of 5 seeds, and then they get sort of eaten up again. So you can't see a seed type more than 2 times, but we can potentially see the banned seeds happen in our game 4 and 5. So anyways, we've been waffling a little bit too much. We're ready to start the game. See this game 3. I'm ready to see some perfect Minecraft nerdy. I think the nerves might be shaken off. They've both won 1 seed, right? So you have some mental like that you can do it, right? And again, if you're up 1-0, you lose 1 seed. Now it's 1-1. It's weird. You're down 0-1, you win a seed. You're up 1-1. Maybe that's better mental, but we'll just have to see. I hope we just see some neck and neck. I mean, that last seed was neck and neck, but for a little bit of the wrong reasons, right? 2 deaths at basically the same time. We can do the last seed, but just without the deaths. I mean, again, both of these runners can make it happen. We just have to see them execute.
Very, very similar lines so far, of course, with the buried treasure. No misses, so that's good.
True. Both of them find it, and again, it's just going to come down to crafting speed, and I mean, it's just the small mechanics. And like you said, it's maybe favoring our any percent players that do this all the time.
Right.
As opposed to ranked, where you still do get BTCs very often, but it maybe is not as much as when it's just all you're playing for. But
Well, it's all you're playing for, but
Go ahead,
also
sir.
you're playing so many overworlds, and you're not necessarily playing a ton of nethers in RSG. Whereas in ranked, you
Oh,
have to
that's
play the
true.
entire seed, right? So you just go through so many more. Is what I was trying to get at with the RSG thing.
Shout outs to both these players too, doing an L portal. Love to see it. 2x1 enjoyers in shambles right now.
I like 2x1s. I like when people do that. Even though I'm not the best at them, I think that they're based. That's my
Do you
take.
know? Do you know the 2x1 like the better setup, or do you do the one that I do? Do you know even?
I do one that people have told me is like a little risky, and I don't get it every time because I'm rusty, but I don't remember which one.
Your
Silver
2x1 might be better than mine. That's all I'm saying.
Card.
It's like a pride thing for me at this point. Like not like maybe pride's not the right word, but it's like I'm sticking it to society, right? Like
Well, what is the record for 2x1? What is the fastest?
oh
no.
Quist is maybe dead. Quist is maybe dead. Block.
No, he's not.
No corner
Insane
hit.
stuff.
He's good. Wow,
Insane
what a
stuff.
save. No gold on the bar, and he gets it done. Wow. I know actually Dougal got a 3.95 on a like weird Evan K variation of the 2x1. It's like a double cobble skip gravel mine. You put a door in the portal. If you couldn't follow that, it's okay. I can't either. I was just so it's all good. I have no idea what I even just said.
Hey,
But I
it's
got
okay.
a 3.95, and I think that's the fastest 2x1. I think it's faster than the other method. But yeah, I don't know how to do a 2x1. I think my
okay.
fastest L is
It's
like
okay.
7, maybe high 6. We get it done. Like I said, it's like I'm sticking it to society. But also, Quist may be dead again. Doing a little bit too much waffling for the severity of the situation here, but you do have BT food. They got 3 salmon as well as 3 or 4 cod, so it's very chill, for lack of a better word, to take this damage. Won't matter that much as opposed to a Rune Portal Seed, but it could matter in the long run if Quist has to hunger reset in the portal room or hunger reset in the overworld and Debo doesn't. Food management is big.
Okay. Also, I have an update.
What's the update?
It's definitely not faster than yours, but my 2x1 record is 6.9.
Oh, you pulled up the practice map? See, that's I don't even have a practice map to pull up. I don't know what that says really. But I couldn't even tell you if I have it on an instance. I don't even know.
But it's okay. It's okay. We'll forgive.
And Chris is dead. I
Was
just
that
threw
just
a bad pearl.
I
Yeah,
think he threw a pearl.
It's in a retrievable spot. He hasn't reset the seed. I saw him die. I saw him nail the ground, and I saw his stuff go in not lava. So I think he's gonna run back and get his stuff.
Okay. I mean, it's not, I guess, the end of the world, right? It's not like a full reset.
Yeah, but Dewo's in the fort. I mean, we've seen these players throw it back and forth, but you're right. It's not a 4-minute mistake, hopefully.
Exactly. That's what I mean. It's not a 4-minute mistake. It's like a 1 minute and 30 mistake if he's fast, I think.
Could be under a minute. I don't know exactly where he died compared to his stuff. Is that his stuff right there? Okay.
Yeah, okay. It's like a
he's chill.
35
He's chill.
mistake.
Yeah, that was like a minute. And it doesn't look like you lost anything. And maybe nerdy, it was a hunger reset because he was low on food.
Actually insane stuff.
I really don't think so. But we saw Dougal with an extended hunger reset on the last week.
Oh my god, I remember. That was
flipped
fantastic.
his feet in the lava a little bit and had a little bit of a delayed hunger reset. So maybe these runners are inventing the meta that we are blind to. I don't know. But he's behind. Also, again, has to Pearl hang to home portal. I think Quist is not like getting the backup blocks potentially from housing or not getting all the chests because Duo's got 23 Obby and Quist is Pearl hang to home portal. And he didn't lose any Obby from dying. So I don't know if it's some difference in the routing because it also happened in Seed 1 on a housing where Quist played home portal, Duo blinded and got first portal, I should say, and had 700 distance. Didn't end up actually mattering in that seed because Duo missed the stronghold, but it is almost always better to be able to do 2 portals and blind at your spawner or your rods instead of doing 1 portal. In very fringe cases, you get like 2,500 block blind when it's like 1,800 home portal and your terrain is worse.
Quist! just failed the speed bridge
Oh.
while he was building out of the spawner.
No, man. And I mean, I think stuff burned. He's gonna run back, or did he fully reset? He fully reset. Okay.
Oh wow, that is.
It looks like the mistakes
Oh my
were
God.
not ironed out. Dewo's got fire eyes. I know, nerdy. We can maybe we can breathe. Maybe we can breathe. I know.
I'm
Maybe.
just, just watched like 2 deaths already. I'm ready. I'm ready for the next one. Ah, you're right. He has fire res. I should have not been afraid.
I mean, this is fast though from Dewo. This is going to be a 7-minute stronghold though. Like, if anything, it's maybe better for Quist that Dewo just like nails the seed down, because like maybe you were dead past the first, or like maybe you were already losing because of the first death. Maybe you're already losing even without the first death if Dewo cranks out like a 9-minute time, and it gives you less time to sit here and be like, I'm losing. Why am I playing? I'm losing. And if this was ranked, I would just forfeit, but I'm losing because it's playoffs and I don't want to forfeit. Like, Mineshaft starter. Stronghold. Okay, we didn't miss. W. But it's going to be weird preemptive. Don't see the strong or the portal room in the ravine. We'll see. Wrong pot chart. All good though. He's got about 6 to 7 minutes to play within the stronghold here. So I think we're chill. But this match has proven to us that we are anything but chill, regardless of the split we are in. And we're not going to see a 0 setup here. He's just got no health. So he's not going to go for it. But Nerdy, I think that's fine because Quist hasn't even blinded yet.
Isn't
So you're metagaming off of that, right? That like
it's not.
it's
not
just
good.
chill. And he's got wood. Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't know, chat. I don't know why Duo's shaking. You can ask him if you have a mind reader. Maybe he wanted to go for 0 or something, or I have no idea. Could be nerves, but it looked like an intentional shake, like that OMG kind of shake, like when you have your mic off and you're streaming and you see the portal room exposed or something. So, I don't know. Or it's some movement tech we don't know about. No idea.
True. Yeah, I think all eyes here on Quist. There's basically nothing. Even a task could not keep up to
No, a task could
Duo at
keep
this
up.
point.
Maybe
What?
not if he gets. Maybe
That's what
not
I
if
mean?
he like gets the snap. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. All I'm saying is there's this guy's channel. I think it's like default, by the way, or something, or like X default. And I don't like watch the videos because to me they're like all the same. But I guess that's the same with like regular runs too. But I don't even really watch regular runs anymore. So whatever. I digress. All his videos are like beating Rouse PBC or like tasking Rouse PBC, tasking Miguel's PBC, tasking the world record, and they're always like 2 minutes on these 7-minute runs.
I misspoke.
So,
I'm sorry.
If you're pulling out all the stops, like task can get a lot done.
Okay.
You can spawn
I'm
Enderman
sorry,
wherever,
misspoke.
you spawn Blazes
Uninformed,
wherever.
nerdy.
Pearl hang, portal room blind, 30-second 0, one shot nowadays. Like, I don't know, man. But maybe with the snap coming from Quist or from Duo, the task really couldn't catch up. But I haven't been confident saying that these seeds were over, but I think I'm now confident that Duo won't mess up the 1 cycle. Surely. Nice
And
5
there it
bed.
is.
And not the sub 9 that it potentially looked out not looked out to be, but you know what I mean. Still a respectable time.
It could have been.
Could have been faster too with 0, but I do like the decision to just play 100% safe.
Right.
Because your opponent hasn't even started measuring eyes. So it's going to be a 2-1 up for Duo. We're going to get into a seed 4 shortly, and these runners do get to pick between any of the seeds available. So we will see what they pick. We'll give them time to think about it because there are 5 options. And if you give me just a second, we might have. Let me see. Yes, we do have our tried and true Fulham mid-game analysis segment. We're going to have these for all the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals matches when a runner gets to match point. So because Duo is up 2-1, potentially only 1 seed left, we're going to throw it over to Fulham with our mid-match analysis to get you guys ready for our game 4.
Thank you guys very much for that beautiful introduction. Yes, we are at match point. Dewo is 2-1 up, and we're going to take a quick look through those first few seeds in case you guys may have missed anything for the, for the first few seeds. We're going to go all the way back, and we are going to see Christ's death in slightly higher quality here. We can see that he's entering the Bastion. I believe he enters the Bastion first, around about 10 seconds ahead of his opponent here. Goes down to attempt to do this manhunt in housing. Notices a piglin behind him, is potentially a little bit scared of this, so makes the jump here and just slips off. And now I don't speak much Russian, but I don't think that he was particularly happy with that set of events right there. We can see next up, we then have Dewo, who was seemingly struggling with a lot of food. You can see only one chicken remaining in this slot in his hotbar down here. Definitely not enough for the rest of the run, and we're going to see him hunger reset quite frequently throughout this seed. We actually see him hunger reset already for the second time right here and right now. This was where I believe that Dewo started to lose his time back towards Quist. So, of course, Quist took that 2-minute time loss early on in the run, but was kind of able to claw things back, especially due to how he left the Bastion earlier, much earlier than Dewo did. Dewo got all of the backup blocks, got all of the top chests. Quist did a much faster route, ending with 16 obsidian, as you can see in his hotbar down here. But because of this, it forced him to go back to home portal, which we're going to see now. But he had a absolutely fantastic pearl hang. Lucky to not die there, but was able to then just throw 1 extra pearl, get back into the overworld, and I believe he was able to hunger reset in that overworld as well, and if there was any animals, he was able to grab them, and that really allowed him to have an advantage heading towards the end of the seed. But then we saw what caused an arguably sad upset for Dewo here, going to his second portal coords, but not hitting the stronghold. As we can see, as far as I can tell, all of the location was correct. We can see in the top right up here, he does pull up his Ninja Brain bot, and we can see the 100% was indeed 160 and 2612, which is exactly where he is standing. So we believe it may potentially have been deeper, or it may have been an offset. This first error looks remarkably large. Definitely could have been a problem with that first throw. Maybe a little bit of offset from that. So if we actually go back to now, of course, Dewo was able to, did end up losing that first seed. Even with Chris dying, Chris was able to enter the end and finish off the dragon very easily. You can see that Chris there getting the advancement of I Spy. Moving on into the second seed now, Dewo takes the first death on this seed after grabbing some gold boots, placing them on, and then facing this 1v2 with these hoglins on the bridge. Drops down here, takes a little bit of damage, notices 2 hoglins, tries to run through, which is arguably the correct play, in my opinion. I don't think that's always wrong. When you're faced with these hoglins, each hoglin has a cooldown period of after it hits you, it can't hit you again for the next maybe 2 or 3 seconds, allowing you to usually cross one out and run directly past. On this occasion, though, the hoglin attacks were perfectly separated, and you can hear that from the audio right here. If I crank this audio to the max, we should be able to hear exactly the difference between these 2 hoglin attack sounds. you can hear that it goes one Hoglin hits him, then as soon as he runs past it, the other Hoglin hits him straight away afterwards, meaning that no matter what he could have done there, those two Hoglins were tag teaming this guy to make sure that he could not get past, and sadly, he does die and burn in lava. But not to worry, because we actually see that Kvist struggled in this spot as well with this TNT chalice, getting TNT from the overworld shipwreck, taking a couple of steps back to make sure he doesn't die here, and sadly using that flint and steel and somehow making a path up to allow these piglins to get up to him. Not only the piglins, but the zombie piglins, which was what was more important here. These pigs were distracted by the gold, that's absolutely fine, but of course the zombie pigs were angry and would not stop beating his ass. And again, I don't speak that much Russian, but from what I know, that was not quite the happiest reaction. So, as you may have seen there, as I tabbed over, this is what I have referred to as the Swag MF Multi-Distance Pearl Hang Seed 2.mp4. And this is from Dewo here, heading down from the bridge with only 11 pearls, heading towards the location of the fortress, throws one pearl, and then throws a second pearl here, and runs away. As we can see, while he's doing this, he turns his render distance down. That means that the pearl that he's thrown in this direction is now unloaded because he's not rendered it in, only rendering in a small location. While he walks back to the bridge, he can then increase his render distance slightly, but this pearl over here is still not loaded, basically teleporting him from one side of the nether all the way to the other. And this really, really allowed him to have that impact to get into the fortress much, much faster than Kvist in this location. He was able to get into the fortress around about a minute earlier, really allowing him to take advantage of this seed. And Dewo was definitely ahead at this point. But after getting to the fortress, we saw that Dewo threw 4 eyes total. The first one going into a tree, the second one causing him, a little bit of troubles. But the third one here, we can notice, does snap, as we can see in just the background up here. Can I pause it at the perfect frame? Let's see. First one did, in fact, break. I can't pause it at the perfect frame, and I'm not going to put you through that turmoil. You did see it. It snapped, and he's going to throw what is his 4th eye and his 3rd measured eye. And I'm going to assume this is because of the mismeasure on Seed 1, missing that stronghold, potentially getting a little bit of nerves coming through here, especially for the fact that we have 100%, but we have these quite high error values down here of 0.035 and 0.026. These error values are quite high, but because the stronghold is so close, you're able to have those high errors and still get 100% accuracy. And as we see, even with this third eye measurement and 4th eye throw, nothing changes on the offset. But this second overworld does cause Dewo to slow down a lot. And we saw that when he slowed down in the fortress in seed number 1, where he had to hunger reset to play a little bit safer. And we're seeing this again in seed number 2, where he plays safer once again to have to throw 4 separate eyes. And because of this, Kvist was actually able to enter the stronghold first. And have a look at this. Of course, we're experiencing some lag on Kvist's stream, but you guys may not even spot this here because of the small bitrate issues and because of the lag that we're experiencing here. In this location, and it's very small, Kvist spots the tiniest outlet of stronghold blocks into this ravine. And as we all know, Fyro's law, this is one of the laws that say when cave air does not overwrite portal room stronghold blocks. So you can see down here at the bottom of this ravine here, we can see some messed up stronghold. We see some, we see blocks discarded, some air blocks overwritten, and that means that the cave has actually infested into the stronghold. But for every room of the stronghold, that is completely fine, and that happens. But for the portal room alone, that does not occur. And we can see when this pearl lands here, as long as it doesn't lag, this is what was seen by Kvist here. And that is an insanely specific and insanely amazing vision to be able to spot this in the ravine. Notice that these blocks should usually be overwritten, so he knows by that and that alone, this is the portal room. And when we see he digs in through the side here and is able to enter the end first. And that's just an amazing, amazing play just to allow him to take this lead. However, even after this lead, Dewo enters the end second, around about a minute and 30 seconds behind, but goes for what is an audacious 1 in 8 zero cycle, which is not a particularly comfortable thing. Takes only 2 pearls, digs up, hits this speed bridge on the 1 in 8, cranks up to, I believe it was, 94? Okay, no, we go at 90 here, and we're going to see just a fantastic zero cycle. Really clean, gets there in time, and is able to deal so much damage to this dragon. Really, really clean. I think it was 5 beds and like a slither of health left. And we can see after this 5th bed, the dragon is almost dead, but does have to deal a 6th explosive here. We can basically count it as a 5+1, but he does place this anchor and comfortably finish off the 2nd seed. And as you can see, at the very end of this seed right here, as soon as this 1 in 8 dragon is done, Dewo goes and pearls down to the floor. This was actually picked up on by Feinberg and potentially was seen by last week where we saw Priffin versus Dewo, whereby Priffin was able to also complete a 1 in 8 dragon zero cycle setup, but sadly, by the end of this, even though he took out the dragon, doesn't instantly pearl to the floor and sadly was hit by the dragon, causing him to take damage and fall and die. So potentially, Dewo maybe went back and looked at the previous mistakes, not only from himself, but from the other runners, which was, I think, is just a really, really good way to learn. And we saw that he was able to take that first seed. In seed number 3, to make it 2-1, we saw that Quist took a death, or as we like to call it in the industry, an extended hunger reset here. With this pearl back towards the fortress, heading towards this fortress now, throws this pearl, and I believe he hits the ceiling, causing him to fall and sadly die. It was a really unlucky piece of terrain generation right here, as we can see. Hits that ceiling, could pearl into the ground, pearls forwards to try and save himself, but is unable to, and goes for the hunger reset. Little bit frustrating, stares at the camera in disgust, and then looks back. Quist sadly then took a 2nd death in this seed due to speed bridging, and I believe this could be because he didn't place on the Wither Skull on his head. Now, we all know that the Wither Skull on your head increases your luck by 1,000%, and sadly, because of that, we saw the exact opposite occur. After he does this Blaze TNT here to open up this spawner slightly more, tries to crank backwards, and unfortunately, using the coarse dirt, little ghast spawn hits the return to sender, but fails the speed bridge and falls, and lots of stuff does end up sadly burning. Dewo was able to take that seed, and I believe that is all we have. This is now seed number 4. Dewo is 2-1 up, and I'm so excited to see what is going to happen in this one. I'm going to throw you guys back over to Feinberg and Nerdy to give you this match point analysis. So, best of luck to both of these runners. Dewo on match point here. Can he finish this off?
Amazing stuff from Fulham. Feinberg's muted again. Guys, I swear.
Dude.
Guys, I swear it's not a bit.
I'm not even doing it on
bit.
purpose either. It's it's not a bit.
Anyways.
I'll
So,
do next time.
How you feeling, Feinberg?
I mean, it was good to see the recaps, to see what both the runners could do better again. And I mean, we wanted to see some perfect Minecraft in the last seed, and Dewo got us close to that. Didn't go for the 0, but it wasn't really any major mistakes in seed 3 apart from that. And I mean, hopefully Quist can bounce back from these deaths. I mean, died in two-thirds of the seeds. Died in every seed, actually, right? I think Quist has died in all 3 seeds.
Yeah.
I think he died in the first one, came back and won. Both of them died in the second one. Died in the third one as well. I mean, has to shake something out of the mental. And maybe if he doesn't die, it's just game over. But here's our 4th pick, Desert Temple. Wow. I mean, it is Quist's pick. Dewo did ban Desert Temple.
Yeah.
So
Makes sense.
it does make sense. And I mean, I don't have much more to say about it. It's interesting. Not a seed that we've seen before, one of the banned ones. If we get to the game 5, that'll be interesting to see as well. But I'm ready to get into our game 4. And I mean,
Yeah, no, this is exciting.
potentially, I'm also hopefully ready to get into a game 5 to see Quist win this seed.
You think Quist wins this one?
I mean, Dewo banned Temple for a reason, right?
Okay.
So
You think it's already over? Is what you're saying?
I don't think it's already over, but I think he can. If we remember that first seed when Quist died in the room portal seed, entered the Nether again with no food, and I think took no unnecessary damage, like not even half of heart of unnecessary damage before getting to the fort. I think Quist can play really well on low food. So I don't know. I mean, I think he just mentally has to shake off the deaths, and then we could easily see a game 5. So I mean, we'll just have to see what actually happens. But I mean, they have 2 gaps and 33 flesh, so you can easily, you can easily play without getting some like passive mobs for food, because that is something that you want to do a lot in Temple Seeds occasionally, because even though 33 rotten flesh is like a lot of just raw food in general, it is really slow. And sometimes like you can't like throw pearls back to back with that amount of that quality of food at all. So it's just not possible sometimes. And yeah, look, okay, Quist getting flint. I was gonna say maybe he was trying to get a fish. Sometimes tactical fishing into flint and stealing the fish for food is something runners do a lot. Salmon and river would technically be better than cod, but looks like Dewo is not. I mean, he's got an apple. Like, the amount of food they have is fine. Because again, we saw Quist play that first seed basically with no food after dying, so it's fine, but it's not amazing. It doesn't leave a ton of room for mistakes, and it makes a lot of mistakes more punishing, turns some mistakes that would usually be fine potentially into deaths. So
Yeah,
we
and I
will
think that's
see.
the main thing with Quist, right? I mean, the exception of not going for 0, I suppose. I feel like most of the mistakes from Quist have just been deaths, right? And
Yeah, I mean, death on every single seed. It's just very
Exactly.
hard for that to not be a standout point here. There's a bridge. Are we going to see game 4 with the Hoglins? I think there's only one big Hoglin, though. Should be an easy Dewo victory on this bridge. But we'll see. Can he get to the triple without dying to the Hoglins? And can Quist not die to Zombie Piglin in the bridge? Surely we have a clean bridge. There are 2 Hoglins. Gets past the first one. Oh, almost damageless past the second one. There's actually a 3rd Hoglin on Dewo's bridge because of this Crimson, but he made it. But maybe lost a little bit of time and gets to the triple at around the same time. And I'm going to force this lower route, mainly just because I think he fell and didn't get that bridge down. It really shouldn't matter. I mean, he has a ton of pigs from this Crimson. Quist looks like he has a similar big amount. It is just always nice when there's Crimson Forest terrain to the Bastion, and these extra like stray pigs can kind of just wander on. I mean, Dewo's had 4 Hoglins in his bridge, and he's got to be a little careful here actually with this Hoglin.
Yeah, what the hell?
Only because it's going to be good for food, and it's not like a negative that this is happening, but if he wants to lava bucket,
Okay.
oh, if he
No
wants to
lava
not
damage.
die, okay, he's good. I was gonna say, if he wants to lava bucket or anything like that, the lava could spill down into his top pigs. So
Oh, I
it
think
is
he lost his
weird.
lava bucket in the chest, or he put it in there.
Or put it in his inventory, maybe. I saw he was thinking about it, but didn't end up going for it. Could have lost a lava bucket too. It is not on his hotbar, so
I
I
know.
don't.
I'm pretty sure he put it. No, it's
Oh
not in his
yeah, it's
inventory. It's
not.
in
Yeah,
the
it's
other
not his
chest.
inventory.
I guess
Okay.
he maybe just.
Misclicked
I don't
it. I
know.
mean,
I'm not
you
sure if
don't
it
really
was
need it for
intentional.
anything. Like, it's not a necessary item.
I feel like it's good. I don't know. Maybe.
No, it
Hey,
is good. I mean, it would have made that Hoglin thing better.
yeah.
You would have maybe some cooked pork chop now instead of raw, like 3 raw pork chops. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Definitely some silliness in the Bastion, and didn't pick up on this in the over, but Quist has 3 mutton and he just ate 1, so he got 4. So he killed a couple sheep. So his food situation is better. I think the Bastion route has maybe been a bit cleaner. So we could be pulling ahead from being slightly behind in the overworld to pulling ahead in the nether. It just depends though on who's out of these trades first. Dewo's going for backups. Are the trades this bad again? I mean, there's 3 backup blocks here. 19
last
obby is what
obby.
he's going
Yeah.
for. Okay, yeah. I mean, you'll definitely get it out of 27 gold. I think it might even be almost guaranteed because of the ranked mod trades. Oh my god, he had to punch that pig in the hole. So
There's 20.
Quist has 20 as well, a little earlier. And Dewo's going, but I know Quist had a pearl hang. I don't think Dewo does. He's going left with this pearl. Oh!
Wow,
Save.
great clutch
Good
there.
clutch. Had some fire res, was probably fine. Didn't look like a scary fall damage situation, but it is still a good clutch. I think he just pearled the wrong way. Yeah, pearled a little bit left, has to go right, but Quist is still in. I guess I thought he had 20 obby and he didn't have 20 obby. I think it was because, yeah, it says he has 20 now. I think I was looking at his nether bricks and his inventory, and he had like 23 at one point, so I thought he was good. But yeah, so Dewo is ahead, kept his lead somehow. Maybe more pigs, maybe the Hoglin ended up not really mattering because the trades took so long. Either way, that it doesn't, the micro mistakes in the Bastion don't end up mattering really because you're there for so long anyways. That like messing around with the Hoglin, messing around with the triple, stuff like that is just whatever. And he's at the spawner first. No strays, but Quist stray is a skeleton, so it's not really that much of a downside for Dewo to have no strays here. And the only variation we're going to see other than strays is maybe these runners potentially playing different spawners entirely. Dewo went to a very exposed, very open higher spawner and has already got the blaze bed cranked, but Quist has 3 to 4 strays over here, which is a spawner cycle. 25 seconds on average between spawner cycles, so it's definitely a time save to get those strays in a vacuum. Now, if you have to deal with other things, if you have to run the wrong direction, I mean, now it's all Wither Skellies, and it looks like he's going to end up at the same spawner that Dewo's at. So I don't know, probably time neutral here, definitely behind. Because Dewo's got this blaze bedded spawner out. And it's a little bit of a weird situation a lot too, because strays are better when the rates are good, and just being able to sit at a blaze bedded spawner is better when the rates are bad. But you don't know the rates before you play the seed. So if you play for the strays, you kill 12 stray blazes, takes you like a minute because there's just so many wither skellies and everything. And you have like 2 rods. And you use like food and you use sprint and you're moving around everywhere, versus someone who got the same amount of blaze spawns sitting in a spawner, doesn't have to use any food, no danger whatsoever. It's a very interesting part where runs can diverge, but in this run specifically, it looks like Dewo is just ahead. Gonna have to throw 2 eyes, doesn't do boat eye. Going pretty far out, so if these eyes are measured correctly, looking for low offsets, looking for 100% on the calc. Got 100%. Is he confident? Doesn't look like he's throwing a 3rd eye. Better eye measuring split from Dewo in this match compared to others, in this game compared to others. The Quist is blinding, doing boat eye, so is able to go off of 1, but gets weird offsets, actually can't go off 1. Now, I don't know for sure if these are like 3 strongholds that are like 1 chunk away from each other, but he is throwing a 2nd eye, so doesn't have that boat eye time save. Gonna keep Dewo more in the lead. Two and a half hearts only.
It's a little scary.
Half a heart. Just far skeleton shot. I mean, they're getting. He's like sitting around here, but they're getting closer. Yeah, I would have expected to maybe run farther, but okay. He's chill. Is this gonna spawn him in here? I mean, he built it in with dirt, so it doesn't matter. Okay, cool.
Nice.
But does Quist have 12? Quist has 12. This is giving him space to catch up now, though.
Yeah.
He caught
the
up in the
damage,
rage
just-
somehow. Like maybe the strays were good, and he's got much better food. So even though we had to measure 2 eyes and enter the fort later, so it didn't have the boat eye time save, didn't really have the fort time save. He is like ahead, getting to these chords by what seems like. I mean, looking at their chords right now, they're literally the exact same.
Yeah.
This is very neck and neck, but Quist has this food advantage. I think he's going to be. I wish I knew. No, I do know. Agapel heals 2 hearts of a regen because of UHC. And he gets
Right.
2 absorption hearts, so he's going to be at 8 hearts. Missed. Didn't miss. Duo in the same spot. Maybe low. Maybe too low in a cave, but Duo hits starter.
Nice.
Weird for Quist here now, and burns a Pearl to get the starter. So, food situation. Again, they're at the same stronghold, but
Oh, and insta-nav. from
wow.
Quist.
So it doesn't even matter. Just is able to boss out on the preemptive. I was just watching Duo. I thought he was going to get there first, hit starter instead of just a random cave, but he's in. And is going to go for 0. Front looks hittable. Gets the blocks out. 100. Oh my god, it's so tense with the life. Falls. Clutching? Maybe?
I don't know. Okay, I
Clutch.
guess he gets-
Clutch. The internet issues working with the script to give us banger content, but Duo's found it.
Here we
It is
go.
a
Now,
hard
Duo can just win
0.
this.
He's gonna go for it, but top 100 is hard. Not something I am personally confident with. And I mean, like literally that half a second on organizing the inventory and that half a second on the Pearl could have been it. And he falls too. Oh my god, they both fell. It's a perch race for Duo to take seed 4 or for Quist to send it into a game 5. Complete perch race.
Yes, remember
Quist
to
giving
place
himself
the obby.
more odds, better odds, I should say, because he's half bowing and choked the 0 first. That's not the perch. In game chat, Duo did say fuck, and Quist hit him with a question mark. So there are maybe some mental games here. Is that the perch for Quist? Oh wow. We're gonna see a game 5. Oh wow. Quist typing me too as the dragon's perching. Is he good? Okay, he's good. 5 beds? Yeah, he's good. I almost got 4 on the bar.
Will
6
be-
bed. You know, it
We're going
gets
to game
the
5.
job done. And we're going to a game 5. Wow. I mean, Quist somehow is just making the time back. I don't know where. Like, just the
I think
fort
he
was
just
better.
not taking
Like,
damage and stuff. You know what I mean?
yeah, and he got some sheep in the overworld, which was maybe why it was a little slower.
True.
But he's able to use that food, and yeah, didn't have to hunger reset. I mean, Duo hunger reset twice. Hunger reset in the Nether and in the Stronghold, because he
Yeah.
hunger reset like in the fort as he was leaving, and then threw 3 pearls to get 2 Stronghold cords. So,
Yep.
I mean, we get to see a game 5. And if Quist doesn't make any mistakes, I think he takes game 5, Nerdy. I think he's
Really?
playing just slightly faster.
I
And he
I
didn't,
agree.
and he didn't die in seed 4.
Okay, I see what your line is. The way I see this so far this entire match is it feels like Quist is faster and Devo is a little more consistent. That's what it feels like. So
You're
for me the
100%
question
right.
is isn't, who's going to be faster? It's going to be Quist seems like he is just faster. Is he going to be consistent? If he's not consistent, then Devo will win. If he is consistent, then he should win based off the previous patterns that we've seen in the past 4 matches. We'll see. It could go either way, of course. It's definitely not like that Duo can't be faster. It's not like Duo can't be inconsistent, but the idea is generally this seems to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, the only major decision-making difference, again, was the food in the overworld. And again, the colors on some of these splits are a little off. If you look at the times, they're correct. We'll try to fix the coloring. the green and the red specifically, but Quist just behind in every split up until finding the stronghold. So it's or like getting into the stronghold. So I don't know if it's. I mean, it's got to just be the food. I mean, Duo had to take 2 hunger resets and Quist didn't. I mean, it took him so much time to box in that skeleton, craft the anchors, hunger reset, dig himself out of that hole, and then start going back to stronghold chords. It just has to be what it was. And it's just the micro of playing the whole seed just slightly better and getting that food in the overworld that I guess made the difference. And Quist didn't die. Didn't make any big mistakes. So
Yeah.
pretty big dub.
Good stuff here.
Buried
Buried
treasure.
Ah, unfortunate. Hey, we got our shipwreck seed still, kinda, more or less, from that village, so it's okay.
Yeah. I mean, Duo won on the buried treasure seed. I think he had a faster overworld on the buried treasure seed as well. So I kind of understand the play, right? It was a seed you were comfortable on. You won that seed comfortably. It was very fast as well. It was in the end at like 8 minutes, just didn't zero because Quist was so far behind that he didn't need to. But I mean, I think I'm ready to get into the game 5, nerdy. I don't have much else to say. I'm ready to see a conclusion to our first quarterfinals match of the day. Again, guys, we still have 3 more full, complete potential best of 5s to
Let's do
play.
this.
I mean, there's already been banger content. It's only game 104. Huge W.
It's interesting because we were talking about how, on average, Quist is faster, it seems like, but his ranked average time is actually slower. I don't know if that's necessarily an indication, but it is something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I mean, it could be something to do with some low sample size, but Dewo's got 75 games, so I don't know. But weird BT Quist finds it. Is it in this chunk here? Yeah, Dewo should be able to find it as well. So a little behind on the overworld so far on his seed pick. So it really won't matter too much, potentially. We haven't seen any of these seeds come down to just a few seconds. It's been
Yep.
bigger mistakes that have put one runner in the lead or one runner behind by a minute. They've both been in the end at the same time on a couple of them, so it's been possible for it to be close, but not yet seen like 2 perches at the same time or stuff like that. But Quist looks to just be, I mean, the ravine's pretty obvious. I think both runners saw it from the island, just looking for the BT in the first place. So it's just going to be, oh, is this fake though?
There's
Okay.
a 2x1
2 by
Feinberg.
1. Scary. Like, he's going to get it done. Oh, never mind. He obbied his 2 by 1. So he
Okay,
has
well,
to
Well,
find another one and
could
maybe
actually be
gives
pretty
Dewo
bad.
a little bit of space to get back. Looks like Dewo likes the L portals, but might have to force a 2 by 1 or maybe didn't even craft doors.
Oh no.
Is it
Wait.
nerves maybe too? Like getting like you had game 4, you were close, you fell off the 0 tower. Could have won, could have put it away 3-1. Now it's 2-2.
I think that's totally a thing. I really do. Speaking from experience of having been in
Oh, and
Simply's tournament,
Dewo
I had
messed
a
up
similar
the
feeling.
2 by 1 also, and Quist is still building a portal as well. Like I'm watching Dewo mess it up, and I'm assuming Quist is going to be in the Nether, and Quist isn't in the Nether.
Oh
And
no.
Dewo buckets his portal. Like I don't know, man.
But yeah,
But
oh,
they're both figuring it out. Maybe I mean Quist has to repair 3 things here.
uh,
Is it just like nerves times a million? You think like just
I don't know.
game 5?
I guess, yeah. I don't know. It's
I mean,
hard
I
to
think
say.
Quist has almost spent more time in this magma ravine than he has in the rest of the overworld.
Yeah, yeah.
I think 100%. I think maybe he spent more time like in a portal trying to build one than he did in the rest of the overworld. Like, what does that even do
Yeah.
for your mental? It's not even like one silly mistake. It's like 6 in a row that you just keep like just can't do the portal right over and over and over again. I don't know.
Yeah, and hopefully that will not harm him too much. Um, yeah, I don't know. The mentals in general, I think, are both mixed because I think. Oh wait, do we have a death? I can't tell. The
Go
lag
again.
screwed me over there. But
Yeah, same
no, but
situation,
yeah, I
but
think both runners have had kind of mixed experiences here. Because obviously they're tied. And I feel like Quist this entire match has, or I mean this entire set, not this specific match. Um, has been very shaky, has made a lot of mistakes, but has been going pretty fast. Whereas, like you said with Dewo, Dewo could have just put the game away last match. Unfortunately, didn't, and not getting the 0 off. And so I think that feeling, I was talking about this a second ago, that feeling of being really close and then not quite getting it, and now you need to do a whole nother match again. I think that's really really tough. It's not like game over for Dewo mental wise, but I think that is a challenging sort of mental block, and hopefully he won't get in his head about it.
yeah, and I mean, you only have about 5, 6, 7, at most like 10 minutes of perfect Minecraft left, and then you get to take a break, watch the rest of the matches today, come back and play tomorrow.
Yep.
So you just got to focus for a little bit more. Just keep that
Right.
mental solid for just a little bit more time,
True.
and that's it. And I mean, Dewo again ahead entering the Bastion. Gonna go back down to check trades. Probably gonna be ahead leaving the Bastion as well, but Quist also playing pretty quick. Double split, pearls and string. Enough fire res and Dewo's out. I think Quist, I don't know if he's pearl hanging and he's also out quickly. I think he has to check top chests here, so going to be behind as well. Throw the pearl hang, which is nice. Is the fort visible? Think so. Maybe a bad pearl. No, it looks like a good pearl. Yeah, and the fort's visible on the right, so. Is that the spawner too? No. And Dewo ahead in the fort, sees the spawner on the right. 2 strays here. I mean, I think there's enough of a lead. Maybe not. I mean, Quist catching up though. Not enough of a lead yet for sure. Especially we have seen. I mean, Skelly here. I don't know what the spare food is. If there's any salmon or if this was a low cod. Yeah, no food. So you're on 5 hearts. Did Duo really eat all his food? Does he really have no salmon? Quist has 2 salmon. Is he really out? Is this Duo's downfall? I don't see. I don't see salmon in the inventory. He has no food.
Oh no.
And I mean, surely he grabbed it
mean-
from the BT, right? So it's food management, it's damage management. I mean, we saw it literally in the last game. Duo ahead every split and then loses time to having to rip a hunger
Yeah.
reset. And Quist has like 2 salmon and the same health. And so he's going to not have to hunger reset maybe at all, or maybe only has to hunger reset once and Duo has to hunger reset twice. So that could just be all the time save. I mean, in the last match, it was all of Quist's time save in the
2.5
entire
hearts.
seed. And I mean, I was gonna say Duo because we were talking about him being low, but Quist almost dying in the spawner.
Looks like he's okay. Still scaring me though.
Yeah, and maybe he just lost all the food advantage that I was talking about, just getting hit by 2 blazes, and Devo able to pick up a couple pork
Yeah.
chops. Like, so
Commentator's curse. It's okay. It's
it
okay.
might have just went completely, like, flipped who was ahead here in our food situation.
Food race. I mean, the food race is really the. I mean, I don't know. I feel like the quality and quantity of food is it's very important for not only speed but also just life is. Food is good. That's what I'm trying to say. I like food.
Yeah, and I mean, these pork chops are putting in work. He's heading to the stronghold. He's on 10 hearts. Maybe, I don't really know how close it is. He's building to cords now. Oh, fell. House fire res. That was scary. But, I mean, he's got enough food to not even have to hunger reset and go for a 0, assuming you take no damage in the stronghold. Still has, like, some additional healing as well from still being on full hunger, as Quist is still measuring eyes. I mean, we're running out of time to catch up for Quist. Nerdy, this is very professional. Keep it serious.
Oh, sorry.
Bacon-
I,
bacon or
I, I, I
salmon.
could I could know myself. I can know myself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just the
Okay, I
debate
forgive you.
between their two kinds of food is, I think, very important. You know what I mean?
I mean, I agree with you. I think you're
Yeah.
right. I would say bacon, but I think I'm
That's fair.
allergic
I'm
to
a
salmon.
salmon guy, you know, but I can respect that. It's like they're both very good. And in Minecraft agrees with you because pork chops are better. But I guess pork chops aren't bacon, but whatever.
Would bacon ever? They should have bacon in Minecraft. That should be a mob vote. Food vote. Bacon. Food vote. Minecraft food vote.
That would be good.
Thoughts?
I like the idea.
Maybe it's like two. I don't even know. Well, they decided on pork chop like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, or whatever.
Yeah, fair
Anyways,
enough.
Duo can't
Not
find the
destructive at all.
portal.
Not
Yeah,
destructive at
Duo
all.
can't find the portal room. I've been watching him nav. Like, it's just getting to lap 2 here on this stronghold, and it's giving Quiz time to catch up. And if he's able to hit the preemptive, like, both runners at this point are gonna have to hunger reset to try and zero. So Duo lost his advantage of having that full health, having those pork chops, because it took so long in the stronghold. 2 pearls, not chest. But I mean, Quist is in, and Duo doesn't seem to know where we're chilling. I mean, is this even start, or your portal isn't even here? I think he sees it though, and he's gonna aggressive pearl. But Quist is just there also through the lag. Okay, talking about games of seconds here. This could be it. Like, is Quist hunger
Wow.
resetting? He doesn't have the hunger reset build set up. Yeah, he's going to the side to do it. Oh no, fire! He's dead. It's over. It's over. It's over.
I can't believe what I just watched.
I mean, it's not over. Quist is having some struggles here in the fucking hunger reset with a silverfish, and you could choke the zero, but I'd put like 100 to 1 odds in the fact that it's over. You'd have to completely die and have no comeback potential. He doesn't obviously know. He doesn't know that Dewo's dead, so he's gonna full send this zero, but it's just, especially if it's not zeroable, it's over. He's gonna full send it though. Through the lag, we're gonna have to see what's happening. 87 going to 95 in the back, very hittable. Built to 96? Is it breaking? Did he fix it? Literally can't tell. Gets the bet off. He'd have to die mid-zero. Oh my god, it's low! Okay, he clutched. Sorry about the lag, guys. It's, there's not much we can really do about the internet provider situation.
No, it's just building suspense. It's just building suspense.
But he clutched. And yeah, I mean, not only heartbreaking to hop into the portal room lava seconds away from entering the end, equally heartbreaking to watch the game back later, know that Quist choked the zero, and know that you were one successful zero away from playing on Sunday in the semis, potentially winning the playoffs. I mean, wow,
That's
man.
just
Like,
so brutal, man. Yeah, it's just heartbreaking. I just feel so. And honestly, dude, like, huge respect to Duo for continuing to play.
Quist can even make it. Okay, he does through the lag. Yeah, I mean, he didn't forfeit. He's still playing because Quist could have made a similar mistake, but he doesn't. It's going to be the 1 cycle. It's going to be Quist coming back from down 2-1 to win our first quarterfinals match. 3-2. Wow. I mean, it's a sad way to go out, but it just came down to the runner who made the least amount of mistakes throughout the matches. That's what it was.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I guess GG. I think both runners played well. It sucks to see the match end that way, I feel like, but at the same time, I mean, well played to both runners. Yeah, I mean, the mistake there from Duo obviously is heartbreaking, but I still feel like Duo has a lot to be proud of. You know, getting this far in this tournament is really impressive, and not only that, but the fact it's obviously very heartbreaking that he got so close to getting to the next round, but didn't. But at the same time, it's impressive that he got so close to getting to the next round. And I think there's a lot of pride that can be taken there. You know, great effort. You know, some nerves, whatever. Next season, I expect Duo to be a top contender.
For sure. I mean, we did see a lot of mistakes in this game, but we did see a lot of great Minecraft play. Some good on your feet, quick thinking, some great mechanical play, some insane 0s, 1 and 8s. But Quist takes our game 5, and I mean, we are a little behind schedule. I'm ready to hop into our next match, but I did get food and I need to go get it. So how about we look at the bracket, and Nerdy reminds us about our sponsor of today's video. Well, I get food, and yeah.
So we are sponsored, of course, by Creo. The absolute legends. I mean, the fact that Creo sponsored us in this short of a time span and came up with these insane metal prints that are designed by MCSR artists, and they look so good. Oh my god, they're amazing. I love them. I love all three. You don't forget, you can get 25% off for 2, 35% off for 3, and yeah, I mean, all 3 look amazing. I think you can get a combination of any of them for those metal prints, and I mean, I can guarantee the quality based on my personal experience with them. They look very nice. They don't look like kind of like cheap, you know, sprayed on with a, I don't know. They look really, really nice. They're not super. They're not like a super cheap material that, you know, will break in 5 minutes. They totally hold up. And not only that, but once again, as mentioned, L-Aesthetic, Grassfur, and Rattles art. So they all look amazing, and they have like a surprising, like, I like the sort of the balance between the 3. I think is really good. You kind of got the purple, you got the like the orange, and you got like the blue, and I don't know. Anyways, I'm like I'm a big fan of all 3 of these prints. I mean, look at them. They're just so good. They're just so fantastic. I think I love the little, like, look at the little like sword like in Rattles' shipwreck. Like, I don't know, there's just these little details. I'm sure that will look great when printed as well. I also particularly like the little duck in the bottom right of the L-Aesthetic one. That's a nice little, I don't know, nice little subtle detail. And then of course, man, I feel like look at those end crystals. I feel like the end crystals really look amazing. I like I try to say is, in all 3 of them, they have like these little details that I feel like look really, really good. And yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at here. Can you find
very true.
the ducks on the
I'm
Bastion?
back, sorry. The ducks on the Bastion are only in the Twitter. That's really posted to you. It's some ducks. Anyways, I'm back. I got my food. Thank you, Nerdy, for carrying the commentary there.
I can do that.
Again, we have Ankle Boy versus Automat coming up for our second quarterfinals match of the day, and I'm ready to get right into these player interviews. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to see what these players have to say about themselves. So let's get into it.
What can I say? Hello, I'm Automat, I'm speedrunning, blah blah blah. Okay, cool. Well, hello there, I'm Automat. I'm from Poland, Polish speedrunner. So yeah, it was 11 years ago when I went to my friend's house and he showed me this game that he found on YouTube or something, and it was, yeah, Minecraft. And yeah, I kinda liked it, so I just started playing it for fun. And then like in 2012, I went into creating my own YouTube channel. I believe in 2018 or 2019, I just decided to give up YouTube for quite a time and focus more on college, on maybe some CSGO. And then just speedruns came, and I kind of fell in love with Minecraft again. So I tried them, I liked them, I revived my Twitch channel, and yes, sub 20. The rest is just history. I I'm not sure which world record I saw first, but that was maybe Sizzler's or Nice Twice or Benex's, maybe even Dreams video. Combination of these and Polish streams, actually, Polish YouTubers trying to beat the records, but it all inspired me to just try speedrunning also. I wasn't fully active in Minecraft speedrunning again after my comeback to Season 1 ranked, and just because of it I didn't play ranked Season 2 at all, and just, yeah, I had to like qualify, right? Top 100, and just played 6 matches, got 100% and was like, yeah, that's gonna be funny, let's just stay at it. I mean, every single opponent's gonna be hard. And I'm scared of actually myself the most, because I have no idea how I'm gonna perform. I need to play more and more consistent, and I've been working on it. It's not easy for me mentally and physically to do so. So yeah, every single opponent will be very hard, for sure. I'm very proud of my speedrun community that we've created over these 3 years. I don't think I'm the best. I think Hofik was in his prime better than me. So my goal is to push myself to be even better than Hofik was in his days before he retired. I'm not gonna say it's my main motivation. I just want to be the best player I can just be. These days I'm very much focused on the speedrunning and YouTube community and Twitch community right now. I'm very proud of my YouTube channel. I'm very proud of my Twitch streams and community that I've gathered here. Very kind people, very amazing people that even if I just disappear for a year, they're gonna be still back there to support me and my Minecraft speedrunning dream. And it's just a beautiful thing to, you know, see all these people interact with each other and just being nice to each other and to me too.
Hi, I'm Boy. I'm a 19-year-old speedrunner from Turkey. I started playing Minecraft in 2012 by playing survival with friends, and it is among the games I have played since then. I started MCSR 3 years ago in 2021. When I saw Illumina's world record, it caught my attention, and I have been speedrunning competitively ever since. Getting into the top 8 was challenging, and it helped me improve myself thanks to competitive matches. I like how Silver plays. He pays attention to even the smallest details and rarely makes mistakes. Since I am currently preparing for university, my time is generally limited. In the remaining time, we make parody songs within the group called Kırkayak, and there is even a diss track made against me.
Wow. Fantastic. I swear it's not.
It's not even a bit. I forget every time. It's not even a bit. I'm not even kidding. I forget. I was eating too. I have like a better excuse this time, guys. I'm not even trolling. It's not a bit. Like, I'm not kidding. I didn't mean to be muted.
Okay. Well, really, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to say. But anyway, some great interviews there. This is obviously a match that, you know, I personally have expressed a lot of interest in, specifically. You know, of course, Automat, very funny narrative that he's only played 6 games in the regular season. Now going into this, he's already top 8. I mean, that's just funny. There's no way around that. It's just funny stuff. It's just good content.
Yeah, I mean,
and yeah,
the storyline there, and then also Ankle Boy having the fastest ranked average in season 2, like
that's awesome.
ranked
Yeah.
warrior. Didn't finish rank 1. Think was maybe like in the bottom half of finishing top 8. But has the fastest average. I mean, he's just a very, very fast player. From personal experience, from talking to other people, Inko Boy is extremely fast. But Automat, extremely consistent. Maybe a bigger blown up version of what we saw in the last game, Quist vs. Duo, consistency versus speed. Maybe even bigger disparity there in this match here. Automat, I mean, literally only playing a few games, but he's been very consistent. It was a very dominant 2-0 against Oxy last week. So we're going to throw it over to Fulham to fully recap last week's matches with these players before we get into the seed selection, before we get into our second quarterfinals match. Take it away, Fulham.
Amazing. So thank you guys for joining me again for this recap. Big thank you to the players in the last seed. I'm going to try and speed through this one as quickly as possible because I know that we are tight on schedule at the moment. Of course, going to a game 5 there probably does cause that to happen. First up, we're going to be looking at Anko Boy's last matches. Was playing against Rannick. Entering the Bastion, it seems like Anko Boy plays a lot more consistently in this matchup versus Rannick. Let's have a look at how Rannick had to enter this Bastion here. Little bit of struggles. It just seemed like Anko Boy was very consistent in last game. You know, we've all had those sort of situations where you lose 20, 30 seconds. But I love how Anko Boy played this Soul Sand Valley Fortress. He really showed how aggressive he was, you know, just able to, you know, look at that Pearl Clutch. It's just all fantastic. The aggression and the speed at which he played was just unfathomable. And Rannick, sadly, unable to keep up. Anko Boy able to take this seed in game number 1 very easily. Anko Boy in game number 2 hits the 2-0, and this is why you probably didn't get to see me analyze this one last time. Anko Boy able to hit a absolutely fantastic zero cycle. Very, very simple, but does sadly mess it up. This is what was this was what the issue was in this seed. We've only got a few beds now. Rannick gets the insta perch after also going for this zero cycle. Sadly, also messes up the zero cycle. So both runners struggling a lot with this end fight here. Both of them placing their anchors. Actually, sorry. No, Rannick was the only one who did place the anchors. And now Rannick only has 1 bed remaining, allowing Anko Boy to finish out this seed slightly faster than what Rannick was able to do. This one was a much more scuffed game than the first one, especially just because of that double failed 0-2. Very, very difficult zero cycles. But with Anko Boy on just half a heart, he was able to axe the dragon to death. Did have more explosives, but sadly wasn't able to use them because of the half a heart. Was super, super close in the end. We're going to head over to Automat, who was playing in our first match of the day versus Oxidiot, and goes down to break this treasure spawner, which I think was very clever, a very smart play, pretty safe again. And Oxidiot sadly taking a death to Pearling here, allowing Automat to have the time to play ever so slightly safer. Does have a little bit of trouble here trying to do the sprint boat tech that's been enabled, but forgetting that he's already broken all of these blocks, but does enter the end first, does the classic Automat half bow, nearly takes the death as he sees the dragon charging towards him on a perch, goes for the insta leap down, which I thought was absolutely fantastic, but really does one cycle the dragon fantastically well, takes the first seed, and also takes the second seed as well. Oxidiot unfortunately messes up the early portal entry, ever so slightly, you know, losing that water, losing a couple of seconds here and there, but allowing Automat to get into the lead. Oxidiot only gets 16 obsidian, meaning that they use the home portal for beds, and also for that measurement, allowing Automat to get into the stronghold first. And Automat enters the end around about a minute faster, gets the perch, and sustains his 100% win rate from the start of the season all the way to the end. 2 players both going 2-0 in their first games. This one is a clash of the titans, the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. Who's going to take home this victory? We don't know, but this is what we're here to find out. Anko Boy versus Automat in a best of 5. I'm going to send it back over to the other 2 commentators. Nerdy, Feinberg, take this one away. Really excited to see this best of 5 here.
Fantastic.
Recap. I'm not muted this time.
Not muted. Let's go, Feinberg.
I'm not
Let's
muted.
go. That's the real win today that we've seen.
Good to see the just high level of gameplay from both these runners. I think Fulham's right. Like if our last story was 2 underdogs, Quist and Dewo playing, I mean, I'd say Automat is another underdog here, but it's a very weird, not traditional sense of the underdog, right? Like not having ever lost a 1v1 this entire season and in playoffs. And
Yeah.
we get another shipwreck ban. Oh my god. And a BT though, instead of Temple. Interesting. What do you
Yeah.
think?
I mean, Ankle Boy, disappointing me a little bit in this way. Banning Shipwreck, I feel like one day that won't happen. Automat banning Buried Treasure, which, I respect, So we're going to play Village to start. I think, I don't know. I feel like there's a good chance. I mean, it's hard to say entirely, obviously, but I think there's a good chance that Automat's played more villages in his life.
Then Ankle Boy?
Yeah,
Probably.
I think that's
I
true.
mean, they're very off meta. Automat, like he said in his interview, has been around for a while. Played a
Exactly.
lot more back then than he does now, I think. Just yeah, and I mean, he didn't ban Temple either, so maybe comfortable on low food situations. Again, very comfortable, very consistent player.
Right.
Whereas Enko Boy, incredibly fast. Look at that, 12:06 ranked
Yeah.
average, 8:36 best ranked time. Again, Automat doesn't have many matches that we can really pull a sample size from here for this. The stats down here. Only 6 wins, and I mean, who knows how many of those were even finished games? Could literally
Yeah.
be 2 averages there, but Desert Village, ugly, but there's another blacksmith. I was gonna say just 2 gold is not ranked filter worthy, but 13 iron is ranked filter worthy. So not gonna need to kill a golem here. Gonna be, how do you find flint? How do you find your enter? How much food are you getting? Both runners actually getting 3 hay bales each. Some nice consistency there. And I mean, very textbook seed. If you can find the lava pool, Ankle Boy making shears for blocks, very smart. We'll see if Automat does the same. It's awkward on these savanna trees, but he's gonna find an oak one over here maybe that he will shear. It's just really weird for the acacia to get the like upper ring of leaves. I do think it's better than not shearing at all. Surely he made the shears and is actually gonna use them also, maybe? There we go. And Automat also making shears. So both of these runners, it's just the correct play. Nice see from both of them. No mistakes so far. And the lava pool is just right here. So it's going to come down to flint. Maybe they're wood lighting even.
Both of them look like they're going for that.
Yeah, Automat just forgot water there. But if there's no gravel, I mean, it's definitely the right play. And it's going to maybe create some variance in who enters first. Automat using leaves instead of wood. Works. I think the same way. I think they might burn faster. I should know
think so.
more
I think
about
that's
the
right.
woodlight, but I mean he's at a leaf almost already burn on him once. So if they burn faster, I think it's the better play. But Ankle Boy's in. Some
Ankle Boy's
RNG
in.
here potentially. Automat. He's got 1 fire caught. Should potentially then go here within the next few seconds, but we'll have to see. It
Not
is
a good
just
start.
RNG. Yeah, there's not much he can really do. I don't think it's possible to standardize woodlight stuff. Yeah, these leaves are burning and not catching. He is on hard. Surely the fire that could, as Ankle Boy heads towards the bastion. Oh, no more fire. Puts leaves back. This is unfortunate.
Yeah, this is not what you like to see.
But what can you do? I mean, it's almost worse for the mental too than it is for the time stuff. Like,
Yeah.
it's still potentially like catch upable situation, but it's just getting unlucky. I mean, again, I don't think the leaves versus the wood really matters. Like, I think he could be putting more lava down in some situations, but like, I don't think it's the perfect woodlight setup. Yeah, and he's trying to maybe look for flint, but there's just none close. There's no river, so
Does
he's
this
just
setup
got
just
to
not
hope it
work?
works out. I mean, it should work. Some people in chat saying leaves are
There we
worse. Oh
go.
yeah, there we go. Like 6 fire blocks. Oh, and he
Oh
gets
no.
picked by the fire as he gets in. Just insult to injury. That not only behind by now over a minute.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the optimal setup. I don't think it's.
Oh, is he
Is
gonna
he
die
dead?
here?
Is he dead? I know he's on hard still potentially.
Oh
Oh, skeleton, and
no.
he's fully dead. Like, oh man, just can't catch a
God, what
break.
a brutal start to this game. It's not like a full death, just to clarify. He didn't
Yeah,
lose stuff,
well, it
right?
is a
So
full death, but
you
it's
know what
not.
I mean. It's not like
Yeah,
a, it's not like a 4-minute death here.
I
It's
know what you
a
meant.
death at
It
4
is
minutes that will lose him like a minute or less.
complete just insult to injury though, like that.
Yeah.
Sitting here waiting for the wood light, finally get it.
Yep.
Definitely was his fault that he ran into the fire, and was potentially his fault that he got jumped by a skeleton. But I mean, there's only so much you can do sometimes. The Skelly, both Skelly's still here actually, but I
Wow.
think he's got all his stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's not really much you could be missing from the overworld here. So, did he
Yeah.
even? Is he even heading to the Bastion? Yeah, he is. Okay, it was a little wrong direction.
Oh my God.
And okay, does he have bread? He does have his bread. Okay, so he's good. Again, is this something that you can just shake off and just run it back in the next seed, or even try to play perfectly in this seed and hope Ankle Boy makes a mistake? Because it's been maybe 2.5 minutes now that Ankle Boy's been
Yes.
ahead in the Bastion, and it has taken him a while. So haven't been fully paying attention to if this Bastion route slowness is his fault,
Right.
or just low pigs, or just bad trades, because he's finally got 20, so I'm waiting on 20 for a while. Made iron bars for ground zero, but I think only can make 4 beds, so it's kind of funny that I don't think he'll be going for it either way. And maybe he didn't see the fort here? I think we'll see it now, though. This is the way that Automat came in to the fort, so
Right.
maybe, yeah, sees it over there to the left, I think. So Automat not getting that much time saved back from Inca Boy's terrain nav, and is it already too late? I mean, we've seen people spend minutes in strongholds, we've seen people die doing zero, we've seen people die in the portal room today. So, like, literally anything could happen. But it's not a good start at all when you're this behind. I think I think Automat's still on hard.
He
Not
might be.
entirely sure.
I mean, the piglins spawned in with the gold sword, so he definitely entered the Nether on hard. Or he spawned in the Bastion on hard. But
Okay,
did he?
people in chat saying he switched back. Yeah, when you
Yeah.
enter
Okay.
on hard, they would like be strapped,
Yeah.
for lack of a better word. Some
Yeah.
potential
Yeah.
fire aspect swords, some potential sharpness swords. But yeah, when you see enchantments on piglins, you generally know that, oh crap, maybe I'm on hard. Maybe I should switch off. And it didn't seem to affect his play that much, but again, just behind by a couple of minutes. Boy not playing a perfect blaze bedded spawner, but it's good enough. Got most of the blocks cleared out.
Right.
And 4 beds, 3 anchors. Definitely zeroable. I don't know if I'd be comfortable with ground zero with this many explosives, but speaking as someone who's never attempted ground zero, I don't think I have like authority to make that opinion mean anything. So maybe
Yeah.
we'll see him go for ground zero, but it'll most likely just be zeroable. Anyways, he's getting into the blind split. And again, yeah, Automat just still in the Bastion, taking both runners a similar amount of time, and that's not what Automat wants when he's 2 minutes behind. No Ninbot on screen for Ankle Boys, so I know he doesn't do boat eyes, so we're probably going to see 2 eyes from him all day today. And I don't think Automat does boat eye either. I wouldn't imagine he would have learned it recently, but maybe. I don't think he did it last week. Automat in the fort, though. I mean, it is Ankle Boy's game to lose for sure. Just in the sense of as how ahead he was from the woodlight, from the death. I mean, no major mistakes from Automat other than those 2 things. No major mistakes from Ankle Boy, but it is 2 just big time loss, big quality mistakes. And it's not a good thing when the mistakes are high quality. You want the low. I don't even really know how to phrase it. Like you get like low quality mistake, you could take that either way. But you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean.
Impact is a better word. Shout out to Fulham. Nice pearl clutch there from Ankle Boy as well. High impact and low impact mistakes. Is this gonna hit the stronghold? No.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Okay. Always rough when you're in a cave, but it's never the end of the world. Nice preemptive spike there as well.
Yeah, this is looking like a potentially very clean win for Anko Boy. Unfortunately, we may have Automat's first loss of this season.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like it. It's gonna have to be a choke on the 0, either with a death or with so much time loss that Automat's able to fully come back. Because even if you choke the 0, you still get the perch. At 95, gets there with a ton of time left. 1 full rotation. 2 full rotations even. That was way quicker than I thought. Not amazing damage on the first bit, but we got 7 explosives. So as long as there's no anchor shenanigans, just remembers to put an anchor in the middle before he charges them. Perfect. Anchor on the side. You're going to have to use all 7, and I don't think he should get hit off here, especially if he falls down. Nope, still good either way. Oh, we're good, though. We're good.
Does get it off, but he's okay.
We are good. And yeah, that's going to be our seed 1. I mean, just no mistakes from Ankle Boy, really, I don't think. Like, other than maybe minor stuff that was like 1 or 2 seconds here and there, just like a very clean run. And
Automat, unfortunately, the win streak has ended. At least
yeah,
insofar as, season 2. Even though technically these don't count for season 2, but you know what I mean. Everyone knows what I mean.
yeah. I mean, other than the woodlight, Automat died. And it was other like apart from that, I mean, just clean Minecraft from both players, but those 2 mistakes were high impact, like I said, and that's just that's all there was to it. I don't know.
Good stuff, though. Good stuff from Anko Boy. I mean, shout out to Anko Boy. That match, I mean, I don't know if I could think of even like, I don't know, just very clean play overall. Very clean play, and it's hard to put too much criticism on Automat, I feel like. I mean, yes, there were mistakes that happened, but I feel like it was really just, a bit of bad luck, some smaller mistakes that added a lot of time up, and Anko Boy just playing very clean, very fast.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm ready to look at our seed selection for game 2 and get right into it. I don't know. Just not much to say about that seed. It was just good Minecraft. The mistakes were just unfortunately too severe, too high impact for Automat to be able to come back, especially when Ankle Boy plays perfectly like that or close to perfect. There's not much you can do really.
Yeah.
If you're in an Automat situation, like I wonder if he would have even like how close it would have been if he didn't die to the woodlight or didn't slow down. Like how fast really did Ankle Boy play that seed? I don't know. But Automat picks Desert Temple. Between Desert Temple and Rune Portal, I mean, they do have to play all 3 seeds. Because it at worst case is a 3-0. So this doesn't really matter what you pick here. But it's Desert Temple over Rune Portal. And maybe just more confident in the food situation. But the only thing about this Desert Temple pick, Nerdy, is it's possible that it's a Desert Temple. Obviously, the Desert Temple will be in a desert. It's possible that there is another woodlight situation for Automat again.
Oh no, we don't want to see that. That would be a disaster. But no, I believe Automat, goes for so leaves are worse. Is that what I'm getting?
I think it's they did not actually change the seed.
Very good.
Unlucky. It happens. Happened last season. No big deal. We'll get back into our game in just a second. What can you do? I mean, maybe there was a desert temple on that seed. It was a desert. Maybe, I don't know. But I think leaves are maybe slightly worse. But I know his setup wasn't amazing. The cup setup, I think the two on the side don't do that much, and you want to have lava on top of the portal, like on the corners, that flows down on the side, and it gives a ton of lava source on the like air near the leaves to like insta catch. He didn't make the perfect setup, but he definitely also got unlucky. So hopefully we don't see a flintless woodlight. That's kind of redundant. You wouldn't really do a flintful woodlight. I guess we have no iron. I don't know. I digress. We are going to get into surely our desert temple seed this time, and it does look like it with a village for good measure as well, but it's too far away. Runners probably won't be using that village. There's the lava pool, but there is a river, nerdy. We're gonna see flint. No woodlight.
Ooh, let's go.
W. Very
Hopefully
exciting.
hopefully there's a piece of gravel in the entire river.
It's possible that there's no gravel. 10 iron, that's perfect. 11 actually. So, but as well with 11 iron, there's 11 rotten flesh only, and I'm not sure about golden apple count. So this is a hyper low food seed. Is Inkle actually heading to the village to get food? I think he is. Look at those hay bales. I mean, it's really not that slow, I don't think. They're at the edge of this village right here. Like he's gonna blow this up, and it's like 50 bread. You're gonna get a bed. You're gonna be able to blow up this house for your wood. So I think Automat's gonna be in the nether first, but it's gonna be a much worse quality enter in terms of the food and the blocks that he has. Like,
right,
slower to blow up this savanna tree, less wood. Inkle is able to find gravel here. I mean, Automat's already got his flint, so I mean, it's a similar situation for both runners, but
right.
I think what Inkle did here is just much better.
Noticing
I agree. that those hay bales were so close. Now, like if the hay bales were on the opposite side of the village, I don't know if it's the right play. But he has 42 bread. Like Automat's 11 rotten flesh might only do 10 full hearts of healing. And he's already down 4. Like I don't.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very tight, and I don't. Was Inkle running to a different lava pool? Okay. No, he wasn't running towards.
It lost him what, like 20? He's like 15, 20 seconds behind here.
I mean, if there's one hunger reset, or just one instance ever where you need to throw like 3 pearls in a row, or something, like 4 in a row potentially, it's.
Oh, and he's taking fall damage immediately.
Yeah, like it's definitely gonna bring him the time back. It would have to be like a god seed for Automat to not lose that much time to food. It does have 1 golden apple, so it's not the end of the world. But again, it's like very little food. I have no idea what bastion this is. I think it's housing. It's treasure. That was my second guess. It was my first guess, and then I saw some weird stuff on the bottom. Unlucky. It's bridge and chat. Could be stables as well. There is a bridge that Automat's on right now. So again, maybe some bastion naming discourse. Why is treasure named bridge? Or don't clip that. Why is treasure not named bridge? Why is bridge not named treasure? And the bridge has the treasure, and the treasure has a bridge. What do you guys think?
That is the question that everyone wants to know. I mean,
guys,
it's really. No, it's a fantastic point. It's honestly one of the best points I've heard all day.
Thank you, Nerdy. And again, I mean, look at Automat. He's at the bastion, still at 6 hearts, but 6 of his rotten flesh is just gone.
Yeah, just burned.
From getting there, from taking some damage. I mean, again, he's gonna have a gap. I don't think he's gonna die. Automat is not the person to die, even though he died last season. Yeah, it's just slow. I don't expect to see a death from Automat again in this best of 5. just knowing him as a player, knowing him as the consistency demon. But it is just slower. Like, you're just gonna not be able to throw pearls, especially if this is a partial or full SSV fort. If you want to play safe and not die, it is so slow to do that on Rotten Flesh compared to Bread. And taking 2 crossbow shots from a crossbow piglin is not the way to save your health at all. And a skeleton as well, just burning through the limited food resources he has. Another shot from a skeleton. Yeah, it's the food situation might decide this seed and might put Ankleboy up 2-0.
Yep.
It's
It really might. I mean, just the 4 hearts right now, 2 run. It's just not looking good. It's just not looking good for Automat. I hate to say it.
I mean, if I'm him, you might even need to eat the gap, like, as you pearl to the fort, and then, like, you get 1 hunger reset, and it's very doable. Nice pearl from Ankleboy there. Wow. Go 1 block gap, and he gets on the fort. No block clutch needed. That was an insane pearl. And, okay, it doesn't look amazingly SSVable. If Automatic goes down here, he's going to go left and play strays. So maybe some time save potential if he gets good strays. But if he doesn't, he's going to hit this spawner late. And yeah, he's going to have to run back. So it did end up being time loss. Not a good enough SSV. Didn't lower render early enough, I think, because it's just so close to the Bastion that it doesn't really matter. So a little bit more time loss. Gonna put Ankleboy more in the lead. If the food situation wasn't enough, no fire res from Ankomat. Dude, they both like start with an A. It's so hard. I've been doing it all seed, man. Oh my god.
You know what?
I've been doing it all
It's okay.
seed.
I can't blame you. I can't blame you. I can't say I wouldn't do that myself.
Well, you haven't, so it looks better than me.
Yeah. I wouldn't do it myself. I was trying to be nice, guys.
That's okay, Nerdy. I'll take the L there. But yeah, Ankleboy is just going to be in the lead. Automat pearling to terrain, maybe to throw a second eye, maybe to have a cleaner hunger reset. Maybe he doesn't know the best way to hunger reset in your ocean hovering nether portal, whatever you call that. Like the Y70 floating nether portals. I mean, to be fair, I don't know the optimal setup. I could probably freehand something, but I don't know an amazing setup for it either. Wonder what he's going for here, though. If he's gonna... Oh, picking up his eye. Okay. So he gets the hunger reset off, but it's just so much slower. Looking for his second eye, maybe.
Yeah.
And it didn't break, I don't think. Looking at Ankleboy's inventory... Oh, it did, actually. He has 1 spare blaze powder. When runners do that, it's so silly. Not crafting all their eyes.
Just behind again. I hate to say
Yeah,
it.
I mean,
just behind.
it's just the food situation, I think, and Ankleboy not having to pearl away and hunger reset and everything. Like, it's that's why he's going to cords and Automat's just behind on the rods. He blinded first because he was lower on rods in the first place. Took more time on his measuring split. I mean, the food situation's fine, but if he has to throw 1 pearl, I don't even know if Rotten Flesh will heal you 2.5 hearts. I think it will barely. Like 2 Rotten Flesh will heal you 2.5 from the pearl, but he has to throw 2 pearls. There's going to have to be another hunger reset, I think, or some food in the stronghold if he wants to 0. So it could already be over. I mean, you're in the stronghold first, in the end first, 0able. It is over. That's just how it works, but it looks
It's
very
like that one
weird
decision.
nav. Yeah, just not going to the village. I don't know.
So, I mean, there have been some mechanical stuff that looks like Ankleboy's been faster with,
Portal
measuring
room.
stuff like that, but
Sub 10 pace. How much bread did he eat out of the 42? He has 33. We've eaten 9 bread. Still has the gap in his inventory. 10 bread now. Pearl, if it's front, very doable. And this could just be, could be a 2-0.
This could be 2-0, yeah.
Pushing to 95. Lots of time. 2 good pearls. Yeah, another full rotation. I mean, and I think there's just a ton of explosives. He has one from the village as well, so has even more explosives than Automat if it did come down to it. But I don't think it is. And credit where credit's due, Automat catching up a lot of time, like gonna be in the portal room, maybe even in the end as Anko Boy wins. So it was within a minute, minute 5, minute 10, but it's the food decision. I think that's all it was.
It's literally
And I
just
think that's
food,
why
yeah.
Anko Boy is up 2-0. It's just knowing that you have 11 round flesh only, no passive mobs in the savannah. Going for the village hay bales was just the right play.
That's crazy.
On
Yeah.
the seed. And gives him the 2-0.
I mean, fair play to Anko Boy. Like, I don't want to take that away from Anko Boy. That's a really heads up play to see the village and to go for it and to commit to make the judgment call that it would be faster is not an easy thing to do at all. And you know, it feels a little bit risky in a way because you know that you're told that the seed is a desert temple and you play the seed as a desert temple and
Yeah.
then you see the village. Having to make that call is not easy. And I think it was just really well done from Anko Boy making that
100%.
call.
Knowing that time loss on the enter would
Right.
spiral and snowball into eventual time save on the seed, and that's all it is. That's all it was.
Yep.
And I mean, I think with that, I think we're ready to send it over to what potentially could be our shortest analysis segment of the entire season with Fulham. I think he's ready. Maybe he's not. Maybe I'm giving a little bit of time there. I mean, honestly, wasn't much to clip or analyze. Not any insane mistakes from either runners, but we'll see what Fulham has to say as we get into our analysis segment in just a second.
Okay, so yes, as Feinberg did say there's not a lot to go over. In fact, in that first seed, we do literally have one clip total to go over, and that is this very first clip. We see the fire in this portal, not amazing, really slow wood light from Automat here, struggling to get that wood to finally light. Shifting on the side of this block does clip on a little bit of fire. And the really important thing to note here is that he is still on hard mode. And this is what's going to cause all of this trouble here in the rest of the seed. You know, we see still on fire, taking a hell of a lot of damage, not regenning at all, does just about survive here, but by digging through this part here, there's a sneaky skeleton, double skeleton, and does die. And the first seed, I don't have anything to analyze for Anko Boy. Anko Boy clean plays the whole run. Not really a lot of mistakes, you know, seconds here and there, but there's nothing to analyze in utter detail, as we've had to do with the last couple of seeds. Anko Boy plays it very clean. We're going to go into seed number 2 now, and the big decision difference here was that Anko Boy decided to go for this village. Again, something that both of the commentators picked up on very early on. A village was seen and decides to go here. I think one of the really important plays was able to not only get that food, but to be able to get all of this wood, all of these quality blocks early on, just to be able to increase the gap. It was only maybe a 20-second decision between those two plays, but arguably the biggest discourse of the whole run is
maybe some Bastion naming discourse. Why is treasure named Bridge?
Why is treasure named Bridge? Now, this is the real analysis that you've come to see from the Fulham analysis segment. Why is treasure named Bridge? Chat, I'm going to throw this one over to you because I've gone through all of my books. I pulled out a whole folder of information. Look. I pulled out the Bastion naming folder here, and I scrolled all the way back. I could not find why treasure was in fact named Bridge. I'm gonna have to throw that one over to you guys because I'm not sure, honestly. Anyway, next up on seed 2, Anko does make a fantastic pearl through here to head onto the fortress. Very, very clean. No need to go round, just one pearl, you're straight there, increasing that gap. And something that was brought up last was actually how to hunger reset in these 70 Y70 portals. And this was a clip that I wasn't really able to use from last week. Draconics showed this off absolutely fantastically. Did really, really well. And they showed perfectly how to do this sort of hunger reset in these floating portals, something that Automat may not know how to do or just wasn't 100% confident in doing. Able to place this bed here, break the portal, and pearl into the floor a couple of times, resetting your hunger and getting back up to full health before heading back through the portal. Something really clean, just wanted to bring that up from last week. And finally, Anko Boy in the end first, getting another very clean 0 cycle, gets there very early. Early rotations, early beds, able to deal substantial damage to the dragon. Very, very comfortable, and it's a comfortable 2-0. I don't know what Automat can do to bring this back, because I'm going to be deadly serious. Automat hasn't played badly. He's made one mistake on seed number 1 with that Woodlight. Little bit unlucky, being truthful, but the real mistake was not turning it off from hard, and that is the only mistake that I can see from that seed number 1. Turned it off of hard too late, sadly, and that caused him to take a little bit too much damage. In seed number 2, not a lot of mistakes made by Automat. Played really well, just an unfortunate decision-making error early on, deciding not to go for the village, even though those hay bales were quite close. Not getting any of those, pigs or cows in the savannah that he decided to go to, and that was all the difference was. So, again, it's two really, really... It's a clash of the titans, if you will. I wonder if this is going to be a game of two halves. Are we going to see Automat still play clean, but play correctly now? Maybe make the slightly better decisions that we've been known to see him make? It's been a really close game, and I don't want to say Automat's been a step below, and I don't want to say that Anko Boy's been a step above, because both of these players have played really, really well. However, the scoreline says 2-0, and all that Anko Boy has to do is play clean for one more seed, and we could see Automat's 100% record turn into a 67% record. So, let's see what this 3rd, 4th, and potentially even 5th seed does bring. I'm going to give it back over to Nerdy and Feinberg to take you through those final seeds.
I'm unmuting. I was gonna speak and then I thought about it and I realized.
Congrats, Feinberg. I'm so proud. I'm so proud once again. I'll give you guys like a what the fuck emote, or like, what is it? I go like this or something? I don't even remember.
That was pretty
That's
good.
me. Yeah. I feel like do like this too. Yeah.
But yeah,
okay,
I mean,
sorry.
definitely a shorter recap. Literally, like Philip said, one clip in game 1. And I mean, I think he brought up some good points, like just neither runner, like single digit mistakes in both seeds combined, like just overall. So what can Automat do? Like he has to make the mistake count be 0. And then even if there are no mistakes, is Anko Boy playing perfectly enough to the point where it doesn't even matter? Like, is Anko Boy just playing faster? Has the fastest season 2 ranked average. Is that just enough? Is he just consistently faster and not making the mistakes today? I mean, in the first 2 seeds, that's been what it's been. So
he just has to win one of the next 3. And so Automat needs to take this little break that we've had, refocus, harness that 100% win rate once again, because he's got to win 3 in a row right now. He's got to bring it back to his season 2 stats. You know what I'm saying? He's got to win Rune Portal. He's going to win 2 more after that, and he cannot lose. If he loses a single one, he's out of the tournament. So, I know, we'll see.
And if he wins this Rune Portal seed to keep his tournament chances alive, Anko Boy gets to pick the next seed. And then if Automat wins again to force it to a best of 5, Anko Boy gets to pick the next seed again. And it's both seeds. It could be any of the 5 seed types that we've seen, because it's seed 4. The bans don't matter anymore. So it's possible. Could be a 3-0, but it's very stacked against Automat, just due to he's got a reverse sweep, and he's got to do it on potentially harder seed types where Anko Boy can be much more consistent and confident, especially because he's played ranked maybe 100 times the amount that Automat's played. Like, not even an exaggeration, might have 100 times the games. I mean, he has 50 times the games in season 2. And Automat only played 20 games in season 1. I don't know how many he's played in season 3. Like, Boy has at least 10 times the amount of total games played in ranked, which just gives you so much experience with the filter, with all the small things,
Yep.
with exactly how everything is generated. So we'll see. But so far in this room, Portal Overworld very consistent from both players. Gonna not have food issues. And it looks like Automat is entering first. Maybe some better Mob Wonder RNG. Maybe some better mechanics on what is happening. But this Basalt spawn doesn't look like your typical rank spawn. Not sure.
Yeah, this is a
Definitely-
bit strange, huh? Definitely does not looks like a seed I'd consider resetting in RSG, which I feel like most most ranked nethers don't look like that to me.
Yes, but Bastion is
some
guaranteed to be
terrain, though.
close and open. Fort is guaranteed to be open and close to the Bastion. And it looks like it just became fine. And I think I see a housing potentially or stables to the right there. And Automat's in the lead. I mean, not really.
Pork chops though, you know what I'm saying? Franco boy.
Yeah, I
Not
know.
sure.
Automat does have similar amount of pork chops though in his
Does he?
inventory.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's stables here as well.
True.
Well, there's stables, yes, but there's hoglins.
Oh, there we go. Oh yeah,
Stables.
you're totally
Pulls
right.
out
Yeah, he
two
was 4.
extra, so he's got 6 in total.
Wow,
now,
yeah, nice.
Don't really know. I mean, if both players play well, if those 2 pork chops will matter, but Ankle Boy not getting that chest, so could be a better food decision from Automat. But let's see, heading into the gap, slightly outdated route, but not a huge deal. Gonna go up and bring these pigs over, and Ankle Boy is not going to manhunt the upper pigs. Look at this though. Look at this. Automat on 4 hearts. Look at this.
It's
Crossbow guy, sword guy. Click him. Eat the pork chop. Looks like he's good, but distracting so many pigs.
Yeah, that's gonna
makes
not be
them
ideal.
a little slow occasionally. Baby Hoglin. 4 hearts still didn't actually ever eat the pork chop, but it's like you're not really taking damage anymore.
Right.
So it's hard to say that was a big time loss or not. This Baby Hoglin could end up being annoying though.
That could be annoying. A little nuisance.
And the only other thing that's weird here is I'm not sure how many more pigs Automat has compared to Ankle Boy, because he did the
Yes.
like upper sort of manhunt stables route. Like it looks like Ankle Boy has a lot of pigs. So
Right.
I don't know if what Automat did ended up saving him time or not, as opposed to just heading right into the Bastion, into the gap and trading, which is what Ankle Boy did. I don't know if he wanted to do that. Definitely kind of got just boxed out by some pigs, didn't have gold, didn't have distraction materials. But yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of time to overlap looting these chests, but I think Automat's going to have to loot the same chests and then go back down the same way, so... Oh, Pig's mad here.
Yeah,
from the
lots of guys
backup
over here.
box. Yeah, it just depends on... He goes to this triple first, could save some time, as I think the double chest wasn't helpful. There's a lot of obby there, so yeah, it looks like both these runners are good. I mean, 12 obsidian from Automat. I know he hasn't checked like any of his trades. We'll see.
He's a little bit behind here on the Bastion. Let's see if he can... Yeah, Anchor Boy's out, so Automatic gonna be running down and then loading that pearl back up.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ankle Boy is still ahead. Nice boat play there as well to get into the gap here. Good terrain. Recognition.
Oh no, he aggro's a piglet!
It's okay. I think it's fine.
It was a disaster still.
It's too far away from the fort to matter. You know? Like if you pearl onto the zombie pig on the fort, we've seen how that can go very badly. But and they both left. Like Ankle Boy caught up a little bit of time. Definitely has less food. And this is a far fort, so it could actually end up mattering. I don't know, it's got 1 extra pork chop, and I don't know about the quality of other food that exists. It might just be these pork chops. Ooh, Ankle Boy, bad pearl. No food. Oh, three mutton as well. I was gonna say pork chop again. So food situation is maybe okay, but he's just not finding the fort. I mean, it's in this basalt. We see Automat in the fort, but Ankle Boy just can't find it. And yeah, I mean, it's so close to him, but this is a very exposed fort, so he's just like too low maybe, or around this hill. Like, I don't really know what these runners did differently here to get to the terrain, but Ankle Boy is just not finding it. I think he's just too low. Finds an edge finally, but Automat has had time to build up these strays.
Yeah.
And get info on the spawner. I mean, pearling to another stray, even how much food and pearls he has and is confident with. Needs to potentially find a spawner, but see some on the side. I'm like, where is Ankle Boy even entering this fort? Like, so far back. 2 Wither Skellies, just more time loss. Can maybe jump over these guys. Nope, gets a hit in. Now there's 3 Wither Skellies. Like, what do? Do you go up? This is okay, but you're just so buried. It's just not looking good for Ankle Boy. This entire forge is just time loss after time loss. Finds the good part finally. Another Wither Skelly hit. He's still alive, but this is, again, almost an opposite of the food situation. Was so good for Ankle Boy last seed, so bad for Automat last seed, and now it's the complete opposite.
Right.
4 rods and a blaze bitted spawner for Automats. I mean, he's just ahead. It's just, can he keep this lead into, like, throughout the rest of the seed until he kills the dragon? That's all he needs to do.
Boy, I'm pretty low. Yeah, just man. These for some reason it's something about like being down like 4 or more hearts in a blaze spawner. I just get paranoid. I get paranoid watching because like I feel like it's so easy just get a double spawn, boom boom, and then you're just gone. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter
how good you are. If you get 4 blaze spawn and then another 4 blaze spawn 10-12 seconds later,
yeah,
it's over. Like, you're gonna get hit. You can't physically kill the blazes that quickly.
Yep.
So see how far away this is. I know they're at different spawners, so the spawn rates in the blazes could be different. So something that Ankle Boy is potentially looking forward to, but I think he's just so far behind that it might be too little too late if Automat can play the rest of the seed pretty well. And like Film said, Automat really hasn't been making that many mistakes. It's like one small decision in both seeds was just such a high impact decision.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, he hasn't made any of those high impact mistakes this seed, and there's only so much time left to make those decisions. Like, he's already going to second portal or hanging a pearl there. At least needs 1 more rod. 6 beds, 1 anchor, 7 beds. 7 beds, 3 anchors. Excuse me. I mean,
things are looking good
for 2 0 cycles. Yeah,
things looking good here for Automat.
Will he get the 6th rod? I mean, it doesn't really matter though, because Ankle Boy has similar rates, but he gets it there at the very end. So we will see. How close is he to second portal chords? 240, 166 maybe. Hard to see with the artifacting, but I think he's right there. Just gonna start digging down here. Yeah, and Ankle Boy 2 rods behind and second portal travel behind as well. So if we get an easy preemptive and an easy 0, it's gonna be a 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking really good for Automat.
And stronghold. A little weird, like in a cave above it, but he's good. Didn't look like a great preemptive spike anywhere. Not comfortable with any of those spikes. Maybe behind, but not comfortable with any of those. He's still scanning. I'd say maybe straight behind, but even then, I don't love it. We'll see, though. He's sending backwards. Gets some bread. Might be enough to dodge the hunger reset, potentially. And yeah, I mean, if there's any split for Inkaboy to potentially make up the time, it would be
Totally.
this one. You know, a 0 will be very similar speed for both runners, but this is where there could be some time to be saved, and
I mean,
not
Angerboy,
looking
he's
great so
he's
far.
on Automat's tail. You know what I mean?
And the interesting thing here too, Nerdy, is different spawners, I think,
Ooh, these might be
means
different.
different strongholds. I am almost positive these are different strongholds. So I think it was already done preempting. He might have gotten a good spike. Automat doesn't know where it is. Boy finds it. And all the time save that
crazy.
Automat had is just gone to no spike, to different stronghold, to potentially game over. 56. You can get a pro clip here after 4 blocks. Gonna come out. Is it zeroable? Not really. And okay, it was a hunger reset death from Automat. I looked back and he was dead.
Yeah.
I mean, is this just a really bad stronghold? Is he getting
know.
unlucky? Is this the portal
I mean-
room? No. Is there a portal room? Surely. I don't know. I mean, but you knew you were ahead, and I mean, it's obviously still winnable because it is perch RNG. But the longer you spend in here, the longer that it will be till it is just game over. And it looks like there's still parts of the stronghold that he's never even seen. On this back left, like never seen that library. Never seen that library either, so I don't know if it's some weird just entity culling with the preemptive that he couldn't get a spike off or anything like that, but
Right.
regardless of what it is, it wasn't. That's a very weird generation. It just couldn't find the portal room, and it might just be it. Get a snap from Ankle Boy here somewhat soon. But yeah, no, it looks like, I mean, Automat fully cleared that left side, and now just got no idea where this portal room is.
Yeah, this is
It
just
just
this is
happens
heartbreaking.
occasionally. If it wasn't on that left, that's where I thought he hadn't checked that too much. But there's the snap for Ankle Boy, and it's gonna be
That
over.
should be game. Wow, yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, I feel like that one is. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, how much of that is skill? I don't know. I mean, it's very hard to say.
Yeah, it's just impossible to see differences in the stronghold there, right? It's impossible. Forts are so big, can't fully standardize like what stronghold people go to, but Automat gave himself a lot of time and just couldn't find it. Now, how much was it due to the stronghold? How much was it due to lack of preemptive? I don't know, but it is what it is. I mean, again, it's just that was his one mistake in the seed. Was just was just the stronghold. Just one mistake in each seed that just caused him to lose. I don't know if we can show the nav. I mean, could maybe pull it over. We don't really have a scene prepared for scouting. I can try to personally pull it up. We have a few minutes. I guess I do have the seed.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that Automat is out of the tournament. But I mean, I still think his storyline, it is a sad way to go. But I mean, still at the same time, he got top 8, which is very impressive for only having played 6
Like
matches.
6 games. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
definitely
that's
crazy.
very impressive. That's very, very impressive. So, still, the
Finding the
storyline
stronghold right
is
now.
good.
I'm like looking at the nav. Sorry if
It
I'm
was a
like
good effort.
distracted. It doesn't look that bad. 1, 2, 3, like 8 rooms. I could see. Yeah, I could see where it gets hard. I don't know. Or I'll put the seed in chat. and the chords of the stronghold if you want to look yourself on your own Minecraft instance. But obviously, it just happens with how different strongholds work. But I mean, shoutouts to Inko Boy for being able to play well enough to where Automat just making one mistake on each seed was just enough for him to lose, right?
I mean, Anchor Boy is looking like a strong semifinalist.
Especially Automat, I mean, a clean 2-0 against Oxy and Inko Boy a clean 3-0 against Automat. Like,
right.
Maybe like one mistake in the whole series from Inko Boy. Like nothing big that I can really point out other than whatever happened for him to just be a little slower in the stables on this last seed. Just the overworld, some mob RNG perhaps, and finding the fort. I mean, that was the only shakiness in all three seeds. And so, I mean, I think Automat wins this series or gets a lot closer against a lot of other players potentially, but Inko Boy just played so well that it's hard to see him, I mean, not potentially getting to the grand finals tomorrow if he plays the same way.
Absolutely. It was, I mean, yeah, great. I mean, great play from, I mean, yeah, seriously great play to both players in that match, I feel. I mean, obviously, you know, it was a 3-0, so you could look at it from sort of that perspective, but I really do feel like you said, like Automat played pretty well. It was just a few mistakes that Anchor Boy took advantage of. So really, really well played from both players.
Yes.
Great effort.
See a couple of questions in chat. The numbers next to the players in the bracket was their seeding. The semi-finals and the finals will be tomorrow at the same time. And we do have our Loki versus Dougal match to get into right after we remind you about the sponsor of today's stream and the ranked playoffs.
Yes.
3-0, CreoCards.com. If we want to throw it over to our art scene a little bit, we have, yes, Metal Prince, Nerdy. Thank you for holding those up. Those are small size. And we have 3 exclusive MCSR themed art prints that you can buy as metal prints to hang up wherever you want, in your apartment, in your room, at your workplace if you have a cool boss, at your school if you have a cool teacher. You can buy it as a gift for somebody. If you buy 2, you get 25% off. If you buy 3, you get 35% off. There's 3 different sizes. You can buy 1 print in 3 sizes. You can buy 3 prints in 1 size. You can buy 3 prints in all 3 sizes. So it's 1 for each dimension. Beautiful art from Rattles in the Overworld, Aesthetic in the Nether, and Grasper in the End. Shout out to Creo Cards for sponsoring us and providing the community with some incredible artwork for all of us to enjoy. Very, very pog.
These look so good. They actually look just so good. I every time I see them, I just pog out because they're just amazing.
I literally hung them up like, dude, I don't know where to move to get out of the way. I literally put all of mine up.
I should hang mine up.
Like,
I should do that. I was
well,
lazy.
you're still like dealing with your room stuff, right? Like they're still doing your floors.
Yeah,
like
actually,
you
no,
still have this
that
stuff on
is a
your
good
floor.
point.
So
Yeah, because I have to
fine.
move them again. So yeah, but anyways, but I mean, I still feel like, I mean, like especially in particular this one here, I feel like really pops color wise, even though there's like this backlighting, like I said. So I feel like that just shows the sort of, you know, polished and shiny and colorful nature of them.
Very
high quality stuff.
And without further ado, we're going to get into the pregame for our Loki versus Dougal match. Both of these runners declined an interview, but we have some very exclusive, unique content featuring both of them. Stay tuned. I haven't seen this, but I know what it is. I'm very excited. And I hope you guys will be too.
Welcome everyone to the Bridges duel between Loki and Dougal. Will this be a preview of the match we see today? This is a Bridges duel on Hypixel. First to 5 wins. Dougal on the red, Loki with blue. Looks like first fight here, and it looks like Loki will be taking out Dougal for the first kill. Dugal using his strength as a block placer to just go right past Loki, and Loki can't do anything about it. That'll be a quick first score for Dugal. Loki threatened. Loki brings out the bow himself and is able to knock off Dugal before getting a quick 2-0 lead. Dugal back. A lot of pressure. Goes for the shot. Misses. Takes the fight. On the side. Underneath. Able to make a second score. Dugal, quick lead up 2-0. Loki's going to have to get it together here. Dugal really showing off the bridging, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't win this PvP fight. And Loki decides to fall off the map. Is Dugal going to be able to score again here? Around, quick fight. And that's a win for Loki. Hopefully he can start to regain some pressure. Fight cleanly won for Dugal there. Still not able to really pressure and get a score. Playing very carefully. Eating gapples. Winning 1v1s, but not able to score. Trying to go underneath for the third score of the game. And will be able to make it 3-0 Dugal. Dugal, heavy favor coming in. Based on his bridging presence. Not surprising to see an early lead here. Can Loki bring it back? Quick fight! Dugal down. Can Loki capitalize? Dugal looking for anything. Is it going to be enough? No, Loki is going to score. Get the first point of the game for Blue. One is a good start, but it's not going to be enough. Loki able to not die, but Dugal able to clean up the kill. Pressuring again heavily. Another kill. Another heal. Again, very defensive. Going to try and sneak underneath. Gets another kill, and that will be the fourth score for Dugal. What a lovely use of block placement there to get head hitters in and then still be able to secure the kill on Loki. Dugal taking another fight. Is this going to be the game? Gapples looking for the opening. Tries to go down to the side. And decides to place blocks and doesn't clutch. Oh no. Dugal not able to capitalize. More pressure from Loki. Gets the kill. Gapples up. Is this the opening? Another score here would be big to really make it a game. Looks like Loki will be able to score here. 4-2 in favor of Dugal. Big fight here on the top. And it looks like Loki wins again. It's going to be another quick score here for Loki. Huge combo on Dugal. Able to sneak in. That'll be a third point. And just like that, it's a real game. Dugal has to pressure. Does not want to lose the game. He was up 4-1 in. Loki goes underneath. Dugal sees it. Is Loki quick enough? Gets caught out. Oh no. Loki rushing back. Dugal. Is Dugal going to be fast enough? Dugal falls. And Loki scores to tie the game. 9 minutes left. It's a tie game. 4-4. Next point wins. A lot of high ground fights. A lot of early apple shots. Dugal here with a huge opportunity. And it's not going to be enough. Loki wins the fight. Wow. Keeping it even. Is this the moment for Loki? Dugal. Loki gets stuck on a block. Oh, no. Loki eating a gapple. Going to try and sneak around the left side. Dugal aware. Dugal trying to mine through. Loki almost saves himself with blocks, but is not able to. Dugal, another quick kill. Sensing the opportunity, misses the block clutch. Unfortunate. Oh, very aggressive from Loki here. This could be the moment. Dugal dead. Loki backs up and gaps. Could have potentially just ran it in. Maybe didn't think he had enough time. Another fight on this high terrain. Dugal gapping again. Knocking off Loki. Is this the moment? No, stopped. And Dugal is killed. And Dugal is killed right before entering. Trying again. Very pressuring from Dugal. Loki having to do everything he can. Dugal, another opportunity. And that'll do it. Wow. What a play from Dugal and Loki. Absolutely incredible Bridges match.
Surely Feinberg would never mute.
That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say.
I didn't even
all I gotta
unmute.
say.
It's all good though.
That's all I gotta say.
I didn't unmute. I was
No,
letting guys. I was
just-
letting Nerdy react to the
Yeah,
clip.
that was my honest reaction. That was my honest reaction.
Dude, the ninth goal took longer than the first 8, and that was not scripted. Oliver said that the plan was to have them play 3 mini games and like do a best of 3. And the Bridges duel was so good that that was like just the whole video, because like it was such a good duel by itself that there was no point in even playing others. So, Nerdy, do you think this is a foreshadowing into how the match will go? Do you think Duel takes an early lead, Loki tries to make a comeback and can't do it? Or do you think it'll turn out differently?
No. I think
You don't think it'll turn out differently?
I think
Can't just say
I think we're
no.
gonna get a 3-0. I think we're gonna
Wow.
get 3-0. That's what I think.
From who though? You have to say who.
Who do I think is gonna get the 3-0?
What do you mean? Who do you think? If you say 3-0, you have to have someone in mind. You can't just say 3-0. It's very polarizing.
I'm saying that's what I'm feeling right now. You know, I'm just feeling like a sweep, just to be very contradictory. I think it's gonna be I guess it's gonna follow the pattern of the video, and it's gonna be Duke, but there's not gonna be I think it's gonna be a 3-0. Duke's just gonna win 3-0.
Another 3-0. Wow.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get another 3-0.
Before we get into our game and our seed selection, we do have the Fulham recap of these players' experiences last weekend if you weren't here with us. So we'll send it over to Fulham to break that down for us.
So here we go into game 1, looking at Loki first and foremost. Loki makes a small mistake in his very, very first seed, getting a slight bit tricky with this 2x1. Going for it, makes a couple of small errors, losing a door here, placing a block there, slightly incorrect, and ends up placing an obsidian in the wrong spot. We analyzed this last week. It doesn't actually seem to be his fault, as when he actually placed the final lava, he was looking at the correct spot. Pause it at the perfect frame here. The lava is meant to be placed next to this obsidian, but because of quirky Minecraft, sometimes fluid mechanics go a little bit wrong, and for some reason, the obsidian was placed in the entirely wrong location. It was placed down here. Unfortunate, it does happen every so often, but he did have a diamond pickaxe. It wasn't a major issue. CrowPro, we also analyzed this small section here, getting the wombo combo of double skeleton, double wither skeleton, pigman, getting attacked from all left, right, and center. Big struggles going on, and gets double peaked by these skeletons, and sadly does take a death around about 5 minutes in, meaning that Loki is able to play safe, half bow, and finish out this seed very, very comfortably, while CrowPro has not, in fact, blinded as of right now, meaning that he's just able to take this first seed very, very easily. Game number 2 for Loki, consistently gaining time across the entire seed, however, does make another mistake. In the end, goes for this 0, and does die during it. We're going to see that happen right here. Too low, goes for an explosion, and I believe the dragon just gets too low, and he just dies. Yeah, going for this bed, which I believe we analyzed last week, was unnecessarily placed underneath the anchors, and we actually see this death occur right here. Not able to see this one out, but CrowPro, sadly, blinding and digging down, digs down to 2 blocks above the starter staircase. Sadly, this starter staircase was at an absolutely unfortunate location. It was just 2 blocks away from where CrowPro dug down to. Meaning that after a pearl to the surface, the eye goes straight back down, so he's ready to dig down to exactly where he just dug up from, and sadly does take a death. And the first and only forfeit we have seen, even though Loki was actually dead and had to reset the entire seed, he takes the second seed and the victory. So Loki maybe we didn't see too much from Loki last time. Potentially could have made more mistakes in that second or third seed. Cropro could have had a comeback. However, Dugile versus Danny Boy is the next seed to analyze here. We see that Dugile preemptively pearls towards this fortress only on 9 obsidian. So we see him have to travel back, losing some food on a precious food seed here, with very little food from this temple. Danny Boy, however, with no pearls on the hotbar, unable to clutch out that pearl hang from earlier. Dugile with one of those extended hunger resets, as we've seen earlier, with very poor food saturation, has to travel back, but not all is lost, does dig down and saves all of his materials, goes for the perch, and just has that gap over Danny because of that death in the overworld. As we can see here, Danny very, very ahead in this seed. Dugile unable to get that 20th obsidian, very high behind when leaving the bastion, and Dugile misses the stronghold by standing on the incorrect blocks. Danny has an insane one cycle, as we analyzed last week. Somehow clutches it out, even while this Enderman decides to teleport into him on a 4-bed. Really, really tough one cycle to try and handle here. You can actually see this Enderman teleports through him and stops him from exploding this 3rd bed. Was really complicated, very peculiar one cycle, but was able to clutch it out with the sword in the end. Literally 1 health point away from this dragon flying away on the next hit. But Danny is able to clutch it out, takes it to a seed 3, something we weren't able to see. Dugile, Danny was playing arguably better up to Chalice, but Danny does leave on just 1 fire res. Dugile taking advantage of those strays, and that 1 fire res does come into play right there as Danny dies on the dig to the 2nd portal. Dugile, back dragon, simple one cycle apart from that though, gets the anchors prepared, 6 explosives, absolutely comfortable for Dugile, and takes it 2 games to 1. That is the analysis for this section. Loki versus Dugile. I think that Loki made a few more mistakes in his seeds. However, Loki was able to take it 2 games to 0. Dugile had some insane opposition versus Danny Boy. Arguably could have got a little bit luckier in Dugile's games, though, with a couple of fire res issues, a few mistakes coming out from Dugile. This is going to be a really interesting match. Of course, Loki, seed number 1, I believe. So, just to make sure this does get hurried up, let's throw this back over to Feinberg and Nerdy. So, best of luck to both of these runners.
Very nice recap, and I'd have to agree with Fulham's points there about how, I mean, both of these runners, like, Dougal had an incredible match against Danny Boy's semifinals from season 1, playing in the round of 16, and it was very close. So, and Loki 2-0 also our rank 1 player in season 2. Dougal is the current season 3 ranked 1 player. So 2 rank 1s, Clash of the Titans. I'm excited. I think we get into the seed pick bands, see what these runners are thinking, and just I'm ready to get into the match. Another shipwreck ban, Nerdy. We're never gonna see it. It's never gonna happen.
Yeah, it's disappointing. It's disappointing. This is like the boring match. Sorry, not the boring match. The boring bans. Didn't mean boring match. I'm sorry. This is a very exciting match. Like unironically, this has to be one of the best. But this is the boring bans. Come on, can we be more creative than this? Banning ship and desert temple is like, I don't know, man. You know what I mean? This is Yeah. I'm already falling asleep. No, I'm just kidding.
But if you take it in context of the players, it kind of makes sense, Like they're both very any percent players. Like they're not quirky like that in the categories that they play and the seeds that they play. So it makes sense that these are the bans, but it is unfortunate to still yet to see a shipwreck seed, but I'm ready to get into it. I hope our runners are ready to get into it. I hope our viewers are ready to get into it. I mean, this is going to be I mean, I want to say our best quarterfinals match of the day, but we still have silver left up in our fourth game, our reigning
True.
playoffs champion. So I mean, all the matches are good. It's hard to say. I don't know, but I'm very excited for this match. Let's see what this has to offer. Dude, this almost looks the exact same as the other village seed from Anchor Boy Automat.
That would be a
Desert
disaster.
Village. No, it is a different seed. For sure. But there is the village. There is a blacksmith in both seeds, so I don't know.
Get some mobby. We got some food right away. And iron. Wow.
Dude,
Wait, so no. Oh, so interesting. So it looks like
they got the
only...
yeah. I like knew it wasn't the same seed, and then I saw that blacksmith had 13 iron, and the other one had 13 iron, and then in my head I was like, is it the same seed? Because there's two blacksmiths, and the first one was like
True.
the exact same. But if they were watching, they would know to make shears. I mean, I think they would both know either way to make shears, but they do both make shears. Very smart. In the blocks. Is it going to be a woodlight experience as well? Hopefully not. But we'll see. I don't know where lava pools are. I don't know where Flint is. Or is the intended enter 6 obby for blacksmith lava? I think it's possible that is the ranked intended enter. But neither player looks like they are thinking of that possibility. Either they considered it and it was too slow, or they are not thinking about the possibility of it being the enter at all. But it might unironically be the intended enter type. I think I'm not 100% sure, but I know 10 obby is intended. And I know 8 obby with iron for a bucket is also intended. Dougal finds a lava pool though. So I don't know if Loki will end up running into one in this desert. I think he's circling the village trying to find one. Did he see one and he lowered his FOV because of it? Is he still looking? He does. Okay, he finds one. They're both at completely different lava pools. And Dougal didn't get Flint, even though there was many opportunity for him to get Flint in rivers with the iron. He's sending a woodlight, and this is some advanced setup here that I have not seen before. But I mean, Loki just takes the lead on the enter, and it's not like Dougal didn't have access to a river or didn't have access to iron. So maybe a mental like lapse. Maybe you just wanted to copy what Ankle Boy and Automat did. I don't know, but
yeah, I mean, very similar seed and very similar punishment for, I guess, the woodlight, right? Anyways,
he's a little behind. It's not as bad as Automat's woodlight experience. And oh my god, his lava pool was so much closer to the bastion.
Wow,
he's just here. So I mean, he would have been farther ahead, right? Had he gotten Flint, but it is not that bad of a time loss. Ended up running the correct way in the overworld to get to the bastion. Good play from Dougal there.
He's probably like 7 seconds, I would say, behind something like that.
Something. It's not enough to matter yet, but it is enough to where it could obviously matter. 10-second different end enter does matter. Right. You know, look how many pigs Loki has. Dougal getting a little jump there, but is good for now. And both these runners are fine. Actually, same exact bread count for both runners. 17 is more than enough. Dougal getting a backup block as well. Interesting. I wonder if this is a ranked specific play coming out from Dougal for some consistency. I don't know. And I'm not sure if these runners saw the fort either. Treasure, very weird sometimes. And ranked, can't really pyrite. Unless you break the spawner, which is very slow. So I will see they send a quadrant if they saw the fort. If anyone saw the fort, it would be Loki, I think. Because he ran for longer to get to the bastion, so I had more time to look around. And yeah, Dougal getting this backup block as well, getting all these treasure backups, so it might end up being a slower route, but could end up getting more stuff.
Yeah.
Very interesting. All 4 backups in treasure. I guess they're not that slow. but I don't know. Just one pig. Being a little weird for Dougal, but he gets it done. Apparently, someone put pearls in chests. Someone threw bread instead of gold. Guys, it's just, I don't know. It's hard to tell. Maybe saving the pearls for later for the next participant in the Bastion. But can't read chat. Has nobody to tell him, and Loki's out. Wonder if he will send the negative X direction and try to just find the fort. He's obviously not high rank. So who knows? I think negative X is where it should be filter-wise. But it's potential that it is negative Z as well. And both runners look like they're in the same situation. Dougal getting some height on the treasure to look around.
I think I like this play.
Doesn't see it, so you're going to go back to your home portal. Loki throwing a pretty aggressive pearl over there. Sees it. They both see it. So, wow. Loki leaving a little earlier, but
It's like the same
a little
thing.
bit too much the wrong direction. Yeah, like, and I mean, they're like within 5 blocks of each other. It's like a co-op.
Duke is
They're just
a bit
following each
ahead.
other the same thing by
Ooh,
like
different nabs here. One going
by
inside,
like
one going
2
outside.
seconds. Yeah, and I might like this play from Dougal better. Does he even see? Is this even like a different fort entirely? That he just no, it looks like
Nah.
the same huge fort. I mean, I think there's another one in the background there, but
I don't think so. I think it's the same.
you think it's just a
fort.
huge ass fort? I mean, maybe, yeah. I thought like in the back right, but you're right. I think it's just a big ass fort. And now it's coming down to strays. Loki might just commit to the spawner though.
Yeah.
Dougal has a spawner to commit to, has more strays as well. So I'd give a little bit of a lead to Dougal here, but it is a different spawner. They will get different spawn rates, different blazes. If you have the whole spawner cleared out, you will get 4, but the spawn rates will be different. They're standardized per spawner, I think, not for every spawner being the exact same as a whole. So I mean, who knows? It just comes down to. Also, again, I mean, could come down to different strongholds, or who's closer to the one stronghold that they are both going to. What a weird, like, it's been weird, just different terrain decisions in almost every part of the seed, but they've been like trading back and forth the time loss.
Right.
Like, the only like complete mistake I think from either runner has been Dougal forgetting Flint.
True.
And having the iron. I think that was the only like actual mistake. Everything else is just a terrain decision that looked pretty correct that didn't work out. And I guess both runners didn't commit to the 6 obby blacksmith quadruple lava play, which to be fair is a little unique. And you do use 6 obbies, so maybe they were thinking about that. But they have 30. Loki built his first portal and has 30 spare obbies, so it would have been fine. Dougal dropped a rod as well, as Loki is measuring. Loki has 10 eyes, no rods, so needs 1 more blaze rod, and Dougal also has 10 eyes, no rods. And yeah, they have so much obby, 32 spare. You can do your whole 0 with this obby almost. And now it comes down to who's closer to the stronghold, but Loki's already leaving. So he's got this lead. Oh wow, it's really close. It's almost in between their spawners. Loki's heading to Dougal's spawner. It's off a 4 leg here, so doesn't seem like it's gonna matter too much. Yeah, I mean, look at them, just like 20. I built 20 obby for that portal, but it just doesn't matter. You have so much, and Loki's going to be ahead right now. Is it enough? Nice preemptive spike there, sort of middle right. Looked very
Piglin has a, oh my god. Dougal not having a good time. He has a ghast on him. He's got
you're
Piglin's
just 2
aggroed.
RD. Yeah, you just 2 RD and you try to ignore it. The zombie piglins as well. Did he pearl into one? I wasn't fully.
Yeah, he pearled into one.
Aware. Loki going through it now with these silverfish, but I think he heard something and he did. There's the portal room. And has he set up for 0? It's 58. Gonna be mechanically tight here, potentially. He's got the food, and I don't think he's going for it. No pearl clip. You basically need the pearl clip at 58. It does look hittable, though. Front cage. Dougal could go for it, especially knowing he's behind.
Yep. Put a little more pressure.
Does he have wall, though? 2 beds? Did he not
beds.
split string? Do they not have beds? Is that why?
Oh my
they
god.
don't have beds. I'm a bit silly. It looks like Loki only has 3 beds. I mean, Dougal might still go for it, though.
Yeah. Is he going for it?
It's got 2 beds, 3 anchors. It is hittable. I didn't realize it was
2
3 anchors.
beds?
I thought it was 2. I mean, you get to 80, you get to 90 here, I think, even with the pearl clip.
If he hits this,
He gets to 95. Wow, yeah, that.
He can't do anything.
And yeah, I didn't think he could get that high, and it just wasn't possible.
Well,
Off of
prediction already is already wrong.
an 058 pearl clip. I don't know if he just didn't realize it was like wasn't thinking that it was a 058 pearl clip. Just thought he had more time than he did, or if that's a 0 that he hits in practice very occasionally and just felt like he needed to full send it for whatever reason. Loki building a nether portal in the end doesn't know that he has just won the seed if he doesn't choke the 1 cycle. It is a 3-bed 1 anchor unless he pre-placed an anchor, but I think he pre-placed 2 anchors.
Builds another portal just for fun.
Yeah, I
Didn't
don't
quite
know if
work.
it's a 0 that Dougal hits in practice that he goes for. If he forgot that it was 058, maybe he thought it was 056 and thought he had maybe just a couple extra seconds. But he was maybe 2 seconds off of hitting that 0, 2 to 3. Like, got hit off before the obby even went down. So
Yeah, unfortunately,
yeah.
this is gonna be very hard. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe if he can make his way back.
No, I mean, Loki just gets the force perch in
There's
time.
just no way.
there
Yeah,
it is.
there's just no way.
He's got the anchors preset up too. He's got 6 explosives.
Yeah, those is good enough damage. You don't need
Put an
anything more.
anchor in between the beds.
I wanted my prediction to hold true just because I wanted to be right. But hey, technically my prediction was, I will say.
You did say 3-0.
Yeah, I said 3-0. And then you made me.
Well, it literally is impossible
wrong.
to be wrong after the first game. You're saying that like it's an incredible feat that your
Whoa,
3-0 is
whoa.
broken
No,
after
I
game
mean-
1, and it's just
Well,
not
no. We don't need to bring that aspect of it up. We don't need to bring that aspect of it up.
It's physically not possible to be
Um,
wrong currently.
So yes, we'll see if that. We'll see. Actually, yeah. I just meant to say Loki. I just misspoke and I said Dugile. You know. So
That's
so,
okay.
yeah.
Happens to the best of us, nerdy. But I mean, it was close. It was a back and forth, and Dougal could have taken the win with the 0. And I think if he went to 90, it was hittable. With 5 explosives, maybe a little weird at that height, but it was definitely hittable, and he just overexerted himself. I think just should have went to 91. I don't know what caused his thought process to be like that, but he lost the seed because of it. Was in the driver's seat there for a little bit and threw it all away. So hopefully he can mentally bounce back. I mean, literally the only 2 mistakes I can think of in the whole seed are like Dougal just forgetting Flint and Dougal forgetting how to 0. That's it. Like just 2 small things. I think otherwise both runners played very well. So we got the splits. Looks like the colors are correct. That's very pog. And yeah, I mean, just super close. I mean, Bastion enter, same exact time. Fort enter, basically the same exact time. And maybe low-key spawner was just a little better than Dougal's, which gives him 30 seconds here. But the splits from blind to stronghold to end enter are within 10 seconds.
Yeah.
All of each other. And
Great match.
Loki didn't 0. He wasn't like inventory prepared. Maybe he was ready to do setup list 0, but it didn't end up happening. Maybe because of 058 and the soul stand, he just wasn't confident. But Dougal went for it, and it was just unlucky that he went too high. So with that, I think we're getting into our seed 2. Look and see what Dougal picked for us between Room Portal and Shipwreck, or Room Portal and BT. Picks BT. I mean, you have to play all 3 anyways. Maybe there's some science behind, like, if you pick the one you think you're gonna win more, then like you maybe get to pick seed 5 when it matters, or seed 4 when it matters when they refresh. I'm waffling right now. I don't really think it matters.
Yeah,
I
you
think you
got
just gotta get through it.
you gotta start winning. You know.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
In my professional opinion, I think that these players want to win. That's my professional opinion here.
At the end of the day, you have to win the seed. That is true. And these runners are ready to play seed 2. I'm ready to watch seed 2. We'll
Let's
see
do
if
this.
Nerdy's 3-0 prediction can hold up. What do you think?
I mean, I'm always right. That's all I gotta say. You know what I'm saying? So
Really?
yeah. So I'm excited to be right once again.
Both runners heading towards the BT spike. Same chunk. Almost the same exact time breaking the sand. I think Loki is ahead by half a second, but it could just be stream delay at this point. I mean, they're like synced up. This happened a little bit in season 1. It's so cool to watch. It was happening a little bit in their last seed even. And there's a mushroom island at spawn. They get some food there if they wanted to. Infinite food source.
I could also get a biome for one of the biome advancement, Feinberg. You know that?
Yes. Unfortunately, you don't need that for ranked. I was just thinking about the food. I don't know what you were
Surely.
bringing up.
Okay.
I don't know what you were insinuating there, but looks like both these
Yeah.
runners in very similar situations here. And I think there was kelp like on the BT. I'm not sure if it was a real ravine, but I saw some kelp when hey, Loki. Okay, finally got that shovel craft. And is this a real ravine where Dougal's at? Using the pressure plate here. Cool play. And looks like it's potentially real. It looks scuffed though. Weird. Oh my god, so many mobs.
Oh my goodness.
Dougal's getting it handed to him, but he finds like a real part of this ravine. This is really weird. Low-key going down. I think the part that Dougal just kind of found randomly. But he finds an L. And Dougal doesn't find an L. I guess an L is a 2x1. My bad. So Loki's going to be in much faster because Dougal... I mean, Dougal's doing something here. This one goes over my head. We don't really need to do this in all advancements,
Yeah, this
but
is
he cranked the fuck out of it. I'll tell you that. Like that was very
awesome. That's all I gotta
impressive.
say.
Yeah,
I don't
That
really know
was-
what's going on, but it was awesome.
that was very impressive that he whipped that out that quickly. So he didn't lose that much time, but it was definitely better that Loki did a 2x1. We'll say that. And oh my god, I thought he got fire ticked. He didn't get fire ticked. I thought Loki got fire ticked because of the soul sand off of the boat. But he's good. Looks like Dougal maybe getting shot by a ghast. Doesn't look like it though. Yeah, Loki just ahead because of just going in the better ravine. And Dougal was over that same ravine. I have no idea why he decided to not go down the one that looked like a magma ravine and went down the one that was obviously like a weird obsidian sandfall lava ravine. But what can you do? Just a little bit of a mistake, and it causes him to lose his lead heading into the nether. But it happens.
Yeah, just a little bit behind. Nothing too big. Doog has been so far just kind of a little bit behind in most of the splits, I feel like so far. In both seeds. So I'm curious if this is gonna be a recurring trend, which is interesting because
Yeah.
I generally think of Doog as being a very quick player. Not that Loki's slower necessarily, but I think of Doog as being
The one ahead most of the time.
Yeah, like he's a very, very mechanically talented player, right? So he has that really high skill ceiling. So it's interesting to see that. It feels like he's a little bit. I don't know. Maybe it's just decision making. Maybe it is mechanical like choice. Like how hard do you want to go mechanic wise?
Yeah, I don't know.
But I don't know. It's interesting.
And it is his I didn't even lead that sentence what I wanted to say. I was gonna say that his ranked average time is better and his win-loss is better. And they played once in season 2 and Dougal won. So
Yeah.
you are right from a statistical perspective that Dougal should be faster, but like you said, Loki is by no means a slow player either. He's
Ranked number
been,
1 last
I mean,
season, you know?
yeah, he's for a reason. He's been matching the
Yeah.
pace in last seed, been matching the pace in this seed. And we'll have to see when these runners get to the forts and beyond if he can continue to match the pace. Or if we should say Dougal can match Loki's pace. That's what we should be saying. Loki being the one ahead, being the one leading the pace, as Dougal is the pace pal, for lack of a better word. He's just gone though. What's the explosive count looking like? 6 beds, 3, 4 anchors. They're both heading over almost in the same exact spot. Loki finding some left terrain. Is it the right direction? Could be very punishing if it's not, but could be very rewarding if it is, because Dougal has not committed to a direction yet. But you have Fort Pyre in a certain direction, and it's a wall. So what do you do? And Dougal also went left, and he repyrate. I think Loki's overshot the fort at this point. He should be looking to repyrate as well. They both are, and Dougal's getting the info that it is back the direction he came. So is Loki. How are these runners getting this way? Going to be a very terrain-based seed. Looks like a lot of decisions getting in the way to this fort. Is it maybe exposed here and this warped barely and this cave underneath? Looks like Loki found some upper terrain to it. Dougal found some exposed area but hasn't seen it yet. Does he need to pyrite again?
He got it. No, he got it. He sees it.
Okay, and all this food though, and the pearls. I mean, it just means he's so low with one salmon. Loki is higher health with more salmon, but Dougal is on a spawner. Now Loki's getting some Feinberg level strays potentially.
Right.
Blaze wise here, but the rates are bad. If this spawner goes crazy, then Dougal could easily take back the lead. And wow, he was still on hard. He got one tapped by the Wither Skelly. Never switched off of hard from the man on housing or top down housing, and that's probably it. I mean, Dougal would need to die during 0, die getting the second portal. He doesn't have a ton of food. It's not completely over, but that's a punishing death. You get to run back and get your stuff, but the fort was very weirdly inaccessible. That is not good for Loki fans in the chat.
And that's also not good for my prediction. More importantly, of course. Sorry, I'm just kidding.
The 3-0? Oh, Dougal dropped a bed. Oh no. The vertical pearl, nice play. I think it's like a 99% success rate when you throw a pearl straight up on top of your nether portal that it hits the nether portal again. I think Silver tested it when we sort of thought about the idea, and he found that it's like a 1 in 20 or a 1 in 40 that will like RNG so far away that it will fall off of the portal entirely. And no chat, he didn't get the bed. You don't have enough time to get the bed, but he still has no other beds crafted. He's got 4 beds. Okay, well, I'm watching it. I was trying to look at the inventory viewer that we have, but I'm just watching him craft. He's got 4 beds and 3 anchors. And he just hit a 0 with 2 beds and 3 anchors. Or he went for it. I guess he would have hit it, maybe. But I think he's very confident without that bed, is what I'm supposed to say. I think he's very confident that he can hit the 0. And he doesn't know that Loki is so far behind, but it looks like Loki maybe only lost 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very weird. Like, I don't know if he can backnav to his stuff that amazingly. Amazingly, whatever the word is. It sounds wrong in my head. But even with the time loss, like Dougal's heading to second portal, it's not even going to matter that it's struggling. Loki's struggling to find his items. I think he was trying to E-ray for his stuff.
Hey,
which is
I
actually
respect
not
that.
a bad idea.
I like the idea.
I don't think he died with enough stuff. And there's just too many mobs, but it has worked in events and stuff like that before. It is not a bad idea to E-ray for stuff. People dying in 1x1 holes. I feel like someone did that in Speedrun Showdown once. E-rayed for stuff.
Maybe.
That
Yeah.
somebody died in.
It's a really smart idea.
Dougal missed the stronghold and I think built at the wrong chords. I don't think he necessarily knows that Loki is very behind.
Oh yeah, this is looking bad here now for Doog fans.
But
Oh man,
Loki
what if
found
we had
his...
some sort of stalemate? Now, I mean, hey, he's got his stuff back.
Yeah, I mean, Loki found his stuff. I don't know what happened to Duke. I don't know how far away he is. The number looks like it says like 200. But it is annoying, especially if you spawn mobs and preemptive gets weird. And now it might actually matter that Loki couldn't find his stuff in time because Dougal has just created time loss for himself out of nowhere. Not a death, but similar amounts of time loss. I don't know if Dougal he just went to the wrong chords, I guess, because he's not throwing another eye. He just ended up being at the wrong coordinates. So he's also
apparently he went to X248 instead of 284 according to chat. So I don't know if that's true, but I could see that mistake happening.
Does he have no pearls? He might not have. I literally went to look at the inventory viewer as he hunger reset, so everything said 0, and I thought it was bugged. But he only has 3 pearls, so it might not be 0, but Loki has 16 pearls and all of his eyes. So it's like surprisingly closer than I think it should be. If it's like a 0 eye or a 1 eye and the 0 is weird or buried, it's not a guarantee that Dougal has enough pearls to be able to 0. And this preemptive could be very weird. He's got a spike, could be good enough, but I think luckily didn't have a ton of mobs in the stronghold. Creeper. Oh man. Gets the portal room. It's a 1 eye, so he's got 2 pearls. So it's hittable most of the time, I would say. If it's front dragon here too, front tower, it's just fine. It's just fine. It didn't matter at all. If it was a 0 eye, would have mattered maybe a little more. And I mean, credit to Loki for bringing this time save back. Let's see if Dougal can hit this 0. Oh, he's there like 2 rotations early, maybe 1 rotation. And he's got 7 explosives, so not great first bad damage, but it's fine. Oh, burning?
He's burning.
He's
oh
gonna.
My God.
Oh my god!
He killed the dragon, I think, right? I'm pretty sure he did.
He killed the dragon, but you have to get back. And you can get back, but it's such an easy 0 if you have health and don't build with dirt or burn yourself. What?
I was gonna say, this match is just going completely switching back and forth. I can't even track it. So guys, I might have been right all along. That's all I gotta say.
Someone in chat also said that his nether portal isn't in the stronghold. He has to run the two. He has to spawn lower in a cave. Like he needs to get wood. Otherwise he lost. He's gonna spawn in that cave, nerdy. 200 blocks away from the stronghold. He's gonna have to dig up again.
Oh my
Go
god.
down
you're right.
again.
He
But
doesn't even have
Loki's
wood. He
on
needs to
one
get wood here.
heart, 3 hunger. Like I don't know what I have no idea what's happening. From the quality of Minecraft play that we saw in Seed 1, it looks like both of these runners actually agreed,
Right.
without consulting us, to let their siblings play on their accounts for this match.
Oh, I
Is
see.
what must have happened, because this is not like Loki or Dougal to experience this
Yeah. No, I see that now.
quality of play. It's not toxic. I bet their siblings are great people, but when you're just looking at the gameplay quality between Seed 1 and Seed 2, it is very different. Starkingly different. Like 2 mistakes in total on the first seed. And I think there's been like at least 5 from both players on this seed. Or there's just been maybe a couple, but much, much worse mistakes. And I mean, Duo's making it back, but like Loki's got to do like lap 4 in this stronghold, I think.
Yeah.
Assuming he hits the 0. Yeah, it was just down here though, right? Yeah, okay, he just never went this way. And
Never mind. Oh my god. Please don't die.
No, those
Okay.
pros are on purpose.
Oh.
Those pros are on purpose.
I know, it just every time they do that, it scares me.
I think it's over. Dougal is digging with a wood pick. He can't even crouch dig. I mean, Loki could also die in the 0 for whatever reason. I'm not sure why.
Yeah,
I think
well, yeah. Let's hold our breath, you know.
building with nether brick instead of netherrack, so it shouldn't be set on fire by the anchor. And he's keeping the dragon up, and he's got 5 beds and 2 anchors. 6 beds even. Oh, double bed! Look at the style points from Loki.
Dang.
Double bed to finish out the 5 cycle. I guess he doesn't know Dougal died. Maybe he thinks he just whiffed the 0 and is waiting on a perch. You can never know, but a solid 1642 ranked seed performance from Loki and Dougal, are 2 rank 1 players, season 2 rank 1 and season 3 rank 1. Wow, nice. Well done from, I mean, Loki finished it out through the death, through the time loss. The death that Loki took was much less impactful than the death that Dougal took. So, unfortunately, played most of the seed pretty well. Dougal just dying in the 0, and I don't know. I mean, we'll throw it over to Fulham in just a bit with the analysis segment. Might need some time to throw together all of the clips from that second seed, because there's not much to talk about in the first seed. I mean, if you didn't watch the first seed and you just got here for the second one, they played very well in seed 1. Didn't look like it in seed 2. A lot of mistakes, both runners dying, but the seed 1 gameplay was near flawless from both players. So it's 2-0, but it's been a close match. Dougal's been in positions to win both seeds off of 0s both times, and has messed up and died during the 0 both times. So if he can avoid that one mistake, and we will see. Looks like our analysis segment is ready, so we will throw it over to Fulham to be with you guys. Stick with us.
So, here we go. Analyzing this run is going to be pretty difficult, but we're going to give it a try. Let's... Excuse me. Let's go and check the Seed 1. Now, on Seed 1, Dougal missed the flint and had to go for this flintless light here, the wood light. Now, this did lose quite a bit of time. However, the location at which Dougal spawned by finding this lava pool caused the Those Were the Days achievement to happen all but simultaneously. Something that chat noted here was that Loki decided to leave some pearls here. He does still have 32. I believe this was a conscious decision and not just a mistake or a misclick. I believe it was probably just to clear out inventory space, etc., etc. I think it makes a lot of sense. He has enough pearls. You don't need to 3-stack those pearls. So, I think that wasn't particularly a big deal. Again, this was Seed 1. There wasn't a lot to talk about. So, Dougal, sadly, this was something that I think that the commentators did pick up on, but from the splits was something that was a big impact. Just this one rod dropping for Dougal actually likely caused a knock-on effect of around about a 20-second time loss from the entering the fortress at basically the same time within around 2 to 3 seconds of one another into around about a 30-second time loss by the time these runners entered the end. I believe that may even be the last clip from Seed 1. Oh no, we're going to talk about this zero cycle, aren't we? Dougal attempted this 058 zero cycle. It is a low tower. He has 2 beds, 3 anchors, and, you know, this was just a simple building up too high, being a little bit too ambitious. Maybe you could have gone for a lower height here. I don't know what height he went for, maybe 95, but not quite ideal, and Dougal does take a death there, allowing Loki to finish off the seed. In seed number 2, though, Loki was the one that was taking the death. In hard mode, got pinged by this blaze back into the Wither Skeleton, and then instantly realized and set his difficulty back to easy. Doog travels on the wrong coordinates here. Something to note if we take a quick look at this. He is looking at the targeted block 247, negative 247, whereas the Ninja Brain bot does say 284. So I assume that is he's gone for the 248 rather than 284. Little misread of those coordinates. It does happen. That's, you know, something that does happen. However, he was still in the lead because of that low-key death and was able to enter the end first, go for the zero cycle. You know, he realizes here at this point he's 300 blocks away, which is really, really tough. Has to dig all the way up and then all the way across in the overworld. And this was the zero cycle. 1 bed, 2 bed, great damage. 3rd bed, absolutely fine. Wrong anchor placement, and I think this was probably what messed things up. Now, if we take a second here, sorry, let me find the location. So you can see here now. Obviously, I'm relatively new to zero cycling. I had spoken to, I got taught this week by 11 billion how to zero the theory behind zero cycling, the formulae you need to know, the locations, the strategies, etc. This was not part of the strategy, as far as I know. This block here is meant to be attached to this block. It's meant to go out this way, as far as I know. Now, I'm no expert in zero cycling. I can definitely talk to you and analyze a lot of the rest of the run. However, I believe that was the mistake that may have been made in this position. I'm sure you guys know better than I do. However, I think this does lead to you taking more damage, and potentially that does cause the fire. I'm not sure about that fire information, but I think it does cause more damage because this is what I did and 11T told me that was wrong. So either 11T's wrong or you know, and I'm wrong or I'm correct. I don't know. Anyway, this does allow, this does mean that Raoul is set, that Dougal is set on fire here, and with this last anchor does kill the dragon, but sadly, even with the water, does take that extra half heart of damage and does die, which is pretty unfortunate. And of course, with the previous mistake of putting the porcelain in the wrong location, doesn't really help his case, meaning that Loki was able to finish off this seed and send it to 2-0. Dougal hasn't made many mistakes, but the mistakes he's made have been huge, and they've both been at the zero cycle. So we need that to change for Dougal. So best of luck to our commentators for commentating this 3rd and final game. And 3rd and final? I'm predicting Nerdy's information being true. We don't know if it's the 3rd and final. It could be the 3rd of 5. For all we know. Anyway, this is match point 2 Loki. Just needs to take one more victory. So, best of luck to our commentators to commentate over these last few.
Well, Fulham said it was potentially third and final. So does he agree with your prediction, Nerdy? You think it's still going to be 3-0?
I said 3-0.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to defend myself once again. I did not want to make a, you know, I did not want to make a prediction. You forced me into that, so I feel like that's not even my prediction. You know, it's not like I didn't sort of propose that prediction. I proposed the 3-0 prediction. Therefore, my
Well, you
prediction holds.
proposed such a polarizing take that you had to say who it was going to be.
Isn't it
But
just
maybe
a
I
1 and
pressured
3?
you.
Isn't it just a 1 and 3? Isn't it just a 1 or is it?
Well,
is it,
if you think it's a 50-50 for each player to win, it's probably like a 1 and 8 or something. I'd have to do the math though. Doesn't matter. I'm ready to look at our seed
Well,
pick band. Very
way.
basic. Gonna be the Ruin Portal seed. It's the only one left. Dougal's gotta get a win. Hopefully he can pull it together on this Ruin Portal seed, but I'm ready to get into the match. I think Dougal just hits the 0 and he wins. I mean, it's been seed 1 and seed 2. He hits the 0 and seed 1, he wins. Hits the 0 and seed 2, he wins. If he hits the 0 and seed 3, I mean, if you get to the point where you're zeroing, you're probably winning the seed. You know? Like, we haven't seen a seed yet today where these runners are close enough to have it matter. Where like both at the end, both 0, one person hits it, the other person is zeroing, but they still lose. So we'll see.
We'll see. I'm ready.
Iron Pick and Bucket potentially. No, just Bucket. Weird overworld. Gonna have some decision making in the Bastion where you're getting your iron. But Loki gets the stone early. Maybe a little bit of a time save. Dougal's got to punch this dirt. Not a huge deal, though. Won't be a big deal. And Loki making a stone pick is interesting. I was curious why he got 7 cobble instead of 4. It is sometimes useful. If you get blocks with the gold pick or need to use it to dig through a wall, like sometimes you will need another pickaxe, and having a stone pick instead of a wood pick is nicer, but on some seeds, it doesn't matter. And you just lost a little bit of time. Don't hate the play, though. And I guess both runners are deciding that 4 golden carrots is enough, which I don't really blame them. Should be enough. It's a fast enough seed. 4 golden carrots will get you far, and both structures already spotted. Nice bow clutch from Loki, and Dougal misses the bow clutch. Is that
that right there is an indicator
of the game of the match, Nerdy?
Yes. It's an indicator of what's to come. I hate to say it.
Wow.
I'm ready for.
There's your iron as well. Very easy. So Loki losing a little bit of time from the stone pick, and I think this is. I'm not even gonna say. I was gonna say bridge. I am right. Okay. I was gonna say bridge, but then Loki was doing something weird, and Dougal's dead. Slipped into lava.
I just
Didn't
was
see
not.
how.
I was watching Loki.
I saw Loki was doing some boat crawl thing, and I was getting into the bridge, and I was just confused what he was doing. And then I look over, and Dougal's in lava. And it's 2 minutes. It's a raw death. It might just be over. It might just be completely over.
That's brutal. That's just straight up brutal. There's no way around that.
Low-key Pyrang, but he knows where the 4 was. Double extend for the bridge jump, which is not necessary. And it's a double single bridge. Interesting. So, could get low pigs here, but Dougal would also be under the low pig situation. So, unless Loki gets like 2 piglins, don't think it's going to matter too much. And he's got 2, 3, 4. 4 guys, and you can save a couple here from the lodestone area. Yeah, he's good. And Dougal's gonna be able to play the overworld, I guess, slightly faster, but not enough to make up 2 minutes. Bow clutch, second try, hits it.
Okay. That could be meaningful.
Yeah.
That could be an indicator. Maybe he's trying to, prove us wrong.
He knows where the iron is, knows what the bastion is. I don't know how he fell into lava. Maybe like doing this weird digging into the side thing. Maybe he got hit by a hoglin. I just wasn't looking. Just looking at Loki. I just assumed that it's a safe enough spot. These guys are good enough runners where you don't die. But I guess sometimes stuff just happens. Just slip, and it's over. But he finds a bridge. Not hit by this hoglin. Maybe it was this lava on the chalice. I mean, it's pretty scary. Not gonna lie. Could have gotten hit there, but I don't know. Slow trades, though. I mean, Dougal would have to do some route to get like 12 pigs, which I just don't think is possible on a buried double single. Unless he does some like insane, incredible work. I think he's going to get similar amount of pigs. I mean, Loki's already out. Maybe he's pearl hanging. 4 was definitely visible from spawn. Maybe he just didn't see it. Should be to his left.
I mean, these little time losses, I mean, if Doog can, not do these things, these could add up. And it was like a full reset death, right? Like he had to
Yeah, it
completely
was just
reset,
straight up. He just reset the seat. It was just straight up 2 minutes.
But as we mentioned before, like the upside of that is that, not the upside. There's no upside, but one thing about it is that you do know the seed going in, right? So it's not just going to be a complete like X amount that you lost, like however long it's been, right? Because you do have information, so you can make up little time saves here and there. My point is, Doog looks like he's still going all in.
Pearled the wrong way, and I think people are right. I think he definitely completely pearled the wrong way, and I think he's committing to pearling the wrong way. I think he has no idea where he's going, or he needs to go way more right. But I said right, and then like, what does right even mean? And he's pearl hanging back to home portal, but is he even pearl hanging in the right direction? 1.5 hearts has the food, but like, does he know where he's going? Maybe there's 2 forts. Maybe he's saved. I thought they just saw the fort. Yeah, Dougal's pearl hanging to where I thought they saw the fort was. Multi-disc pearl hang. I thought it was just visible. Yeah, it's just right there.
Oh, no.
So I don't know what happened.
So Loki has found a fort. Is this the same fort?
It might be the same fort. He found a fort, so it's not the end of the world. It might be a very different fort. I couldn't even track where he was pearling.
I think it's a different fort.
I think it's very different. It's got potential to be second ring, maybe, but he did pearling to home portal. Looks like Dougal will probably be in a similar situation here. 4 anchors, 3 beds. He's gonna leave and get that pearl hang to home portal. Yeah, like I think he's still behind, but in a good spot.
Yeah,
I mean, Loki's not more than 32 chunks away. His pearl hang lands. I think it will. Don't think he went that far, but I don't know what fort he's in, so I don't know. And again, potential for different spawners, different spawn rates, different strays. There is still variance. Loki lost a rod there, and it mattered for Dougal in one of our earlier seeds. Could matter for Loki there, that he dropped the rod.
One important thing to note, though, they are different fortresses, different spawners. But unlike the other seeds where we had different spawners, the stronghold should still be the same because
they're doing home portal. That is true. Right. Very smart, Nerdy. Wouldn't have thought about that. That is smart. He went to pick up the rod, so he didn't lose that much time, but it's still a time loss going down here and back up. Would have liked to see some fishing rod strategies to rod the rod back up. Do you get it? You rod the rod. Do you get it?
That would have been. I know. I like.
Blaze rod and a fishing rod. You
I'm,
get it?
I'm always a big fan of bringing out the fishing rod in any kind of speedrunning situation. I really
Thank you.
enjoy I really enjoy those
Thank you.
insights, Feinberg.
I appreciate it. But I mean, it looks zeroable for both individuals, and Loki is just 2 rods ahead right now. But what are these rates like? He's 1 rod ahead. He's 0 rods ahead. At
Zero.
least 1 blaze ahead, but this is not a blaze bedded spawner. I mean,
Yeah,
what
and
looked like a what looked like an
Duke's
early easy 3-0 is now I have no idea. And Dougal has 4 pork chop from a hogland, and Loki has 1, and he's low. Key. Lol. Sorry.
it looks like both of them
got
pretty low on
I mean,
beds.
he's got 6 rods, but you need 7 for home portal. Dougal gets spawned on. Guys, why is everyone erming? It was a funny. It was funny. Yeah, Dougal is out first, but Loki's out at the exact same time. Who had the better pearl hang? It's a home portal. They're both building up. Are they building up the same spot? Are they?
We're like completely in sync.
Oh my god.
That's crazy. So like the death mistake was like equivalent to the not finding the fortress mistake.
Within literally a second of each other, building up on the same side, both doing bow eye. One eye 1400. One eye. Is it the same? It's so pixelated, man. I cannot tell.
I think one says 1430, one says 1420, but they're,
Yeah, but like, is it
definitely the same.
Okay, it is. It
yeah,
is. It
same
is. Yeah,
stronghold.
it is. No, it's the same stronghold. Well, I mean,
I
you
think
can
if they were like exactly in sync.
No, it's like if you mismeasure though. Loki had to get food from sheep though, and Dougal's not gonna have to hunger reset, so I think he's very ahead. No, Chad, I was wondering if there's a mismeasure, because if you mismeasure, it'll still give you 100% on bow eye, basically. That's what I was wondering about.
No, that's a valid thing to wonder.
Thank you. Appreciate that, nerdy. Look
Maybe
at this.
the nerdy.
Dougal's
Maybe
gold pick pre-crafting.
Damn.
Pork chop using.
Oh my god, that was so clean.
I mean, coming back on this seat would just be crazy after just a raw 2-minute death. Like this would be an 830 stronghold for Dougal if you don't count the death.
There's the portal room.
But nerdy, he's been in this situation twice.
True.
And he has fucked up the 0 both times. He's got a gold pick. It's 58. He died on a 58. He clips. Is he gonna go for it?
Loki's a little bit behind here.
He's not going for it. He's not going for it. So Loki can go for it.
Yeah, I think he only has like 4 explosives. I don't think he can.
I thought he had. Oh, I guess Dougal has 2 bets.
Yeah, I think he has
Oh,
4
he
explosives.
left earlier. He left earlier.
No. He has 6 explosives.
Yeah, but the anchors are a little weird. I mean, he wanted to go for it. I think he just realized that it wasn't fully set up. But there's no way Loki's going to hit this. No prep 58, no gold pick. Already like a little bit of a mechanical mistake, and I think it was a tall tower. I think it's just wraps.
Is he going for it?
I mean, he's behind. He has to. Oh, he's good. No health? GG? Give him another heart. Give him another heart. 2.5. He's good. Oh!
Okay, no, that's fine. That doesn't matter. Every time that happens, I get scared, but it really just does not matter.
Does he rip the insta? Crush Dougal's hopes and dreams. Dougal gets the snap, though,
Dougal
potentially.
Gets the snap. Yeah.
Gets the snap.
And the
Should be
nerdy
good.
prediction's probably wrong. Sag.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, he's got to hit the 2-bed 4 anchor, but hits the 2-bed 3 anchor, 2-bed 2+1 anchor, and we're going to a seed 4, which I want to see more of these players play. I want to see the type of gameplay we saw in our first seed. I want to see no deaths. I want to see some. I mean, that was cool though. They were very in sync, literally within 1 second of each other, measuring eyes. Like if we look at the splits, it's literally probably like 0.
That was a great match.
Yeah,
that was a great match, and I don't know. I mean, there were mistakes, of course, but I feel like the mistakes were like more understandable in my opinion compared to the seed 2. So I think that was.
I just don't know how Loki didn't see the 4. I feel like it was
Yeah,
so
that's
visible
definitely
from
weird.
the
I don't
height
know.
at home
Yeah.
portal, and he goes to a different 4. Like that is definitely why he lost the seed.
Yeah.
I just don't know because I mean he had to burn so much food pearling, which is why he had
Right.
no food. I mean they both killed the hoglin. It was just I have no idea. I mean we can look at the splits for a second while these players figure out what the pick ban is going to be. As a reminder, Loki gets to pick the next seed, and he can pick from any of the seed types. We've used all of the seed types once. He can pick from any of the 5, so we could see a ban seed being picked. So we will see. Maybe we'll just get in to that right away. Our seed selection.
Yeah.
We get to see game 4. It's not over.
I mean, I don't know. This has been an exciting match so far. I'm curious. You know, I mean, if Duke brings it back, it would be more in line with the Park Bridges match. But still, I feel like the Bridges match is already not analogous because of the 2-0 for Loki. But hear me out. If it is like the Bridges match, then what that would imply is that Duke's gonna win this one, get it, neck and neck, even, and then Loki wins the 5th one.
So it'd be like a reverse of the Bridges match.
A
where it's
reverse,
Loki
exactly,
clutching.
exactly.
Yes. What's the pick? Village. Wow. He won on the Village. He entered the Nether faster because of the Flint play. But neither runner, I think, played the Village seed correctly. I'd have to look at the seed, but I'm pretty sure that the intended enter on that Village seed was 6 Obby, 4 Lava Sources from the Blacksmiths. So I think neither of them played it technically correct. It was very weird. But Loki was ahead. It was his better victory of the 2, a 12-18 on the Village seed compared to a 16-42 on the BT seed. So they both died. But I'm ready to see our game 4. I think our runners are ready to see a game 4. What is Loki's Twitch? I know Loki's streaming on an alternate Twitch account for the feed today. I think it's Loki with a 3, maybe. Someone in chat would be able to know. But I wouldn't be able to tell you. I think he's on some alt account with just some completely random name for our games today.
Yeah, the Village. I think it makes sense overall. He won his first seed on it. It was his first pick, so you just do it again. You just run it back.
Agree. I mean, if it worked once, it could work again. Let's see.
As the runners get ready.
Plains Village this time instead of a desert village. Let's see how weird this blacksmith is. Nothing. So there's got to be a second one.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. An embarrassing performance from that blacksmith there. That blacksmith should be the most ashamed in the
That's
entire
the one that doesn't
tournament.
get any business. That's why he's farther away from the village center. Look at
Yep.
this guy. 6
Yep.
iron. Look at him go.
Yep.
Well done. Reset seed? Wait, why? What did he just craft?
I was
Wait,
watching too.
you always get 4. He made 2 axes. Well.
Unlucky.
Miscraft. I think that's a bingo square in a community-made ranked bingo card. So, shout outs to the miscrafts. I think that's the first miscraft the entire season, the entire playoffs. I think. There's a temple.
Oh my
Dude,
god. Oh my god,
what
Feinberg.
is the seed number? For research purposes later. I can pretend that I rolled it naturally and splice. Dougal's woodlighting again. Interesting. Very interesting. But he has fire already, a lot of it. I mean, this is a really wide. Oh, wood in the portal. It's a very weird woodlight setup. I haven't seen this ever. with the like.
I haven't either.
With
I
like
really
the
have,
window to look out of. I've never seen this woodlight setup.
I don't know what the mindset is. I guess it's just to get a lot of air so that it can cause a lot of
Well,
fire.
you just need one wood block next to each portal block.
Right.
Like having both of them doesn't matter. And I think it might just be slightly faster to set up. And you can place the lava, like you can just place things a little better. I don't know. It looks cool. I like it. No looting. Golden pickaxe though. Golden chestplate, not a pickaxe. That's I just don't know why I said golden pickaxe. I'm gonna be honest. But
It's okay, Feinberg. It's okay.
housing,
We understand.
wet housing, sus. So I think they're gonna do top down here. Looks very natural, but Loki also wood lighting. So I guess there's just no convenient flint. Loki's doing an older setup for sure. He doesn't have any. He doesn't have any blocks backwalled either. Doesn't matter. Got the catch. Crazy
Insta-light.
RNG. Yeah. Duo going down with the top down. And yeah, I mean, he's just 30 seconds ahead. And I think if he plays perfect speed, it should just be fine. Like I mean, but we've seen mistakes more than usual from both of these runners in the last couple seeds. Do you think it's nerves, Nerdy? Do you think it's just an off day for both runners? Do you think it's maybe tilt with the mental, with the mistakes you've made so far in the match? But I don't know.
Maybe it's a bit of everything. I mean, I think the truth is that, you know, the best of fives are just a lot more. They're
Yeah.
longer. You know, you have to sustain the mental for a longer period of time, and I really don't think it's equivalent even remotely to like playing 5 ranked matches, because all of those
Oh
matches are
yeah.
disconnected. You know what I mean?
Different people, disconnected. You can
Yeah.
forfeit. Someone else can forfeit. You can do stuff in between. Also, we might not be doing them any favors with the nerves. You know, having analysis segments and interviews and
Yes,
everything. Like
totally.
more time to just sit between some matches. Sometimes, like it's the 2-0 analysis segment, and you gotta sit there for like 5 minutes, and you just get to think about your mistakes. You just get to think about
Yeah.
what you can do better for the next seed, and it's just you can't just insta queue again and go like you can in normal ranked when you're just playing. You can't just
Yeah.
go.
Way more eyes, way more like critical eyes that know the stakes as well. You know, I
And
think there's just a lot more pressure.
$5,000 courtesy of Creo, sponsored by Creo, CreoCards.com. If you buy 3 metal posters, you get 35% off. That's basically like 3 for the price of 2, which if you subtract 1, it's basically like 2 for the price of 1. And that's how math works, because subtraction is commutative. You can actually do it on both sides. It makes sense. So it's basically like a 2-for-1 deal, which is really pretty hype. So
Very hype.
check out Career Cards. Some insane MCSR themed metal prints you can put on your wall. You can put on the side of your computer. You can put in front of your monitor. If you want to nerf yourself because you're too good, you could put it anywhere that there's a flat surface and admire the artwork. Anyways, do go ahead in the fort. Getting ready to blaze bed. I'm not sure if he made up more time than Loki did. It feels like he's more ahead than he should be off of just the overworld Mistcraft experience.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. Oh, bad pro from Loki. It's not a death. He's got the fire eyes, but these just hurt because you lost your height.
Yeah, it's just
That
that's
second
just
pearl
slow.
in lava also.
Yeah, I just feel like Duke just looks good this match. I feel like he's ironed out a lot of those mistakes. Just playing very clean Minecraft.
Yes. This is the Dougal that we expect. It's a former world record holder. Only other person with a sub 8 other than Zalanox. Current rank 1 demon. Surely in season 3, Dougal will finish in the top 8 of the ranked ELO leaderboard and not have to play the qualifiers. He's ahead by 2 rods and a blaze bedded spawner. Loki could get some strays. Got 2 here, so it's always possible to save some time. Only ahead by 0 rods now, but obviously you can kill blazes that don't drop rods. It is a 50-50. It either happens or it doesn't. And Dougal got caved in the nether. Or in the overworld. Well, you know what I mean. Blinded and into a savannah plateau. So he got caved. Very rare sight to see in ranked. But he's dealing with it pretty well. Could be different, though, if low-key blinds on strays. Could be some time save. Let's see if he gets caved here. Oh my god. Well, you got to commit to the portal there. Can't just leave the hobby. But let's see if he gets caved. He does. Same exact spot, but not nearly as bad. Only 6 blocks instead of 30. Caving is checked against, but when your surface is super high and there's a surface level cave underneath, it is impossible to fully prevent. So Loki's going to gain some time back there.
Yeah.
Did the eye break? I'm confused.
I think it must. He
It
lost
had
it.
to have, yeah.
It
But
had
I
to,
swear
yeah.
I just like saw Loki throw the eye and it didn't break, but it must have broken because they're both like one eye
Right.
offset or whatever.
They have an odd amount of blaze powder. Or
Yes.
Eyes of Ender plus blaze powder.
Big magma cube for Loki. And from the spawner, blaze, blaze, blaze. Needs a couple more rods. Dougal only needs 1 rod. Got a place or a pearl hang, and he's gotten his last rod. And it's very close. I don't like how he's going so high on the terrain here, but it might have been the right play. Hard to see what the terrain was like under, but you're definitely not going to snap into the stronghold with this this terrain.
Yeah.
Finds a really lower spot though. This is really nice. And he's only on 2 hearts. Should be fine. Not sure what chords he's supposed to be digging to here. I like the Gapple play. And yeah, I mean, they're both heading to chords. Both decided to take high terrain here. Will Loki find this ravine that Dougal found? Looks like it may be. Or he's just digging down here. Okay, so Dougal is offset on these chords a little bit, so he has to dig sideways while Loki's digging straight down. This is going to be really, really close, Nerdy.
Yeah, that's...
Dougal is 25 blocks lower. He's at Y40, but he's got to dig down, and he gets there first, barely. Loki has 15 more basalt blocks to dig. This is literally 5 to 10 seconds, maybe 15, but I mean... It could be it. If it's a fast preemptive, if it's a 0, you don't want Dougal in the stronghold first. I'll tell you that. Seeing some of his 0 clips on his second YouTube channel, like it is just insane what this guy pulls off. I would not want to let him in the stronghold first, or anything like that. But
so far,
struggling.
Though.
I mean, struggling a little bit with the nav, and it looks like Loki's committing to top left. Turns away. Dougal finds it off of 5-way.
Okay.
Not sure where from. Loki's going to also commit to this bottom left area. Are we going to see a game 5? Is it front? Is it back? 4 bed, 1 anchor. He's not going for it.
Oof.
Loki has 1 bed, 61 string. Loki can go for it. Not sure where the difference in trades came from. But if Loki can find this portal room quickly, I think he's not trusting his preemptive though. I think he's heading right now. I think it was left.
He's off. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was left, if I recall.
Dougal was able to find it though. So if Loki can push through and find it and hit the 0, could end our best of 5 early. But Dougal's got crystals down. He's not just like whiffed the 0 and waiting for a perch. He has actively improved his chances with half bow.
Right.
So any one of these fireballs could be a perch roll. Where's Loki headed? Library. Creepers. 3 creepers. Handled them. Is that the snap in for Dougal? Would it have mattered? Doesn't look like it would have
Yeah.
mattered. If the nav was much faster, it could have. But Dougal should be able to clutch this 4-bed 1 anchor and send us into a game 5. The 3+1. How crispy. And we're gonna see a seed 5. Potentially pulling off the reverse sweep. Wow.
This is one of those situations where I feel like mentally it is very hard to be in the low-key position,
100%.
in my opinion. Because
100%.
when you win to the point where you're, sort of 1 point away from moving on or whatever, I think it's very, very hard to start losing and then win. Versus you're losing and you're like, okay, I'm just gonna try my best, and then you start winning, you get that momentum, and then to keep winning, I think is so much easier than it is to keep or to not keep losing, if that makes sense.
100%. Completely agree with you. And before we get into our seed 5, before we look at our seed selection, we should throw it to our bracket for just a minute to see the status of our games so far today, the game we still have left to play today, and what we have in store for you guys tomorrow. We can take a quick look at our bracket. Quist and Anko Boy, our first match of the day. Quist versus Diwo. Quist taking the win. Anko Boy taking the win against Automat. And now a 2-2 game 5 situation. Loki versus Dougal. Winner will play Quist tomorrow in the semifinals. And then our last game of the day, right after our game 5 coming up, is Silver versus Big Mungie to see who will face Anko Boy and be our 4th semifinalist. Every other match, both semifinals, the grand finals, and the 3rd place match will be all wrapping up tomorrow at the same time we started today. So that's what we have in store for you guys. We can throw it over to our seed selection, see what Loki wants to play for our 5th and final seed of our match. I mean, maybe a finals caliber level match in the quarterfinals. Both rank 1 players of season 2 and current rank 1 player of season 3. Reverse sweep on the line. Game 5 on the line.
I'm ready. This is gonna be fun.
See what seed he picks. Ruin Portal. A seed he lost on. Didn't pick Buried Treasure. Interesting. Yes. Very interesting.
No, it is. That's surprising to me. So the Buried Treasure seed, when Duke started to win. Okay. I mean, So it's just generally lower food. You're hoping for. I don't know. This is interesting. You're hoping to get some food in the portal, but obviously it's not guaranteed. What do you think that this means that Loki is more comfortable with the low food kind of situation? I don't know. This is surprising to me.
It's possible, for sure. And I think Loki was much more ahead in the Ruin Portal seed and just whiffed on finding the fort and made it a lot closer than it should.
That is a fair point.
But again, the fort shenanigans there aren't related to the overworld at all. You could have any nether paired up with any overworld. So the only thing you're kind of choosing here is the overworld type. But anyways, we'll just have to see the nether for ourselves and get right into it. Get into our final game between these two titans. One of these guys will be heading home in maybe under 10 minutes, depending on how fast this Ruin Portal seed is. They get pretty crazy.
All right. And okay, nice. So
Wow.
so carrots. So already this is like
easy food
for me. I'm
iron
like
pickaxe.
nice.
No, this is
a
a
very good Ruin Portal.
very fast seed potential. And 8 golden carrots. They had 4 in a seed earlier, and that was maybe not enough. You have 8. 8 is very much enough for the entire seed. Even if you go the wrong way once or you take a little bit too much damage in the fort, 8 golden carrots is more than enough The only mistake here I think I see from Dougal is not grabbing stone out of the bottom of the rune portal. He didn't do that in the last rune portal seed. And when he died in the nether and had to go back, he actually remembered to do it the second time around. So we will see. But I mean, going to be a textbook overworld. There's really no other decisions to make. There's no more food you have to grab. There's no direction you have to go for the enter. You're just in. I guess you got to make sure to grab the gold block here potentially, but that's it. Looks like they both are, and Loki's going to be a little ahead. Maybe the stone play. Dougal's trying to hit a Neo for the gold block and whiffs it. Unfortunate. Oh my god! Oh, he's on a tree, and he just fell off the tree. What?
Can't fall here.
Oh, I see. Clutch did that. They did the same thing. Dual clutch with the boat, though. Again, 8 golden carrots. I mean, Loki ate 1 golden carrot and he healed like 8. He all the 8 hearts are just back. So it's just fine. And I think
hey,
he's
all I gotta say, earlier, Doog hit the remember in a few games ago where
he missed
Doog
the boat
hit
clutch, but then he ran it back and he hit it again.
Yeah. And so what I'm saying is this time Loki missed the boat clutch. Doog hits it.
What do you think that means, Nerdy?
I don't know. I feel like it means I mean, I'm obviously overanalyzing, but I feel like it means that Doog is more warmed up. You know what I mean? I feel like he's more ready.
Oh, Loki taking
looks
a
a little
bit too much damage. Is there looting in this room portal for Dougal? Oh my god, there was a sword though. Curse of Vanishing. And I think he has 20 golden carrots now. I think he picked up 12 from the bash or the room portal chest. Which again shouldn't really matter. I guess he got an extra gold block. Again, shouldn't really matter. Different routes coming out though. Dougal taking different terrain. Hoglin.
Oh my god, that scared me.
He's good. He's good. Handled. Can do a manhunt, mid down, variation.
Oh my god.
And he's definitely behind in pace right now. But is he going to get more pigs from this manhunt mid down? Is the extra 12 golden carrots. He burned his gold blocks.
Oh no.
I think he thought his blocks were in a 7 slot or
maybe
something.
I did. Maybe I just cursed Doog. Maybe I just cursed
I think
Doog.
he's fine. I think maybe he burned 1 of the gold blocks, but he had still 3 in his inventory, and he got an extra 1 from that ruin portal, so it's actually completely even in gold block count. And yeah, I think he has 19 golden carrots now. Like he could just throw out the other ones that he got. I mean, obviously you wouldn't. Yeah, he has 12 more sitting in his inventory. Oh my god. I wonder if he will notice though they're there and stack them together. Oh, he does. 19 golden carrots. Well, if there's ever a seed to aggressively pearl, this is the one. Is Loki leaving? Is he done? He's done with trades. Wow. 88 string, 2 anchor potential. That's enough to 0. And he is by far and away ahead entering this fort. But by how much? Dougal's trades are going. He's got a lot of pigs here too. Dougal's leaving as well. So not that much difference in the time, but
there is that difference, you know?
So fast, yes. And so fast from Loki. That's all you need. If you're in the end 10 seconds faster and it's both zeroable, that's it. That's all you need. I mean, unless you do like a 9-bed 0 and the other person hits 4-bed or something, like it just comes down to seconds at the very end. It's can you keep your time save? Can Loki keep his time save? But look at Dougal's strays here. We'll see. How many beds? Dougal has 5 beds and 3 anchor potential. So also zeroable from Dougal. Looks like they're playing the same spawner though. So not gonna have too much variance unless Dougal commits to some strays, just the 1. Maybe more over here, but a little scuffed with Wither Skelly moments.
Oh,
no ceiling. Backwards as well, another Wither Skelly. A lot of time loss here as opposed to just having the blaze.
Yep. Maybe you can make something work though. Maybe okay.
Oh,
Here we
a
go.
lot
Some
of blazes over
strays.
here though, so it was potentially worth it. But Loki is out on 5 rods.
Wow. Yeah.
Dougal's got 4. Well, he's got 3 and the inventory. Okay, well, there's 4 now. So I spoiled the blaze
Minus
drop.
5.
1,500. Not good offsets for Loki. He's going to throw 2 eyes. Could be some time loss.
6 rods for Duke, and he's gonna blind out here.
Yeah, and Loki only has 5. And he's going to pick up his eyes here in the ocean, and they're at completely different spots. Another ocean blind, though. 3rd room portal for Dougal, potentially, if he wants it. He has seen 3 room portals and used 2.
Maybe, hey, you never know. Maybe he needs another 15 golden carrots. Personally, I might need that many.
It's the correct 100% one eye. Throws the pearl up, grabs the eye. This is much closer than we think because he is going to second portal chords.
Yes.
Low key has to get another rod.
Yes.
Which should be from this blaze, and it is. This is insanely close. Both runners currently traveling to second portal chords.
This might be the closest match we've had all day.
Within seconds of each other. Heading back towards the bastion. Getting that golden carrot heal in. Yeah, same pearl, same direction. They're going to the same spot. In the same 10, 15
a little bit of an edge.
blocks away from each other. Not sure how far they have to go.
Who's going to enter their portal first? Put your guesses in right now. Who's going to enter their second portal first? I'm saying.
I mean, it's low key. He's already building it.
Okay. Well, that was too late. You guys were too slow. I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. I thought that would have been fun, but then it was just like really open terrain.
It's just, it's going to come down to nav, and it could come down to who does setup lists better. Like, who's able to just completely whip the enter. It's seed 5, Nerdy. You're 2 seconds behind entering the stronghold. Like, what are you thinking?
It's insane. I don't know. I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. It is actually neck and neck.
Both naving in the exact same spot. There's the random spawner, but no actual spawner, just the spawner terrain. Both in the same 5-way. Dougal turning back and going up. Low-key looking down here for some light. Wow! What a wormhole to the portal room. That could be it. Wow, what a find. Is it over? Is it zeroable? Front.
I think.
Looks kind of easy. 93. 97. Gets there. Enough time. One more rotation. It might be it. I don't see how he messes it up. I think it's over.
Looking good so far.
And he's got beds. He's got more anchors.
And this
Gonna
might
just be off the 6 bed, and that's it. Wow. It's over.
Out of the tournament. Loki wins. Fantastic
Our
play.
semifinalist from season 1, current season 3 rank 1 player, out in the round of 8 to the 1 seed. Loki thwarting the reverse sweep. Wow. 9 minutes seed. That's all it was. It was 10 minutes from the start to the end. Just a clean, it's all Loki had to do. Clean Minecraft, and it was so close the whole time. Like, I mean, the finding stronghold split's a little disingenuous because Duel did it on 6 instead of 5, but like, wow, man. 4-second difference entering the stronghold, and Loki just hit the nav through a little bit of a cave wormhole, maybe a little more confident on his preemptive, but I mean, what a series as well, man.
What a fantastic set overall. I mean, just great plays. I mean, there were some mistakes, of course. Seed 2, I think, was a little rough, but just through and through, just great plays, great decision making, great. I don't know. That was just a fantastic set. I mean, I love the back and forth games, of course, but I don't know. It was great to watch these two, especially, and I feel like this last seed was very, I don't know, representative of the set. These two very good players just going back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, I think this was the best seed we've seen all tournament potentially.
Yeah,
from
I agree.
The quality of play, the quality of the match, how close these players were, and we only have one more match today to show you guys. We just watched the season 2 or season 1 playoffs. Second place finisher Dougal out in quarterfinals. No chance at the money. Everybody in the top 4 tomorrow will have chance to get in the money. Even if you lose the semifinals, you will go on to play the third place match for a chance at the third place prize. But Dougal just missing out on that chance by 1 seed. 1-0. 1 seed, 1 nav, that's all it was. And now we have Big Mungie versus our season 1 champion looking for the 2-peat, Silver. I am very excited. I mean, if that last match's quality is similar to this match quality, it's just going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm excited for this next match. This is going to be fantastic.
yes. And I don't have anything more else to say. I think we can get into our player interviews for this match. I'm ready to see what these runners have to say about themselves.
Minecraft has always been like my main sort of game. Originally it was UHC. I got pretty good at that. I started making YouTube videos. I definitely felt like UHC was like a competitive game, but I didn't think of it ever as an esport. I really wanted to, in life, I really wanted to get really good at something. I was like, what do I get good at? And then I was like thinking about it and I was just like, pro Minecraft player. How do I do that? And speedrunning was like also something that I was interested in, and then I kind of just went down that route, and it was like I could be really good at speedrunning. I remember specifically when I played, I was super amazed by all of the tech that was coming out, because my first ever completion was Classic. That was it. It was all Bastions after that. I was super amazed with all the tech, and I guess that was like the biggest barrier though for me, is like I felt like as a UHC player, I had good mechanics. I was like, yeah, I'm good at this. For back then, I was good, but for now, I was really bad. Like, everything has been rethought. I don't do anything the same as back then. That was like the biggest kind of hurdle, I guess, to overcome, was not just the strats, but like how to use the strats, how to apply them effectively, just the general decision making of the game, taking all of this crazy tech and then applying it properly. I specifically remember myself being very confident in my Bastions. I think the thing that actually just took me like the longest to just fully get down, it was definitely endgames. Being snap-on directly on the chords. Nabbing Stronghold was like this whole just insane world like of understanding all of it. It was mostly just eye measurement to second portal to Stronghold nav. That combination of those things was very difficult for me to actually get like truly down. It took so much time. I have thousands of attempts at endgame practice. I've hit Stronghold twice doing endgame practice. For me, it's always been like a difficulty for my confidence levels, because when I look at other runners, there's so many just like titans of runners, at least in my head. I'm like looking at like Rainix, Feinberg, Crooks, all these people, and in my head I was like, I feel like I'm better. Like I feel like I do better strats in Bastions, I do better strats in the Fortress, I do better strats in the Overworld, but it was still always just this catch up. I was always just watching Crooks and Rain, those two specifically, from a distance. I was like trying to improve, trying to catch up to them, and I just never could. And even though I felt like I was on the same level as them, I never had like the same success. And going like farther than that, it was with like tournaments. So I would just join every single tournament, and eventually, like after doing so many, eventually I actually started winning. I started improving a lot, beat Feinberg and Method in one seed, and then lost to Cube after. But that was like, what? I can beat Feinberg. I'm the guy who beat Feinberg. And I was like so hyped about that. It was definitely a slow process. And even now, I feel like for tournaments, I'm like up there. I actually was kind of embarrassed to hear this, but my mom was like, I was watching the lockout tourney and I was watching your stream, but then you were like really like annoyed about something, so I got too stressed out. I felt like my stressed out energy wasn't helping you, so she had to leave and stop watching. And it was because Josh kept DCing, and I was like, dude, this is so sad. Like, why does he keep DCing? And I was just so frustrated because I thought we were gonna lose because of it, and she had to leave. She like knows. Like, I told her about the Moist Critical challenge. I was like, yeah, so it's like 2 weeks, and basically you just have to spend as much time as possible playing. Her and her boyfriend, he said like, oh, so we won't see you for 2 weeks. Okay. And I was like, yeah. And they're like, okay. Not like we really see you much anyway. So they're just like fine with it. They still like getting us together to like eat dinner together and like go out on walks and hikes and stuff like that. And so like I get the family time in. And they definitely understand and obviously are very supportive. And a while ago, my mom was like, oh my god, wait, actually no, wait. I remember. This is my first ever time I won Minecraft, money in Minecraft. It was my first ever tournament was in this survival games tournament called Hungry Games, hosted by Bayesian Canadian. I got third in it and I won $500, and that was the first money I'd ever won. And I was telling my mom about it and I was like, yeah, like I could have won, but like when I was in this fight I tried to eat my soup and it didn't eat because I don't know, I didn't right click or something like that, and then I died. My mental was so good at the time. If I had won this fight I would have won the game for sure, and then I lost the fight and I was disappointed, but I ended up being third anyway. And my mom immediately, she was like, do I need to get better internet? Like is that a problem that like we can fix? Is it our internet's fault or something like that? And so she's always like super clutch. She like buys like the most expensive internet because she knows like not only for me but like a big part is because of for me.
Hi, I'm Big Monkey. I'm a 17-year-old Australian Minecraft speedrunner. I got into Minecraft about 10 years ago. It started blowing up on YouTube, and I asked my parents for it on my birthday when I was 10 years ago. And I played pretty actively until around 1.9 came out, and then I quit for a while. And I only got back into Minecraft to speedrun around 3 years ago since then. Oh no, I saw this one coming, yeah. Okay, I guess I'll start off with Big Monkey. I was going through just a monkey phase in general, and I don't know where the G came from though. I still don't remember where that came from. And as for the Minecraft username, I was playing on a SMP with some of my IRL friends, and I changed my name from Big Monkey to Bing Pigs. It's like an inside joke or whatever. And then Ranked came out, and I was stuck with you Bing Pigs for like 2 weeks of the first 2 weeks of Ranked, and I couldn't change it back. So people just knew me as Bing Pigs. Well, I started speedrunning because I saw Dream do it and he made it look cool, and I was a young, impressionable child, so I did what he did, speedrunning since late 2020, and have stuck with it because I am chronically addicted. Yeah, it's pretty hyped to make top 8 on my first try, but unfortunately, this is probably where my path ends, matching into silver, and funny enough, I have him as my ESI opponent as well, so that's gonna be a little rough. Uh, I genuinely do not. I like eat food. I eat food. Does that count?
He eats food, Nerdy. What do you think about that?
Okay, I actually had mine muted. It's actually on me. I ruined everything. No, but he eats food. Hey, listen, I respect that. We were talking earlier
Do you
about.
also eat food, or what's the deal?
Yeah, I do. I enjoy some good food on occasion. But yeah, anyways, can you get some fine noms from any Feinberg subscribers? Because
True.
that's really
True.
based.
Any nomers? True.
Yeah, I'm excited about this match. I think it's gonna be really good. Those stories were both super cute. I
Yeah.
think it's gonna be a good match. I mean, these are two great players, and who's gonna move on to the semifinals? We'll have to see.
Yeah. I mean, I had seen Silver's interview in the sense that when everybody was recording the interviews over the past week, Curry was sort of reaching out to everybody and recording them and edited a couple of them. And we actually had a lot of other editors come on because Curry's been editing all day, every day for the past few days, because we also have exclusive interviews with some more behind the scenes ranked stuff tomorrow for you guys. So if you didn't want to watch because you don't like Minecraft, but you wanted to watch because you like nerdy, there's potentially a nerdy interview tomorrow. And a Curryway interview, maybe some Red Lime, some Oliver content. So we have some exclusive interviews tomorrow. And so, anyways, what I was supposed to be talking about was that when Silver's interview finished recording, I had like Curry tell me and Fulham tell me and maybe Oliver all told me that it was like the best thing that they've ever listened to, like coming out of MCSR ever. And I opened up the drive link and it was like 45 minutes and I just put it on like a podcast. So I had heard what he talked about, but I had never seen it edited. And so we might have more. There's way more stuff that Silver talked about that didn't make it into that 5-minute clip or the clip at the beginning of the stream. So, I mean, hopefully we see someone tomorrow, but I mean, Big Pigs could play spoiler here. Big Pigs, Big Manji. I like the story behind the names. That's really funny that he changed it to Big Pigs as a joke, and it coincided with the launch of Ranked, and you have like the month cooldown, and now everyone. It's a banger username though. Like everyone likes Big Pigs as the name because I think it was Big Pigs, and then he changed it back to Big Mungie, and everyone in the community was like, "Damn, bro, Big Pigs was a better name." And so I think we kind of bullied him into changing it back, like not in a bad way, but like it's like a peer pressure kind of thing. So it's a pretty
Big
banger
Pigs
username.
is a fantastic name. It's just, I mean, I can't. I'm sorry. It's an amazing name. I mean, what do you want? Like, I mean, if you have an amazing name and then you change it, like, it's very hard to not have anyone, you know, want it back. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You know. I mean, I'm definitely not like there's not like a platform that this relates to, for example. That is yeah, definitely. I'm definitely not throwing shade. Anyways, sorry.
You're
not
good.
not comparing Big
digress.
Pigs to that. I'm sorry. I it's just a joke. But anyways,
yeah. Anyways, we have Fulham with our game recaps from last week to show you guys how both these players got here. So we will send you guys over to Fulham for those. Hog.
So, just before we get into the recaps from last week, I just want to say a couple of big thank yous for the people that have been editing behind the scenes and stuff, just to, you know, really hammer it home. I know that Feinberg did mention it just a moment ago. Thank you to Quist for editing his own video. You guys have already seen that one. Anko Boy did an interview even though he sort of didn't want to, and that was like really helpful for us. Really appreciated that. Bendo for editing the Dewo video. Alistair edited Automat's video, and Rosie edited the Big Mungie video that you guys just watched. Of course, like Fine said, there's more where that Silver interview came from. Fingers crossed that we can pull it into some sort of nice little documentary style or something. Maybe release the whole thing in parts. Who knows? We'll find a way to do that. However, what I'm here for is to be your analyst. And I am going to be analyzing last week's games, and we are going to first and foremost focus on the game which involved Mr. Silver Runs, because even though it says Loki versus Dougal beneath me, it is Silver Runs that was up first. We're going to have a look at this first seed. It was a low food seed, and sadly we saw, we saw a very clean 2x1 here from Silver. However, we did see a slightly less clean 2x1, I believe, from Emilk. I don't know if we're actually going to see that clip here. We may do. Sadly, Emilk also does die in the fortress with this double spawner, sees the Wither Skeleton, sadly gets meleeed from behind, causing them to have a little bit of trouble here. Silver does do the little double throw, the classic double throw that we've seen Silver do literally never. But at least this time, it didn't cost him the entire game. Small mistakes from Silver, though. Let's make sure that the robot is actually vulnerable. There are a few times where he has made mistakes. Not very frequently, though. And we're going to see another mistake come out from Silver here, where he goes for the speed bridge, but actually messes it up. And we can see that right around here. This does cause him to lose around about 2 minutes of real time, which, you know, is pretty tough, but he was able to make this one back. Emil actually goes for the 10 obby blind rather than for the 20 obsidian educated travel, and that actually causes a big problem. You can see there with the little zoom. 1846 distance. A little bit too far for comfort, and also, even after the sleeping, Emil does sadly die. Silver hits the fantastic 1 in 8 0 cycle. Very, very clean stuff from Silver runs here, as we have grown to love from him. Just standard win for Silver, in all honesty. Just very, very clean situation, and was able to finish out the seed remarkably easily. There we go. Now the setup is all correct. It is Silver versus Big Mungie. And we can go and now have a look at the Mungie recap. Mungie was playing against Draconics, and I think this was one that I wasn't actually able to analyze because it did go 2-0. And there were some really important things that happened during this run that I wanted to talk about. Mungie having to throw 3 eyes here. A little bit peculiar, not exactly what you always wanted to see. However, was able to take a good chunk of time back through his much better terrain navigation. We can see both players leaving the fortress at the same time, but Draconics had to go through a wall, whereas Mungie was able to find this kind of outside terrain to get to the final location, and does end up getting the snap perch first after messing up the pearl clip for 0, does play for the regular 1 cycle, and does win before Draconics even enters the end. Clean, and it is game number 2 for Mungie here. And he actually wins this one as well. We're going to see, sadly, that Draconics does take an unfortunate early game. You can see the difference in time at the top of your screens. Mungie able to find this buried treasure much easier, whereas Draconics takes a lot longer. The rest of the run, not a lot to talk about. Just that 2-minute deficit from the start, all the way through, carried through. Sadly, not able to quite finish it out for Draconics, and Mungie able to just play clean, consistent, safe, doesn't even need to go for the 0 because he had the advantage, and plays well, gets to the finish line, and takes the victory. 2-0. Both of these runners going 2-0 in their starting matches, and I wonder what I really wonder what is going to be happening on this best of 5. Mungie didn't really have too much trouble when he was facing up against Draconics. Silver did make some mistakes. They weren't crucial against Emil. I wonder if I keep stumbling over how I'm pronouncing Mungie, and I'm really sorry. I keep wanting to say monkey, but I know that it's Mungie, and I keep stumbling. Will Mungie be able to take advantage of Silver's shortcomings in a couple of mistakes that he's made? Who knows? That is for me to know, and as the scriptwriter, and for you to find out as chat. So I am going to pass this back over to Nerdy and Feinberg to see what they have to say before seed number 1.
Dude, he's muted again.
It's like this is like my second to last time to ever mess it up, and I messed it up. I was saying, thank you, Fulham, for the analysis. I didn't know that they both 2-0'd last week. So both runners currently flawless in the playoffs. And yeah, I think if Silver irons out his mistakes, he's going to be very, very tough to beat. I mean, he is the reigning Season 1 champion, but Big Mungie did play pretty well against Draconics. And the only other thing I would like to mention before we get into our seed selection, well, there's 2 things actually. The first thing is that Silver and Big Mungie did play an ESI yesterday, and Silver won 2-0. Now, it is a very different tournament style. You do get to scout the seed that you play, so there's like way different decision making, but it could affect the mental of both players knowing that you just lost or just beat your opponent in a different tournament less than 24 hours ago. Like,
right.
Very, very close. And the other thing I was going to say is another big shout out to Creo for sponsoring the Season 2 playoffs. Creo makes metal prints. They're in the back of my wall. I still literally have no idea which way to move correctly. Hey, you messed it up. You don't even have to move.
And then I was pointing at the thing below. Exclamation mark Creo. CreoCards.com.
Okay, whatever, man. I can't figure it out. It's like pointing at the camera. Anyways, we throw it over to the art scene real quick to see the 3 exclusive MCSR themed art prints that we have for you guys. They're metal prints. They're in 3 different sizes. You can throw them up on your wall. You can throw them up in your bedroom. You can throw them up wherever you throw up decoration stuff, wherever you live.
Beautiful. They're just beautiful. All 3.
If you buy 2, you get 25% off. If you buy 3, you get 35% off. It's free shipping if you spend over $100. Ships basically anywhere. And I mean, the quality is just crazy. The colors pop. I think they're so cool. And I think they will be up for the foreseeable future. They're not limited time. It's not like a exclusive run or whatever, an exclusive amount. You can buy them. And shout outs to the 3 artists, Rattles with the overworld art, L Aesthetic with the nether art, and Grassfur with the end art. Very, very cool stuff. I love the finishing touches that they all put on in between last week and this week. So without further ado, I think we can throw it into our seed selection, Nerdy, and I spoiled myself a little bit. Look at the seed selection, baby. 7-pick Shipwreck.
Giga Chad.
Let's go.
That is what I'm talking about. All right. That's like, I feel like that just shows his confidence. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, we're playing a shipwreck. That's what we're doing. We're not gonna dilly dally. All right. You know, so
I'm pumped. I don't have anything else to say. I want to see him play some Minecraft. I want to see them swim to a shipwreck, loot the iron from the gap in the top of the shipwreck, stand in the door, break the logs in the door, get the food chest. We haven't seen that. We haven't seen that.
Yep.
We haven't seen that all week.
Yep.
I'm so excited.
This
And
is
I mean, that's all I have to say. I'm just pumped.
I think what we're trying to decide who's gonna win the tournament, but let's be honest. I think me and you, Feinberg, we already won because now we're gonna watch a shipwreck game. So we are the real winners of the ranked tournament.
100%. Get to see a little bit of the hardware difference. So we're sabotaging his opponent by giving them a worse setup on the loading screen, but it is synced up. Things do get loaded in the background. Not a huge deal. Ready for this shipwreck. Come on, guys. Where is it? In the water. We did see a shipwreck today, but it was kind of scuffed. There it is. Sideways ship. Look at the difference already in decision making. Manji directly towards the shipwreck. Silver front loading. Is he going to front load 2 only? No. Full front load 3. Axe. Full front load. Sometimes he likes to punch 2, so you can make a crafting table and a pressure plate. Sometimes he likes to get all of it. This is a very weird shipwreck, though. Could swim back. Manji is going to have the opportunity for shears. Silver is gone. Okay. So it's going to have less blocks, but it should be a faster overworld full decision. And look at Manji. It looks so slow. No boat. Going to the room portal. KB, Bane. No looting. No looting. Wow. And Silver's able to get this iron. It's going to be enough for pressure plate as well. But he's not going to get any wood, I don't think. Is he going to go to the room portal? Potentially. And this gold axe from Manji 2 is crazy.
Yeah.
So quick on these trees. Silver's able to craft here, and this might be the ravine, so Silver might honestly be behind in this overworld. And yeah, oh my god, he has no wood for a door. No, he didn't get enough wood for a door, and he didn't get any wood in the ship for whatever reason. So he's behind on blocks, he's behind on wood, he's potentially behind on time. This is really scuffed here too. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, a mistake maybe this early in the overworld, and this is the ravine, and Silver's going back to the ship for his wood.
Oh no!
The door.
Yeah, this is not good.
He's going to be behind by 30 to 40 seconds here. Maybe maybe just forgot to get wood here because he looted it in a weird way. I mean, the gold axe is going to help a little bit, and the ravine is kind of close, but the shipwreck pick from Silver, the first pick all tournament, not working out in his favor at all. Even a little bit. No, I mean, 30 to 40 seconds in overworld is huge.
Yeah.
If it was like a ruin portal overworld, if it's anything more than like 3 to 4 seconds in total, instead of 30 to 40, like this is, I don't know.
Absolutely. It looks like he's gonna be exactly like 40 seconds behind here.
Maybe 50.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate stuff for silver. I mean, not really unfortunate, just kind of bad decision making. Or forgetting. Brain RNG, as you like to say, Feinberg.
Yes, just
um,
brain RNG.
but
And he has no blocks either.
yeah.
He's gonna have to gold axe these trees for blocks. Manji's got 40 leaves and he's already at the bastion. Is this a triple? Stables? Wow. Definitely gonna see a double triple route. For sure. Dropping the gold axe. Nice play. Connecting these triples. Shot. All good though. And it's a fast bastion route. Stables generally has a lot of decisions to be made in the bastion, but not when it's triple. Basically, the one type of stables where you're not even like the bastion, you don't even need to worry about the gaps. The gaps could be double bad, and the chests could be eaten by fossils, and you wouldn't even care because it's triple. Like you're never even going in the bottom half. It's just the stables where there's no decisions, and it's just that's not good for silver when you want to be able to use your decision making to your advantage to gain some time. Heading into this triple. Will he trade on the middle? Will he trade on the left? He's trading in the middle, so same rampart. Again, it doesn't really matter. Raul chat said you could potentially get 12 gold blocks instead of 8, and that is true because you are only getting 4 at a time. So you definitely don't want to get 4. You're at least getting 8, but do you get 12? Maybe the only decision in triple, but there is one decision that is not. I was a little wrong. You do actually have to think a little bit playing the triple, but I don't think it's going to be enough of a decision to claw back 50 seconds for silver. That's how far behind I'd say he is from the overworld and the lack of blocks.
Right.
And it's not a good start, especially when you have to play 5 seeds. I mean, but if he can rebound and get the win or at least get close or
yeah. I mean, here's one thing I'll say. As mentioned in the videos, silver is very, very good at his end games. So there's definitely a good chance that he will make up time post Fortress. The question is though, will it be 50 seconds? I don't know.
Yeah, will it be enough time? A little unsure about his Pyre. I think he found the direction though. But Manji is already out. Heading towards the fort. And we'll see how much time he gained, how much time he left. Or lost. How much time he left, how much time he writes. Whatever. Decent pearls from Manji here. Don't see the fortress yet though, and it was pretty far. It was like a 17-18 chunk Pyre. Pretty far for ranked fortress standards. Usually the fort is visible, if not in the bastion, and 7 chunk Pyre here from Manji as silver is leaving. So maybe caught up a little bit of time, especially if he can find better terrain to this fort. Not sure how buried it looks, but that pearl looked not the right way either. I mean, Pyre will get you to where the stronghold is, and this terrain looks open enough to where you should be able to find the fort. But it is down in this ravine. That is weird. Will silver be able to find better terrain and catch up time here that he lost in the overworld? It's possible. Manji struggled a lot there with finding the fort, but was it the seed's fault or was it his fault? We'll have to see how silver handles it as he gets closer to where the fortress should be in this nether. And he's over it. So he's gained maybe 20 seconds back.
Yeah, he's doing a great
job. Very well played. And it could be here too, who finds the spawner first, which could be a lot of randomness in terms of just which direction you go. And it looks like Manji does have the first spawner. Yeah. I mean, he was in the fort for longer. He's been traveling more often. So it does make sense, but.
So around 7 minutes he found it.
Oh, Silver found a 3-pack of strays. And I think the spawner is out exposed here. And I don't think he's committing to it. I don't know if that was where it was. Actually, it's down here. Okay, same spawner. Those strays might have given him a little bit of time save, but I don't think it gets him all the time back. Yeah, but the race will be good for Manji too as well, and he hits
True.
the spawner later, so it really just depends. Like you said, it's going to come down to the end game, and if I was making an end games masterclass, Silver would probably be the teacher for some of it, if not all of it. So I think he's just going to make up some time in the end game, but how much time is he going to make up if he plays it perfectly?
Like you said, he's had thousands of practice or thousands of seeds worth of practice on this.
Yeah. I mean, he's blinding on 5 instead of 6. And I think he threw an eye into a tree. So that's a little bit of unlucky time loss. Blinding at the same spot on the same river. Nimbot on screen, gets the 1 eye measure. Did the other one break? Is Manji going to deal with the break? It was the first eye, I guess. So, and Manji doesn't do boat eye, so going to have to throw 2 eyes as well.
Unfortunate for Mongi there, as Silver is back in the nether, waiting for 2 more rods.
Yeah, and I mean, Manji's going to only need 1 more rod because he left early, but it just depends on the rates here. So we're going to get both rods, gets 1, and gets both from the same spawner cycle, so he's out early, and Manji's going to be out on this blaze as well, but Silver's now ahead by 2 to 3 seconds. That's all you need. Getting into the end. Going to be throwing very similar pearls here. Manji actually going down. Heading over towards the same terrain, but that's a pearl that's not going to make it. So Silver throwing slightly better pearls, just being able to get slightly farther in this terrain is going to give him more time save, as Manji's got to swim all the way up this lava, build up to this terrain, and then keep running. It's 10 to 15 seconds, but it all adds up, and it's just the terrain decision being better for Silver. He's going to be in first. Made up all the time from the overworld mistake throughout the seed, just split by split.
Great stuff from Silver. Honestly, I mean, and yeah,
missed.
Monkey playing well too.
Y32 missed.
Oh no.
Is it the same chords? Is it too low? He did it in a Okay, he's good. He's below it. What I was gonna say before I started is he did it in a lava pool. So, or like in the bottom of a lava lake. So that is like Y20. So you do miss a lot of the time when you do that. Manji will hit starter most certainly off of this. Maybe on the same cave. He's actually a Y33. Yeah, Manji does hit the same cave, so they do have to both dig up, but not a good preemptive spike at all for Silver. I know his numbers, I think, a little bit. Obviously, everyone's are different, and maybe they're different in his ranked instance, but didn't see as big of a spike as Silver would have liked. It was a good rhyme there, but he finds the portal room.
Fantastic.
3-eye, does he have 0 materials? He's got 6 beds, and he's been practicing his setup list, so he's definitely going for it, even though his hop art doesn't look like it. 6 beds and 2 anchors. Front, small. It will just be if it flies or not, but if you go to 90, it basically never flies in ranked. 90. He's pushing 95. Well, I don't think he wanted to, and then he realized it was crying and he had to. But he makes it there. Wow, and he's got the explosives, especially with the anchors pre-placed. That's going to be it. I don't think he wanted to go to 95. He kind of stuttered on 92 for a second, realized he couldn't dig the crying obsidian, but he hits it either way. Got there with enough time, just 2 good pearls, and that's your seed 1. Well played from Silver. I mean, other than the overworld mistake, there's just... What did Silver say? I should not have picked ship. LMFAO. Yes, other than the overworld shipwreck mistake.
Don't listen to that. Future runner, other people in the tournament still. Silver's just messing with you.
Every split, he gained a little bit of time on. Very impressive. I mean, that's the Silver that we are used to watching after the overworld play, and it was not like him. Maybe some warm up again, maybe some nerves. Who knows? Definitely a higher stakes match than the ESI match in terms of the positioning in the bracket, the monetary situation. Not saying that the ESI match was not higher stakes at all, just the situations with the brackets. And yeah, if you look at the splits here. I guess he lost time entering the Bastion. I think that was due to having to get blocks. So it was like delayed time loss, if that makes sense. Because he entered the Nether without leaves from the trees in the overworld. So every other split after that, it looks like 20 to 30 seconds just gained. So Manji either has to just play a little faster, a little tighter. I mean, there were just a couple bad pearls going to the second portal cores, which could have been all that time loss. Entered the fort at different times and didn't get insane strays. Could have been a little bit of that time loss. So not clear how much of it is his fault as opposed to just random RNG, but it's not good for the mental, and it's not a good look when you're just playing a seed that you're ahead in the overworld and you just slowly lose time until you lose. It's not good for the mental.
I'm
But
surprised by the fact that he lost so much time in the split Nether to Bastion. That's
I
surprising.
said it was because he didn't have blocks. Silver didn't have blocks from the leaves. From
Yeah,
the shooters
I
from the
guess.
leaves. And he
Yeah,
needed
I guess I
to
didn't remember
build
that
X
making so much
trees.
time.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I also think he might have eaten a blindness sus stew for food, and so just had to kind of sit around for a few seconds. But we have a room portal pick from Manji. Again, has to play room portal and village in the best of 3 regardless. So not sure how much science goes behind this pick, but it
I
was
think there is
just
science.
yeah, go.
So
for it.
I think there is a lot of science here. Is that Silver said in his little chat that he was nervous about RP because he wasn't warmed up, and then the next pick, Mungie picks Rune Portal. I don't think that's a coincidence at all.
Some player metagaming, perhaps.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that makes sense. You know, your opponent says they're nervous about something, you pick that. Or maybe, as Fulham's saying, maybe Silver baited Monkey into picking that. Oh man, now this is getting some 5-dimensional chess. I can't follow it anymore. I'm sorry, guys.
It's possible.
Anyways, I'm excited. Let's do this.
Yeah, I'm ready to get on the match. And see if it's going to be a 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, Nerdy. Not sure. No prediction pre-match this time, but you were very wrong last time, unfortunately. It was a
Okay, well, see, so here's the thing. I was right if you ignore the 2 matches that I was wrong about. You know what I mean?
Wow, really?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like if you just kind of forget those 2 matches happened, I was right that there was 3 wins that happened. And I hope that we
Right.
acknowledge this. I hope that we all concur on this fact.
Sure. Any looting sorters? Oh my, enchanted golden apple. Any fine enchanted golden applers? Surely they mine the gold block and get a gold axe. Thoughts? Surely you guys don't get stone, right? Yeah, gold block. Yeah, gold block. All right, well, that was the one decision in the overall, and they both did it correctly, so congrats.
It's a draw. Both players
So
can
we're
take first place prize.
getting sheep food. And he had a baby sheep, I think, so maybe a little rolled on the food, but not a huge deal, as you do have enchanted golden apple. Which is weird, though. It's very weird knowing when you want to eat the notch.
Right.
Because it literally is just like, it's like a 16 heart bonus, but if you wait until you're on 1 heart, you could just die.
Right.
It is also fire res. Cool. Very not useful, but sometimes useful. Fort first.
One thing that I think is worth mentioning is that in his little interview, Mungie said, oh, I'm kind of nervous about playing silver. This is probably my, ticket out of the ranked tourney or whatever. But but I think that he's being a little hard on himself, in my opinion, because look at that. Take a look at that wins versus loss versus opponent. I mean, sure, silver's up 2 games out of 12, but like.
True.
That's not a bad record. Like that could be a sample size thing,
Well, silver's overall win rate is 73%, and I think 7 out of 12 is 68%. So Manji gives him a tougher run for his money than the average opponent.
Yeah.
So
And the average opponent of that caliber that he can play, you know. So
yes, like of the
I don't know.
top
I guess
50 only.
I think Monkey's being a little hard on himself, and I think that he absolutely can take Silver out if he's playing his A game.
Yeah, and pretty similar paces entering this bastion, but Silver is just starting this route first. Nerdy looked at a bait message in chat and started smiling
I can't,
because
man.
it's
I can't. Oh my god. It's dude. You guys, it's hard. I have an inability to keep a straight face, as a lot of people know this about me. So, anyways, I apologize for my lack of professionalism, chat.
Nerdy, you're doing great. At least you unmute your mic. That's pretty impressive.
True. I can do that. That's easy for me.
But slightly different bastion routes coming out from both players. The lower triple route from Mungie and the higher trade hole auto funnel from Silver. I don't really think there's a difference. Maybe this is a hot take and I don't like nerd out about it enough. I just think it doesn't matter where you put the trade hole or if you do the auto funnel or not. I don't think it matters. I could be wrong. I haven't looked at the numbers,
maybe it's
but
like a thing where
I feel like
it
I feel like
average adds 2
it
seconds.
can't be more than like it can't be more than like 5 seconds for the whole route if you get the same amount of pigs. What is this spawner? it's like it's fully covered by the tree. You see that? Oh my god.
That's fantastic. I want to know, did the spawner come first and then
I don't
the tree
think
just grew into it? Or did they
I don't even really
build the
know.
spawner around the tree?
Are you talking about like from a code perspective
From
or
a
from a
lore
lore
perspective.
perspective? From a lore perspective,
Yeah.
okay. I feel like the spawner would come first, and then the tree planting colonizers of the warp forest were probably scared of this spawner. They were a tribe that didn't understand the power of the blaze spawner. They wanted to block it off with the tree for eternity, which is why most of them are not blocked off, but certain factions of the warp force community are very scared of blazes. Maybe someone was allergic. I don't know.
That makes sense.
They covered it up for a reason. And to be fair,
I
it
would
is
be
pretty
scared of a
scary.
blaze. I would be scared of a blaze personally.
Blaze is very scary. 6 rods for Silver though, 5 for Manji, but he's blinding first. These rates are very good. Quick question: who am I talking to? Creating content. 7 rods for Manji though. Insane rates. Maybe 7 for 7. Speaking of, this is a mid-4 first portal, by the way. I don't think we realized how fast
Yeah, this is crazy pace.
how fast this pace was, but Silver is leaving 2 second portals sub 5. And Manji was task overlapping, but he is in the exact same situation. It looks like oh my god, notch fucking clutch, resistance, lava clutch. He's on 12 hearts still, he just like fell from the ceiling. Unfortunately, what am I trying to say? The god pace is gone because there's a wall, but this could have potentially been a ranked world record caliber seed. I mean, it still is. You'd have to, it's 715, 713, not really possible anymore. But 7XX is still potentially on the table. Has 2 minutes, 0 will be 1. Good nav will be 10 seconds. He's just got to get in the stronghold. I just don't know how far away it is. He's currently at Y 103. There's some terrain though. Sub 7, not sub 7. 7XX is still on the table. How close is our second portal? Looks like he's dancing around the cords on the mushroom. Very doable. I mean, what a scary position to be in. Like, you're a big Manji. It's 6 minutes. You're traveling to second portal cords. This is crazy pace, and Silver's in the stronghold.
Yeah.
Looked like an insta spike bottom right. Could we see a 7XX run? I think Silver's fastest rank time is 7:35. This could just beat that if it's here. Doesn't look like great light source though, but it was the spike this way. Is he going to commit to it? No. Dream is maybe dead. And the dream for big pigs might still be alive. If Silver chokes the nav, I mean, he does have other ways to go in the stronghold, but that is that is where the spike was. So I don't know if it's far and he missed it. He's gonna head back maybe. See where the spike shows up for Manji. Ooh, there's some stronghold that we haven't seen. Library though. Once you get to the backward spike, is it a different stronghold? I think it's a completely different stronghold actually. And what could have been a 7xx for silver might turn into a seed loss if Manji can find the portal room first. This is not the right way. It looks like it's so weird too, and some people are on smooth lighting and some are not. It's hard to tell who is where with light sources and all that. But this is where silver didn't commit, and it was here where he didn't commit. And this is so close. It's gonna be who enters the end first with the setup, and Manji's gonna be in first. Silver's got to crank it. Sees the message in chat, so he's got to crank it, but he doesn't have anything crafted.
Oh
and
my
it's
God.
front low, so he can push to 95 like he did. So it's possible with better beds, it's going to be insanely close. We're thinking about like stream delay too at this point. I think Silver's maybe 6 seconds behind. Manji pushing to 95 as well, and he gets there. So it's down to the amount of beds, but it's got to be like a 7 or 8 bid from Manji and a 5 from Silver for it to be close. And that's some good damage from the first 3.
Oh my God, those
4. It's 6. I think even if Silver does 5, it's not going to be enough. 6 bed rotation. If Silver does 5, it'll be very close. But the Dragon's dead at 8:18 on Manji's screen, and it's 22 on Silver, and we're still going. So it's within 7 seconds. Wow.
Super. That's one of the closest games we've had.
That's it. Literally 4, 5 seconds.
Heat 35 from
Like-
Bing Pigs. Wow.
Yeah. And it's different strongholds, and I think literally the micro decision, like, I'm not sure why Manji was behind on the I Spy. Maybe slightly less pigs. Got to the fort slightly slower or slightly faster, but was task overlapping. So it was weird, you know? I don't know. Silver just didn't. Silver turned back. He saw that 5-way, knew that was his only spike, and I guess thought it was too far. Didn't think to commit to the 5-way, because if he just went through the door, and maybe literally it was that cave terrain that was like made it awkward to go check. Do you know what I mean by that? Like it was just like the door wasn't
I think I know what you mean.
easily openable. Like it
There's no
looked
floor.
weird.
Yeah, I know exactly.
And maybe that's why he turned around and he lost a minute
Because of it,
for that potentially.
He lost because of that.
I mean, he lost the seed. Yeah, it's not that he lost a minute. You can lose a minute and still be winning. You can lose a minute and still be losing. He lost a minute and lost the seed by 9 to 10 seconds because of it, which is crazy. I mean, I was expecting, I don't know what I was expecting, but that was not it. That was, I mean, I thought we had the best seed of the tournament last match. That might have been the best seed of the tournament. This match.
I think
I don't know.
I think that was the best match. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think just purely by the speed and the closeness. Like statistically, I don't think you can get much better than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think that like deaths make matches better or like mistakes. I think it's like the best matches are the ones where they're really fast, really well played, and really close.
Mhm.
So in my opinion, that was the best.
That was all 3. Yeah, that was all 3 for sure. We can throw it to our seed selection. Yes, I think it's just Village left. So where's to pick it? Now, again, the thing I was thinking about, which I don't know if it really matters, is if Silver wins this seed, or whoever wins this seed. Actually, never mind. It doesn't matter at all who picks. It just matters who wins or loses. I was gonna say like Manji could have picked Village or Room Portal, depending on like if you wanted to like win or lose more often to like because what am I trying to say? Like Silver's pick for seed 3, just Village. He has no other options, right? But whoever loses this next seed and gets to pick for game 4 has all 5 options back available to them. So is that something you think about? Like, I would rather lose game 3 and win game 2 instead of lose game 2 and win game 3. because then you get to pick from 5 seeds instead of 1. Like your pick actually matters. Like Silver's pick didn't matter at
That
all.
makes sense. I think one thing that's also interesting to note is that in the best of threes, the way you pick really matters, right? Because if especially for the first seed, but then the second and third picks that don't even really they're not really picks. You have to play both, right? But the first seed, like that matters. If like to get some momentum going, you need to play the first seed of the 3 that are left. Then the other 2, if you are in the losing perspective, you need to win those 2. So you're going to need to play either of them, so it doesn't necessarily matter. But on the contrary, with this, the first 3 seed picks, I mean, like you said, they do matter as far as trying to win, but none of these really matter in the sense that you need to play all 3 of them no matter what. The bans totally have an impact, but the seed picks for the first 3 don't really have that much impact because no matter what, no matter how well you play or how poorly you play, you have to play first a shipwreck or a rune portal or a village, and then the next 2 you have to play the other 2, right? So my point is that for these best of 5s, it's kind of interesting because the first 3 picks don't really matter, but then the third and fourth or 4th and 5th totally do.
Yeah, 100%. I think we've waffled too much about the seed selection, but it was a good analysis into the thought process behind some of the picks and what maybe some of the runners can think about. And we're going to be seeing a best of 7 in the finals tomorrow, so maybe there's even more deliberation there. But we're ready to get into our game 3, and it's a game 3 with a lot on the line, but also not that much on the line in the first place. It's basically like we're just playing a best of 3 at this point. Both runners are 1-1. There are some mental obstacles potentially to overcome after a win, after a loss. But no one is going home after the seed. They get to play 2 more seeds regardless. And this is our desert village. Let's freaking go. Love seeing a good desert village. Some crafting table houses, some blacksmiths.
Yeah, I feel like desert villages are some of the most interesting. Taigas are still my favorite, but desert temples still have or desert villages have a lot of options with how you want to play them. Like you said, the crafting table houses. Not having trees is kind of interesting. Like choosing to go for wood first or not. In this case, both runners running to the village first. I do enjoy watching desert villages played.
Yep, and they both get to use Iron Sword to stack and kill the golem. Very smart. Looking around for a lava pool as well, because 6 obsidian with 1 blacksmith is not enough. 6 obsidian with 2 would have been enough, but 1 is not. And I do wonder if these runners will investigate some trees. And so we're to spot a lava pool close to trees. So it looks like a pretty linear overworld for him at this point. Trees, some cobble. Potentially, I think both runners actually messed up in a way. Didn't grab cobblestone with the pickaxe from the blacksmith, so gonna have to dig down here. Does have an iron shovel, so it's not gonna be a big deal. But look, it is actually a big deal because he only had 2 sticks. So he has to iron shovel the sticks and punch another log for axe. So it is a big deal.
Exactly.
It is like 5 seconds maybe, but as we saw last game, 5 seconds like literally could be
Actually
it.
mattered. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
totally.
yeah, like
I mean, yeah,
so
I love the
know.
decision making in desert villages. The sticks,
And
the everything, it's just good. It's just good.
yeah, looks like Monchi might not be getting any wood, so could be entering faster. Not sure if he's going to stop at a tree here before the lava pool for a boat. Definitely the right play in ranked. You just want to be prepared for anything. Maybe not super necessary playing any percent or playing AA or whatever, but for ranked, it is definitely correct. But it looks like he's still a little ahead. I think Silver's trees were just a little too far to the right, maybe. He might have a little more wood. Looks like Manji's only got 15 and Silver's got 43. So after the portal, he'll maybe have like 35. So an extra few logs mined. And it kind of lines up with the amount of time that he's ahead.
Yep.
So you're trading a few seconds for a few logs. Was it worth it? Maybe.
Ooh. Well, we have a warp forest next to the bastion, so maybe not. But oh well.
Hard to tell. Hard to say. Sees the treasure. Both players do.
Red clutch there from Mungie.
Yeah, no boat, so it was weird. But treasure again is also weird because you don't know where the fort is. And I wonder if these players don't see the fort, and I don't think they've seen the fort yet, if they will Pyre or send a direction. But you do get some very nice visibility off of the top of the ramparts. So we could potentially see the fort from there if we haven't seen it already. A lot of pigs from Silver though. And he took a little bit of better terrain and it looks like he's
Yeah, he's
regained
ahead.
the lead. Just did some upper terrain to drop right on the block, didn't have to build up to the bridge, I guess. Or just some terrain decision along the way. Gets him in the lead. Other than that, it's just going to be who can spot the fort potentially. Or, I mean, you're at 0-0. It's very weird to send a direction. You don't have a ton of info when you're exactly this close to 0-0, as opposed to being at like 0-200. You can maybe think it would be -X, or like 200 -100, maybe you go +Z. But if you're at 0-0, it can be basically any of the 3 quadrants because of how the ranked filter works. So there's not a ton of metagaming you can do off of the seed filtering.
Looking around here for that fortress on Mungi's screen. I don't see it. This is a pretty
I don't
good
see it either. I
view.
don't think either runner has seen it. So I'm not sure if they will commit to breaking the spawner or commit to just going a direction. Because you can
And
go a
this is-
direction for a decent amount, and then if you whiff, you can just go the other direction, but it is just time loss if you go the wrong way.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. This could be a situation where we could see one player take the risk, one player play it safe, and then that risk could decide the pace of the match. If the
Yeah, it
risk
looks
pays
like
off, you know.
Silver's
Uh,
not going to break the spawner based on the way he pearl hanged. But it is also possible that he will break the spawner. Not sure what Mungi's looking for right now either. Has no pearls. Did he get no pigs, perhaps? I don't know. Maybe looking for rogue pearl trades. He found one.
There's
So he's
one,
got
and
13
Silver's out.
pearls.
So it looks like Silver may have even found the
Yeah.
fortress.
Silver
Yeah,
did
there we
find the
go.
fortress as well. Decent strays here too. A little bit too many wither skeletons. And yeah, Mungi is looking like he's gonna break the spawner. Or just whiff the pearl low for some reason, but I'm not sure why else you'd be in lower treasure. Only on 14 pearls is so weird though. I don't maybe Silver got the backups and he didn't, but I think it's Silver's game to lose for sure. Less
Yeah.
pearls ahead in the fort, or more pearls ahead in the fort. Like 0 is very open right now for Silver and very, very close for Mungi. Not sure where the pearl trade went.
Yeah,
If they
I
both
didn't
got the
I
same
didn't catch
backups.
that. Maybe
Hard to
I'm trying to
track
think if
who
there's
gets
any like
every gold block. I mean, there's
Yeah.
up to 4 backups. 2 are guaranteed, 2 are not. So it just depends. But yeah, I don't know why. He has 13 pearls and Silver has 16. Could be pearl split concerns as well, but I don't think so. Yeah, very weird. Would not be able to know why the pearls are split. Silver getting cooked right now in the replies. Run. He's good.
He's okay.
Saved. 3 blazes on a wither skelly. Scary because even if you have fire res, the blazes can't still just melee you. So this is so clean though. 5 rods in a spawner. Unfortunately, a 1 spawn, and Bang Pigs is dealing with a large magma cube. So we got 6 rods though. Overlapping this portal with the spawner. Ahead for sure. But Big Manji has 5 rods currently, so very close. And these next blazes will drop rods for him. Another insanely close match. Could come down to just seconds between these players.
I mean, this is an amazing match once again. Super super close. I mean, obviously Silver has like the sort of materials advantage. He has more stuff. But
Yes.
I mean, Monkey's playing great. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Monkey is keeping up, and I mean, if it's a close stronghold, you know, maybe it's not zeroable, for example. Like, this is definitely not like over. You know what I mean? It there's a lot of ways that this could go still.
Yeah, I think Silver having pearls here is really big. One of those he could throw
There
for
you go.
free, and he
Yeah.
can throw another one. And now in fringe scenarios, it's not zeroable, but in most scenarios, it is. And he still has more pearls than Manji does.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good
And
point.
Manji's gonna have to throw like the same type of pearls, right?
I think you're right.
Like, so do you throw two and play for a one eye and it's not zeroable? Do you throw one? Like, look,
He's gonna have to throw another. He's only gonna
gap the one. I mean, he just had to. I don't think you ever play for the one eye. I think it's never correct.
So is he gonna
And
bridge? Yeah. Okay. No, he's right here. Okay.
Silver Y32 missing, but I think they both had the same coordinates on their ninbots. Yeah, this 67%, this negative 82 and negative 292
And
is
he's in.
exactly where Silver is, and he does hit it. Any spike for Silver, nothing amazing there, no big spike. Another stronghold incident potentially, but he's got 0 on his side, and unless it's a 3-eye, Manji does not have 0 on his side.
So we're
We'll
trying
see.
to figure out the preemptive, but looks like he's not super happy with it.
Just had no spike, and Manji missing the same way that that Silver did. Has to just find the portal room somehow. Down there potentially looks nice. There it
we
is.
go. Good stuff. Good down from Silver.
One
guys.
eye, so 0 potential pearls for, or 1 potential pearl for Manji. So it's a front. He can low 1 cycle potentially, or low 0 cycle. Wrong word. There's the portal room. He finds it. So we're spending a lot of time prepping as well. So the only thing this could change is if it's not zeroable, it gives Manji some more time save because he wasn't in the end for that long. It's another low tower, and Silver actually headbangs himself. That's some nice water. Wow, what a block clutch. Ran out of wood and was able to hotkey back to the nether brick, and he's going to go to 91 only this run. After those mechanical mistakes, definitely the right play. As long as it doesn't break the bed, should be fine. He's got 6 more beds. The damage is not insane, though. Does he have one after this? He's got one more after this. Okay, good. And he clutched those beds as well. I should never have been worried. I don't know why he pearled to the crystal instead of pearling to the ground, but maybe some style points. Maybe I really don't know. But he clutches. Was very close though. Within again 15, 20 seconds maybe. Just came down to having the 0 pearls that Manji didn't. I really wouldn't be able to tell you where those pearls got lost. Hopefully Fulham can help us out with that one in the analysis segment.
Yep.
For sure. Because I have no idea where the pearl discrepancy was. People in chat were saying all the backups were obtained, or the similar amount of backups from both players. I'm trying to think. It was a village overworld too, so there wasn't any gold discrepancy. I know in the Ruined Portal Seed, Manji crafted a helmet that he might not have needed to craft. But it could have just been some lost trades on stairs. He found 1 pearl trade on the stairs, but those pigs could just throw the pearls off. You never know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that was crazy. We'll wait for this analysis segment in just a second, and then we potentially have the last seed of the entire day for you guys. If Silver can 3-1, or if Manji can bring it back to a game 5, we'll send it right over to you guys. Send you guys right over to Fulham for the mid-match analysis.
So we are going to start off by analyzing seed number 1, we are going to talk about how Silver slightly messed up the overworld. Now, Silver is well known for kind of grabbing those 2 logs before going to a shipwreck. The 2 logs pre-shipwreck strat is obviously not exclusive to Silver, but it's one that I've heard him do quite frequently. So I would definitely, at least in my head, say, yeah, I think that Silver was one of the main advocates for this idea, being able to grab the crafting bench and a pressure plate so that you can, deal with upside down shipwrecks, sideways shipwrecks a lot easier than previously. However, here it came back to bite him in the fact that even though he did craft a wooden axe, he didn't grab any wood from the shipwreck initially. So after coming to this ruin portal, grabbing the gold block, he has to go back to the shipwreck, which caused him to have around a 50-second time delay on entering the nether versus Big Monkey here. This was definitely probably the main time loss of this run. However, that was pretty much the only time loss of that run from Silver, and he did make up basically all of that time solely by improving on pretty much every split. About 10 to 20 seconds every single time. Clean 1 cycle, expected to come out by Silver, and of course it does. Big Monkey unable to convert the very early lead of about 50 seconds into the Bastion. Sadly, not able to convert that into a seed victory. Here we see that Big Monkey goes for a task overlap here with only 14 pearls, sees the fortress, and then decides to go for a little bit of a task overlap. Deals with these 2 blazes, and then decides to throw a pearl. While he does this, the pigs will actually unload, meaning that this could cause him to have slightly slower trades here. You can see here, he's now on 2 render distance right now. So that he can deal with a pearl that he's thrown to the side. And now when he loads back up to 6 render distance, he's thrown it further away from the bridge. So at this point, none of the pigs will be trading. However, by the time he deals with these wither skeletons, he does re-increase that render distance. So he probably loses 20 seconds of trades. You can see him increase that once again. And the edge of the bridge is slightly loaded in here. Now, I'm unsure as to whether this is fully loaded and whether the pigs will be trading at this point. But from the fact that when he went back, all of the trades were pretty much done, I think that it didn't make the absolute utmost of difference. But as we saw, if we look back here, both players one cycling at the exact same time. Mungie able to take the seed by just a few seconds, literally seconds in it. I think it was about 7 to 8 seconds. So any sort of difference here could have made literally a seed's worth of difference for 8 seconds. Let's talk about the 3rd seed, where Silver was able to take the 2-1. Here is Mungie's start from the bridge over to the treasure, or the important rampart. He throws 1 gold there. He throws another one on this stair here. While breaking these 2, another pig comes down the stairs, which he throws another gold for. He then throws a gold here, lets him pick it up, right-clicks at the same time, throws another gold down, places these 2 blocks, throws 1 more, and then throws 1 more on that stair. That is 7 gold trades, and I am unsure as to whether those would have actually had pearl trades. I don't have access to the information of the behind the scenes, what exact trades were, but by throwing 7 pearl trades, I understand that he did try and retrace his steps, but if there was ever a place where piglins could just wander around and maybe throw your pearls in a weird location that you didn't see, that is definitely something that could have happened here. The fact is, he threw 7 different gold ingots at 7 different points in the route. He didn't drop them all, for example, right here when you're trying to break this block to place the extra blocks to allow the piglins to come through to this side. Instead, it was kind of all over the place. He was able to drop them at the very start, in the middle of the route, at the end of the route, and that's going to cause maybe a pearl trade to go astray. It could have gone off the side of the treasure, maybe someone walked out over to here and some pearls went into lava or something. Anything could have happened here, and I do think that could have been an issue. Of course, backup blocks could have been another way of doing it. But the fact that Mungie kept it close has got to be something that's playing on his mind. He can either let that affect his mental positively or negatively. I just thought I'd show this clip as to how close it was for them both to be entering the end. We are talking that these guys entered end basically simultaneously. Okay? So we're talking that Mungie entered the end at 10:15.7. And if we roll it back just a few frames, Silver entered the end at 10:14, I believe. This is when Silver was able to enter the end at 10:14. Literally a couple of seconds in it. So the fact that Mungie's kept himself in with a shout the entire way through this seed, even after messing up some pearls, or, losing some pearls, being unable to pearl to the second portal chords quite as effectively as Silver, the fact that he's entered end at a very similar time should be something that is playing on his mental. Either it's going to make him absolutely heartbroken and gutted, saying, I could have won that seed if I would have had that pearl trade. I really could have, Or he can say, you know what? I lost that pearl trade, but I still gapped Silver in the rest of the run with less pearls. So it's either... Sorry, Malwarebytes is trying to upsell me some premium... some premium antivirus. He either has to take that mental block and smash through it, or try and use it to boost him in the next few seeds. That's the only way that, in my mind, Mungie is going to be able to come back. Because Silver has made very few mistakes. First seed, first run, first overworld was his biggest mistake so far. And that is the least warm we're going to see Silver. In these last few runs, he's been able to go back to back to back, and how he normally plays. And we're going to now see game number 4. The current score is 2-1 to Silver, and he is at match point. The next game that Silver wins will be the final one, unless Mungie is able to take these next 2 seeds in a row. It all comes down to this, folks. This is the final matches of the day 2 of the ranked tournament. Just before the final seeds do happen, make sure you guys are back here tomorrow to watch the semi-finals and the finals. Same place, same time. I'm going to throw this over to Feinberg and Nerdy to see you guys into the last few seeds, but that's the last Fulham segment of the day, so thank you guys for watching my parts.
Thanks to Fulham for all the analysis and the recap today. Looking forward to more of that tomorrow. And like you said, the seeds tomorrow, the matches tomorrow. Same place, same time, same players, same high quality Minecraft matches. Speaking of high quality Minecraft matches, Nerdy, we have a seed 4 pick. Any one of the 5 seeds can be picked, and it is Desert Temple from Mungie, Silver's ban.
Ooh.
I think this just makes sense, right? Like, why would Silver ban it? I think it just completely makes sense. You're trying to add some variance into the overworld. Is he gonna miss the enter? I mean, Silver stumbled hard on the shipwreck overworld, trying to pick another overworld to make him stumble hard, give you that time save, that lead entering the nether that you can hopefully hold for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Though, honestly, I think I like Shipwreck and Ruin Portal more as a pick for like the Shipwreck got in Silver's head last time, So I think that would have made sense. But that would be pretty hard to remember. But the Ruin Portal, like, you won on. So I guess I get the Desert Temple. I get it. But I think I like Ruin Portal and Shipwreck from a sort of hindsight perspective. I think I like those more.
Yeah, I see the line. I mean, at the end of the day, he's just got to win the seed, and the overworld is just a small part of what is actually happening in the Nether, in the End, and the Post Blind, and the Zero, and the Stronghold, everything else. So, without further ado, we might have the last seed of the day for you guys. Our Desert Temple between Silver and Big Manji. Gonna potentially be a 3-1 or a game 5 after this seed. We will see. Big Manji could be heading home in 10 minutes or sending Silver home in about 30. We'll see. Quick Temple. But the decisions are still largely left to be made in this overworld. Where's the lava pool? Where's the flint? Food? And those decisions could spiral into your level of risk tolerance in the nether.
And here we are. It looks like silver maybe no, they're like basically on pace exactly. I was gonna say I thought silver was maybe a little ahead, but it's important to know that there is sometimes a little stream delay. We try to minimize it as much as possible, but it's something to note, especially if, I think Fulham pointed it out in the match that was close. It was actually even closer than we thought. So with the super close comparisons, that's definitely something to consider. You
Yes.
can always look at the timers in the top right corner of each screen to try and gauge sort of the difference between the two if it is like really really close. But they're always within like a second or two. So, anyways,
Yeah, it looks like both runners doing similar things. They have 2 gaps, but only 4 flesh. So maybe a flex over to this village for some food before entering the nether. I think we would expect to see from both runners. But not a ton of close food. I guess you just, yeah, I guess you break this and you get like 3 or 4 bread and it's just enough. Maybe, not sure about the emerald count from, we have iron ingot, diamond, and gold ingot, but no emerald on our inventory viewer, which obviously makes sense. Very niche, but doesn't look like there's any emeralds for the bread trade, but yeah, I mean, oh, Silver did have 3 emeralds, so threw them out, I guess, and
yeah,
potentially missed 18 bread. Niche, but I mean, if the guy didn't have the bread trade, it's possible that it would have been slower. But Wanji has 7 bread from just going ham on that crop land, farmland, whatever, and we'll see.
I'm kind of wondering. This is kind of giving me flashbacks to the Anko Boy versus Automat match, where Anko Boy went for, getting the bread from the village, and Automat didn't. And we saw that match ended with the person who went with the bread winning. So I don't know. I guess Silver has more like good food if he change those apples into golden apples maybe, but pretty low food situation for Silver. Whereas
Yeah.
Monkey on the other hand, I mean, hey, 7 bread is 7 bread. Now it's 5, but still.
So Monkey had a little bit of struggles with the terrain here.
Mm.
Was digging through Netherrack for some reason. I really don't know why. But this is a really nice top-down route there. That's going to get all the pigs. It's not going to get you the chest, but it's going to get you the pigs. It's going to get them down to you fast. So maybe saving a little bit of time because Silver didn't get the pigs either, but he was a little slower on the top-down execution. It'll depend, yeah. Silver also has 3 regular apples. Doesn't have the gold to make them into golden apples, but he's got the regular apples. So it's very interesting possibility to see coming out from Silver, if that's going to be enough food compared to the 5 bread. Because golden apples for sure would have been better, but wasting golden housing is not ideal.
Right.
As opposed to bridge or even lower treasure or anything like that. But he's got 2 pro stacks. He's got only 53 string and 1 crying. Got a spare backup that I guess he accidentally airlifted or suffocated out weirdly. But we'll see. Nice high ray as you're heading up, checking these top chests as well. So we're as 8 obsidian only. And we haven't seen these top chests from Manji either. So there was 6 obby there. Is it going to be 20? It's going to be 18. Weird. Do you trade the 26 gold? Do you go back down? Do you play home portal? You were close to your home portal. Trying to pyrite here through a piglin, kind of.
I
Weird
like it. I like it.
situation.
Good.
Is there a
I think
pearl
it's
hang into a 2RD? Hey, maybe he's just going to go trade and no pearl hang at all. Interesting. Not sure if he's keeping gold for the gaps as well. Keeping 16,
Yep.
throwing
I
very
like it.
minimal amount of gold. Probably going to try to segment these trades, and wow, there's 20 so quick. So we got
Nice.
2 extra gaps, and Big Manji has 21 obsidian, so he's ahead. Even though he entered the Bastion later, I'm shocked that he's ahead somehow. Maybe more pigs or something like that. But both runners have enough food now. Just comes down to fort. Who gets to the fort first and plays the endgame better. And Manji's heading over to the fort 5 to 10 seconds before Silver. Silver gets a nice pearl there on the side.
Wow.
I mean, literally,
Fantastic.
literally 5 seconds, 10 seconds max. And
This is really close.
Manji's ahead. Like, there's maybe an argument that the pearls, or not the pearls, the golden apples are slightly better for quick pearls for Silver, but there's not really many quick pearls left in the seed. It looks like he's quickly getting this Blaze TNT out, but gets one spawned on in the meantime. Oh, Wither Skelly for Manji. 2 more as well, but they're in a different part of the fort, and so he's chill. Eats his 1 gap, and might be down to 1 bread and 4 flesh. So maybe Silver is in a better food spot because of that Wither Skelly. No apples in Manji's inventory. Silver must have gotten 3 from blowing up trees, which is very lucky.
Right.
But it happens. Blow oak trees instead of acacia trees. It's a very close match. It's very unclear. 1 bread is okay with 4 flesh. Maybe you throw 2 pearls in total, and you'll be at full HP without having to hunger reset. Maybe 3 pearls. But Silver's got 2 gapples and 1 flesh. So, and I also think he has 1 regular apple still. So it just depends on who's going to get these rods first. Not amazing rates from either player, which maybe slightly benefits the one with more food a bit more, but if both play perfectly, it doesn't really matter. Gonna send the Blaze to the overworld.
Getting some
As Manji.
Silver leaving the nether here. Gonna
4 rods only,
4 rods,
but it is just some task overlap, right? You get to overlap spawn rates, and there is a Taiga Village here. But Silver has 74 string. Looks like 6 beds and 2 anchors available for Silver as long as he has the wood. So
he's not going for it.
Not going for the village. Don't need the beds.
I thought maybe he would consider going for the food. Like just open
Taiga Village food is so weird. You'd have to find a chest.
That is true.
And he's got 2 gapples. 2 gapples is definitely enough. You do have to be a little careful considering he is not at full already, but I think you throw maybe 2 pearls and then you gap and you're good. And then you can throw 1 or 2 more in gap and you're back to full again. So 4 pearls probably.
And Mungi unfortunately loses an eye to the tree. We'll see if that one breaks.
Well, as long as he picks 1 up out of these 3, he's good. But Silver's heading to cords already. Some Hoglin issues, maybe. Hunger's going to be weird. It's really close, though. Manji's calculator says 452. So we need to go to negative 64, 182. So negative 66, 189. So he's getting there. And Manji is also right there. So close. 10, 15 seconds right now. Like digging onto the cords as Silver is entering the stronghold. I mean, if it's the preemptive and it's a 0, it's over. Looked like an okay spike for Silver bottom left. Is he going to trust his spike in this run like he didn't in last run?
There it is.
Mineshaft, but he does trust it and he does find it. And if it's zeroable and he hits it, he's got the beds, he's got the anchors. He's got a lot of blocks from Temple TNT and Blaze TNT. And it's back. He's got absorption. It's tall back. That was some stutter. He's got to pull out. Low setup 90, 103. I didn't know how tall it was, man. Average 0 enjoyer. Is he going to hit it? Lower setup. He's got enough explosives.
Ooh.
So weird, though. Nice damage. I couldn't even tell you if this is good or not. It's going to come down to the anchors.
Like that was so bad.
And it's not going to be good enough. Oh my god, what an anchor. He's going to die.
Oh, no, he dies!
It got so low. He wanted to back up and pull out, but he couldn't pull out.
Oh my god.
And he was only on 4 hearts. He got hit twice. It's not over. The dragon's dead. The chords are kind of close.
That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point.
It's probably over, but it's not necessarily over. I cannot believe he hit it though. That is so impressive. Is it over for sure? No, not a perch.
Not a perch. Not a perch.
Fireball near the fountain. If he gets a perch, it could be unplayable.
And
it's
Silver
not
make it back.
over. And he doesn't have a pickaxe, but he has wood. He's already killed the dragon. If he gets back in, he's gonna need some blocks, I think, because it was pearl. He needs to pearl into
Oh, I think that might be a perch.
That's gonna be the perch. Is it standable though? With the? Is it standable?
Wait, is it? No, it's no. He can't. I don't. Oh, can he? No, he can't. He can't do it.
He's got to just.
It went away. Oh my god! It just in time.
But is it? Oh my god! No, but like he couldn't do it. He was gonna die. He was low.
Yeah,
he could maybe do it.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was saying that like it was just the worst timing for that.
Silver's at his chords.
Oh my god!
He needs to get a pickaxe. He needs blocks. He needs a pickaxe. Manji could get another perch and it could be over. No snap. Oh my god. Silver needs a pickaxe because he needs blocks. He needs to pearl. He needs to remember that he needed to pearl in. So getting these blocks is so crucial. But if Manji gets a snap, it's over still. It's so close. Silver has to renav. Silver has to run to the end fountain. If the snap happens, it needs to happen now. And the dragon is fireballing. It might be over. Silver might have won the seed. It might be over.
He needs to get a few blocks.
Does he remember the nav?
He is seemingly.
He doesn't remember the nav. It was bottom left. I think it was blocked by the portal maybe. Oh, he broke his portal. Different spot. Dragon going. Oh, it's in good spot and no snap. No snap. No blocks actually needed. I lied. It's not dead.
The dragon didn't die.
Wait. He did.
Insane plot twist.
What? Wait, how? He got the anchor off and it was like 10 HP. What? Does he even have arrows? Is it over? Is it over? He has a crossbow.
Okay. I think it's over.
He's got arrows, and we need a snap, and it needs to be like a legendary throw. Almost out of sprint, though. Manji, like, I think it's over now in the way that we didn't think it was over, right? We thought the dragon was just dead. I don't know.
And he needs to take out all these crystals now.
I mean, he's getting the crystals down, and Manji's going to run out of sprint in half a bar.
Oh my god.
And the perch is coming. It's coming from Manji, I think. No, it is, and he can't sprint, but he's there.
Yeah, this should be Manji's game.
No bed break. It's there.
Nice.
It's got to be a Herculean throw at this point. Oh my god! And he gets the 4 bed.
Holy! That was I don't know. I might take back what I said. That might have been the best game.
You think this was the best game? You think? Oh my god!
Like, wow.
I want to see a Fulham analysis that just slows down the anchor. I just thought the dragon died.
I thought the dragon died. I thought the dragon died too. So we're going into game 5.
We're going into game 5. That just I have no idea. We're going into a game 5, and I would have put like my house on the dragon being dead from the anchor. It was on like 10 HP, and I know he got the anchor off, and I thought the dragon was flying to the fountain, which is why it hit him, right? I don't know. I have no idea. But I would be out my house. I would be out my house. So we're going to a game 5. We're gonna see what the seed pick is from Silver. I have no idea. That
I'm
like I
actually
don't know what to
speechless.
say. Yeah,
Speechless. Like, that game was just so insane. Fantastic stuff.
yeah, that was insane. And he tried to like stutter step down because he knew he was going to get hit because of the anchor and the side setup, but there was no blocks to stutter step down.
Crazy.
And yeah, what is Silver picking for us? BT, Manji's ban. They both pick each other's ban. It worked for
Wow.
Manji. He got the win. I don't really think it was because of the temple, but he won the seed. So, I mean, I just want to see the game, man.
I just want I want to see what the script
I
writers have.
thought Loki Dougal seed 5 was the best seed, and then I thought like Silver Manji seed 3 or seed 2 was the best seed, and then I thought seed 4 is now the best seed, and we have a seed 5, and we have a seed 5, like crazy.
I feel like when there's like, I think the best, I think I take back. I think mistakes are good, but they have to be like understandable and not like,
They have to be
funny
good
mistakes are good too, but like a mistake like that, I feel like, can you really blame Silver like super hard? I don't know, maybe a little bit if you're really picky, but like he played pretty well that game, and like just crazy stuff was happening. Like it was just a crazy stuff happening. I don't even know if I'd say RNG, just like there's just a lot of stuff going on, back and forth. Great match overall.
Yeah, I mean, I have no words. I have no idea. It's just incredible. PT from Silver doesn't look like the spike for Manji, but Silver's on it too, so I just didn't see the stone on the side, I guess. I mean, what a seed 5. And these are our quarterfinals matches today. Like these are finals caliber matches, these last two, and we're in quarters. The players losing are not losing and getting second place money. They're losing in 5th through 8th place, which is just absurd to me. The quality of these last two matches, the quality of all the matches today, just incredible. Silver made a Iron Hoe. Interesting. Doesn't really matter. Looks like he's still good. There was 14 iron. Wait, does he have iron for a light? I think he has some wood lights because he made a hoe.
Oh no.
Nerves, miscraft, misplay, could be fast. This is too deep. He's doing an L because of a wood light. But he's just gotta sit here. And this can like wood light in between you mining gravel for your flint, or he could be here for a minute. It definitely was not correct for him to reset the seed, but this could just take forever. If I'm Silver, maybe I'm mining. Yeah, maybe I'm mining iron. Oh, there we go. Got it. Okay. Not a disaster. Good for the content. Yes. Happens. And he's in. They're both in. Our last nether of the day on our most anticipated and hyped match of the day. And Silver is almost dead. 4 hearts. Good.
Oh my god.
3 hearts.
Silver.
He's in the Bastion first, in a better spot than Manji as well, to start the pigs trading faster, but he has to not die and not use his food. I think they only have salmon. I don't think they have cod. There's no cod. 3 salmon is the only food source left for Silver. Not going to be enough to finish the seed without a hunger reset unless he plays perfectly. So better food management from Manji, but he's slower on... Wow, that was like 30 obsidian in the top double. Holy shit. Manji's going to be able to leave the Bastion slightly earlier because of no necessity to check the top chests, but Baby Hoglin on his case, a little bit of a time loss. These routes are very different, but I think are going to give us very similar results as to who leaves the Bastion first. Could honestly go either way. Silver bringing in Manhunt Pigs as well. Scary on no health, but
yeah,
they're figuring it out. Got more gold. Figuring
my
it out.
gosh.
Maybe every hit is so much worse than the last on low food situations like this. But
Yeah.
managed to deal with it, taking no damage from those sword piglins. Gets that Pyre going before Mungie, I think. Looks like it's positive X. Interesting. Going to give you lots more info on that as well because you are positive. So this must be deep positive negative fortress. And he finds the obsidian chest. 2 obsidian chests actually as well. I don't think Manji found the second one, but he's already got 20 obsidian because there was some in the lower chest as well. So this is going to be really close. Silver has to go down to get his trades and then can leave his Pearl Hang. Manji is done with his trades and has to go up to leave the Bastion. Within seconds of each other, these runners are going to be leaving the Bastion, but Manji has not. Pybrade. There it is. It's negative Z. I was mistaken. It is not positive X, but still very similar, if not same direction. There's the Pearl out. Silver, there's the Pearl out.
Wow,
Within
look at
2
that.
seconds of each other. But look at this. Manji killing a Hoglin for food. Silver just committing to the 2 salmon. If this Hoglin was not killed, they would be on very similar food situations. And the food died. He ghost bucketed his lava. Minus 10 seconds. That could be it. He won the first seed by 10 seconds. The lava ghost bucketed the pickup, fully burned the pork chop. And it looks like Silver's going to be at this fortress first. Oh wow. God. It's so scary. 4 hearts, no food. Silver burnt food too. Apparently Silver burned food also. I was watching Munji. There he was too as well, I guess.
Well,
the ghost bucket script. Very scary. 4.5 hearts, no food. 1 wither skeleton, you're dead. 2 blaze hits, you're dead. Manji on 9 hearts. Not an amazingly better situation, but much better than 4.5. So we're getting some nice strays. So scary though. Manji had a spawner, lava-filled spawner. Skeleton for Silver. Has to deal with this. Can't get hit off. 1 shot. Now he's 1 tap to a blaze potentially. Or another skeleton. 2 hits. Gonna make an anchor. Gonna have to burn 1. And it's his only anchor. Only has 9 crying. Isn't gonna matter. Has a lot of string for beds. But he can't hunger reset again in the nether. So it should be fine. And only has 1 more fire res. Again, should be fine. But something to keep in note. Meanwhile, Manji has dealt with this lava spawner perfectly, but because the lava is still above the spawner, he can't blaze bed unless he blocked off the whole thing.
No, I think I was just.
And he didn't.
I think that's gonna happen. He
and
had an
I
opportunity
think he
to do
just
it.
made it worse. Maybe it was a different lava source. I don't know.
No, he had the opportunity to block it off, but he
just put the blocks in the front. He didn't get the source. He didn't get the source.
Yeah, exactly. He needed to break the source there, or he needed to either get rid of it. And he
here
just
you
didn't. Which, hey, I mean, it's easy to do,
Silver
but,
taking
yeah.
6 hearts from fall damage there off the side of the spawner, down to 2 hit potential again, and doesn't have another anchor to hunger reset. Has to first portal if he wants to hunger reset, which is fine. He's at a spawner, not a terrible situation, but only 2 rods ahead of Manji. Now 3 rods. Manji has 3 rods. Silver has 6. Going for the 7th here, I think. I know, very risky. Can get spawned on at any moment. Can get hit off at any moment. If he's hit off of the spawner at all, it's game over. It's match over. Gets spawned on right now. Could be dead. And he's safe. Manji with the first blind. Only on 3 rods. 3 rods behind. Basically just a clean 3 rods behind Silver. And a little bit better of a food situation. And he's going to lose a little bit of time to Boat Eye situation. And they are at different spawners. Let's see. Is it the same stronghold? No. I think it's a different stronghold. Silver's calculator is very small.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But the numbers look much different. I think it's different strongholds. Our Seed 5, our entire series could come down to terrain and preemptive on these different strongholds. I mean, this is crazy.
Very similar distances.
Both hunger resetting in the overworld at the same time. Gonna enter back. Silver is ahead. Does have 7 rods, can leave. But Silver did just hunger reset after using his last fire res. I completely lied to you all. He has 1 more. I just didn't think he had 2. So we're fine. But he's heading to his stronghold. It's got his name on it. Other one has Monji's name on it. The 3rd stronghold is Lonely. But Monji can't head to his stronghold yet.
I'll take that one. I'll take that
because he doesn't have. You'll take that one?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Gary.
Yeah, anytime. But anyways.
Yeah, this is it. Is he gonna be able to exit with the rods
for
here?
Silver is oh my god, this terrain for Silver is super nice.
Yeah, I mean we've seen it just come down to the preemptive in so many matches though, and Silver's been good on most of his navs, but he did lose 1 seed just to stronghold nav. So we'll see how it goes, but he's building a 2nd portal. Gonna have to hit another hunger reset, but both runners are going to have to hunger reset again to enter the end on 0 build pace. And Silver ahead, not in starter though, in a 4-way. Didn't have his pie set up either. That's a decent spike for Silver.
Oh, it's
and
right
oh
there.
my god, what a miss! And 2 gaps in the chest?
That's not fair. That's not fair.
Right.
Holy.
And he's entering. And it could be over. Front cage potential. It is. No cage clip. Fell, but that's okay. Can still crank 95. Gonna run out of dirt 2. Switches. 95. Nether bricks. Left setup. Has a turn or 2. And it could be game.
Here we are.
No bed break. No bed break. Nice elevation. And this could be it. Clean 5-0. Takes it 3-2.
Stuff.
Our reigning champion is alive for tomorrow in probably the best of 5 I've ever watched.
That was fantastic.
From last season and this season, like
fantastic.
wow.
Absolutely amazing.
Just incredible gameplay from both runners, back and forth. Crazy. I don't know what else to say.
I mean, it was just great. It was just great Minecraft. I don't know. I don't know what there is to say. I mean, Silver playing great throughout, making some mistakes here and there. Big Pigs, Big Mungie, fantastic play as well. I mean, these 2 runners clearly very talented, and you know, it sucks to have to say goodbye to Big Mungie in this tournament. But you know, I'm excited to see him in the next one because I think it's based on this performance. I think we can confidently say he'll be in the next one.
Oh, I would have to agree as much as someone can possibly agree on anything with somebody else. And the only other runner that has ever given Silver a neck-on-neck run for his money in so many seeds is Dougal.
Yeah.
And now Monji shows up, not even in the semifinals, not in the finals, in the quarterfinals of the bracket, shows up. This could have been a finals caliber match. If Silver sweeps the next 2 games, sweeps the semis, sweeps the finals, his quarterfinals match could have possibly been his hardest game of the playoffs. And it's all just how Monji played today. Just matching Silver's pace, seed after seed, exchanging mistakes, going for things as well, zeros. I mean, it was just amazing Minecraft. And these splits, even in this seed, just back and forth, both players. Fortress, exact same time. Stronghold, 15 seconds. And just slightly different nav, different strongholds, both players. Like, he's keeping it insanely close. And it was a blast to watch.
Amazing stuff.
Yep. And a couple more things to tell you guys before we send you off to wherever in life, before you guys come back and meet us again tomorrow. Same place, same time. Shout outs once again to Creo for sponsoring these Season 2 playoffs, giving these players some money to play for. Metal art prints, Nerdy, you got them. They're behind me. They're on the wall. They're on the website. There's 3. Yeah, there you go. 3 MCSR specific custom designed posters for you all that we've had commissioned and made by artists in the community for members in the community. Very cool stuff. If you buy 2, you get 25% off your purchase. If you buy 3, you get 35% off, which is basically a 3 for 2 deal. And like I said earlier, if you subtract 1 from both sides, do some girl math, some girl boss math, that's like a 2 for 1 deal. And 2 for 1 deals are crazy. So
it is a 2 for 1 deal, and that is
exclamation
crazy.
mark Creo. It's on the website. There's free shipping if your order is over $100. There are 3 different sizes. There's a small, medium, and large. They are metal prints printed using dye sublimation, so the colors pop like crazy. And they're just all beautiful. So buy your prints. I'm buying mine after stream. I should have bought them before stream. I've had to just sit here for 6 hours and look at them every time we do a sponsor read and not buy them. But I'm ready to spend my money on these Creo metal art prints. So shout outs again to Creo for sponsoring. Appreciate all the work they've done for our community, for the MCSR community as a whole, for the content creators and the artists. Very, very exciting. And before we leave you guys forever until tomorrow, we'd like to show you the bracket, see what you guys are looking forward to tomorrow. We have Loki versus Quist starting the day off, best of 5 semis match, right into Silver versus Anko Boy. The winners, actually, the losers will play each other first in the 3rd place match, and then the winners will play a best of 7 grand finals to determine who wins the MCSR ranked season 2 playoffs. Will Silver 2-peat, will Silver back-to-back stay as the only MCSR playoffs champion, or will somebody else take his spot? We will see you guys tomorrow. I don't have anything else. Nerdy, do you have anything else?
Shout out some cats and emote. I really like this emote. Can we get some more of these? That's all I got.
Cats as the emote? Sure, we need some
cat
cats
guy.
as the emote.
This guy.
We will see you guys tomorrow. Shout outs again, and we'll have a lot more shout outs tomorrow, but to everyone in the background, like Fulham said, who helped us with editing, who helped us with organizing, who helped us with all that stuff. We have a lot more people involved this season than we did last season. So shout outs to everybody there for coming together, making some awesome stuff. So we will see you guys tomorrow. Be there or be sad and have to watch the VOD later because you weren't there and you want to know who wins. So you should be there because watching VODs is not as hype. So be there.
Be here tomorrow. You're going to want to be here.
Same time, same place, same channel, same commentators, same players. Different Minecraft seeds. That's about it. So we will see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate y'all for watching, the support. It means a lot. And have a wonderful rest of your day or night or morning, whatever time zone you're in. We will see you guys very, very soon.